on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Sound Bites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon, here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. I hope everyone is doing well. We're just ahead of the Thanksgiving holiday here in the United States. I hope everyone is having a great weekend, getting ready, having family come on by, and having a great time as we enter into the official end of the year holiday season. And I know for many of our friends overseas in the 100 countries that do get to see the program, I know many of you don't have a similar kind of holiday, but I hope that this time finds you to be at peace with love and family, food and warmth, wherever in the world you may be. This is especially true for the United States members of our military that serve overseas. I wish for you to have a great time. I know it can be very difficult being away from home during the holiday season, like I was when I was in Moscow, and it was really very difficult, one of the most difficult holiday seasons in my life, living in Moscow back in '91, going through Thanksgiving, Christmas, the New Year's. In Russia, it was devastating. Very difficult time. So I understand how it may feel. And speaking of that, and I know we're talking today, it's November 23rd, it's 2:33 in the afternoon, and I'm looking forward to having a great conversation with everyone. For those who are new to the program, hello and welcome. I thank you for being here with us, and I hope that you're going to enjoy the program. We do this because we look at long-term. We have long-form political commentary that we do. This is all live, unscripted. And we look back at some of the things that brought us to where we are today, and we look forward at what are going to be the consequences of many of the policies that we see right now. And I want to take a moment before we get into some of the issues and the stories. I do want to mention two things that I think are important. One, the holiday season is a difficult time for many people. Like I mentioned, when I was in Moscow, and I was basically one of the only Americans in Moscow in '91. Very much so, pretty much the only Black American in Moscow, and the only time in my entire life, 58 years almost, that I actually felt like a minority. It was a very difficult thing to. It's a moment in a life that I hope no one ever gets to feel, to be isolated and to be the only person of your type whether it's by color or by country or by religion, whatever it may be. It's a difficult thing. And a lot of people feel through the holidays that they're the only one going through hardships and difficulties. And they have dark thoughts and dark feelings in this time frame. And I understand how that can be. And I want to remind you that there is always someone that you can speak to. Don't let those dark thoughts, those dark feelings, these difficult times consume you. That's unnecessary. And don't let that lead you to take actions that are permanent, self-deletion and harm and drugs and a very dark vortex. I know we talk about difficult subjects when we talk about politics and the future and the consequences, but don't let that absorb you. It is meant to be a preparation. It is meant for you to be aware of these things so that you can change some of them, and some of them you can just prepare for. That's the way I want you to take that as we go forward. And always know that you can reach out to the suicide hotline. You can reach out to the women's abuse hotline. There are substance abuse hotlines. They are there for you every day, especially the suicide hotline. That is 988. You can text it or you can call 988, and that will connect you to someone 24 hours a day to be able to hear you, to hear what's going on with your life, to try and help you, or at least, if nothing else, to just hear what you have to say, because you are not alone and you're not the only one going through difficult times. And we want you to be here when the good times come. We want you to be here when the roller coaster of life is going on the high note and not just the lows. So I want to express that, and I think it's important that we do talk about that. I know so many people on social media don't express that, don't talk about that. We should. And your mental health, your life is important to me and to everyone. I want you to be one of my audience members for decades, not just for the next day, but decades. And that means you have to be here with me. So I hope you will be. The other thing I wanted to mention is that, as many people may be aware, we are trying to help the homeless and veterans and families going into 2026. On this program, throughout the entire month of November, the entire month of December, every single dime that we are able to generate, whether it's through Patreon, whether it's through PayPal, whether it's going into Zazzle or SuperChats and RumbleRants, every single dime that we are able to raise over these 2 months, all of November, all of December. In January, we are going to make a donation to the Jericho Project to help the homeless, to help veterans, to help families. The Jericho Project is there to help people directly. See, I don't trust government. I don't trust Zoran Mamdani. And I've seen what government has done. They aren't effective. I mean, we have more people who are homeless today in America than when I became homeless back in the 90s. So I want to help them. And I do a lot of things without using my name, without using this channel. And when I can, and now that I can use my channel, I'm using it to raise up money, 50% of everything that we are able to raise. Every dollar, every dime, we are going to give 50% of the proceeds to the Jericho Project in January so that they can directly help families, homeless, and veterans. I take this very seriously. It's very important to me. On my birthday, during my 12-hour marathon live stream, I was raising money for the Jericho Project. I'm doing it again here in the holiday season because it's winter and it's cold out there on the streets. I know. I've been homeless, so I know it's cold out there. People get hungry out there. It is difficult for our veterans, for the homeless, for families. It is a tough time. So since I have no faith in Zoran Mamdani, since I have little to no faith in our government being able to resolve these problems that they have promised for decades to take care of, and they fail, then I will do what I can to step up and to try and give as much as I can. I'm not rich. I wish I was. I'm not. I'm not a millionaire. I'm not in the 1%. I'm poor. but I will do what I can. And whether it's $1, whether it's $5, whether it's $500, whatever you can give, we are going to give to the Jericho Project to start off the year to help these people and hopefully give them a better start to the new year than they may be thinking of at this moment. So I look forward to help. Hopefully, you'll be able to help as well. Again, doesn't matter how much or how little, it is that we are doing something, not just saying something, but getting involved, being directly involved in that. Before I get started with the show, there are already a couple of comments here, and I want to say thank you. I see that Lunari is with us, and thank you, reminding people that please like, share, most of all, please subscribe. We just hit 1,776. 1776 subscribers on the program. It is a day of freedom. That was this morning that we hit 1776. I'm very proud of that. We should be at 17,000, but YouTube, Google, they don't like us because I'm a black conservative and I talk, and I've been doing it for a long time, and it makes sense. So, but we're there and we're continuing to grow. Hopefully by the end of the year, we can get to 2,000 subscribers. If we get to 5,000 to 10,000 subscribers, I think we can get people like Zoran Mamdani, when he becomes mayor of New York, to get him onto this program, to talk with us, to do interviews with some of the other Congress members like AOC. If we're in that range, we can start getting those people to answer our questions, your questions about what they're going to do. So please do consider like, share, subscribe, especially through this holiday season, so people can help us donate to the Jericho Project. I also see that Alexa Blu-ray, that's an interesting way of spelling that. Alexa Blu-ray is with us. Hello, and thank you for being here, Alexa. I don't recall seeing you before. You're watching over on Rumble. I appreciate that, and I thank you for being part of the audience. I always love seeing new names that I don't know that have joined us. So I want to thank you for that. All right. So there's a lot going on this week. I mean, there is a lot that's happened this week, and we can't cover all of it. There's information that's happening overseas. There's events that are happening here in the United States. As an example, there's the conversation between Bill Maher and Patton Oswald. A lot of people have seen clips of that. It's kind of funny because it shows the dichotomy, the chasm of difference between what we see from the progressive left and reality. That the progressive left, in their blue sky bubble, their progressive bubble, people like AOC, Bernie Sanders, people like Zoran Mamdani and Ilhan Omar, even people like Nancy Pelosi and Adam Schiff. Many of our politicians and many of the political leaders of various organizations, they're completely disconnected from the average human being, the average American. They have no idea how their policies are actually real world affecting each and every one of us. So they think they're doing great, and they think they're actually doing something that's going to help everyone. And we are living with the reality where it's not. And they just don't understand. They have their feelings, and they get reinforced in their bubble that, oh no, this is perfect. This is the right way. This is what's going to make everything better. And they have no reality check saying that doesn't work. That, as an example, looking at Zoran Mamdani, and look at the promises that he has made for New York, and look at what's happening real world. He's promised that he's going to give you a bunch of free stuff, but that free stuff isn't free. It requires other people's money, and that he has to take it by force, by taxes. He has to raise the taxes, and that's where he's going to get the money. And here comes the reality. Already we're seeing that thousands, if not tens of thousands of people are leaving New York City and New York State. And these people are some of the highest incomes in New York City. They have the liquid cash to be able to take their business and their income and leave. And if only 85,000 people leave New York City, and if they only average an income of $100,000 each, and we know, according to the IRS, that's They're far more. We're talking about the average person having $250,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000. But if they only made $100,000 each, then New York State loses $2 billion. New York City loses about $1 billion. We can't pay things as is. And then you add in his open border policy, which has been breaking the infrastructure of New York, Boston, Chicago, LA, everywhere that there are open border policies, the infrastructure is crumbling. And they're going to try and raise taxes, driving these people out, increasing the amount of unemployment, increasing the amount of poverty. And yet they're going to add more of a burden onto you and me, the average taxpayer. By the way, this is also federal. The New York State cannot run without federal money. And so the bigger the burden in New York City, the bigger the burden on New York State, which means the bigger burden that we have federally. So even if you're living somewhere in Iowa, Kansas, North Dakota, you think, oh, well, why do I care? Because it's coming out of your tax dollars. That's money that could be helping the homeless in your state, in your community. And instead, it's being diverted to New York, LA, Chicago to take care of illegal aliens and a progressive wish list. This is a problem. This is a reality. This is the disconnect of the left from the consequences of what they're doing. Oh, we're going to give everyone $30 an hour minimum wage. $20 an hour minimum wage put 20,000 people out of work in California under Gavin Newsom. And you're going to give $10 an hour more in New York City? How many businesses will that destroy? How many people will that make destitute? We have seen everywhere that the $15, $20, $25 minimum wage has been enacted in every city, every state it's been done in. The net number of people in poverty has increased. The number of people who are unemployed has increased. This doesn't work. And we should be talking about this right now. I know it's the holiday season, but we talk about it now before we have to deal with the massive problem of its consequences, of more poor people, more of a burden on the federal budget, more of a problem, more dependence on government micromanaging every aspect of our lives, which helps no one. No one benefits from that. So I wanted to bring that up. Oh, hey, D is with us as well. D just left a comment. Let's see here. We got a couple of more comments. So Alexa Blu-ray says that they're from Larry's channel, my good friend Larry Sharp. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you came over to check me out. You may find some stuff that you like, some that you don't, but I hope you'll be here for as much of the show as you can. I hope you enjoy it as you go. And D Dockery says, hey, Voss, fixing to stop to drop a Larry Sharp way short with one of your comments about Marjorie Taylor Greene not taking AIPAC money. Very topical with the recent breakup of her and Trump. Yes, and I will be talking about that moment, what happened to Marjorie Taylor Greene. I won't be getting into Patton Oswald. I've covered that already. I think it's pretty self-explanatory, his disconnect and why that's a problem. And there's a lot of other news stories to talk about. In particular, yes, talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene and what's potentially in her future and how does that affect not just Republicans, but also Democrats in the 2026 midterm elections. Because we have to remember, Democrats, the DNC, is in desperate trouble. They have been abandoned by donors, and that means that all of their candidates are in trouble. They're not going to have enough money to run. We know this as a fact. This happened back in July, that we first got the hint that donors, there was no faith, no confidence in the Democratic Party. They have no message, they have no leadership, and their donors ran away. And now we've seen, and I'll go into that a little bit later in the show, but we now know that they are desperate. They're in the throes of desperation. And none of their candidates are going to get DNC, DCCC backing for their congressional races, their local races, their mayoral races. They don't have the money for any of that. They're barely able to keep themselves afloat. In fact, they can't. And so that's going to affect 2026, which candidates are running in various races, and how that's going to affect America because of the choices that we're going to be left with. I think that's going to be important. We'll talk about that a little bit in a little bit. Now, obviously, I do want to get into other more current news, some of the things happening overseas that are affecting America and the world. But I can't start off without addressing Zoran Mamdani. Again, we're talking about him. Zoran Mamdani was in the White House, and he met with Donald Trump. Now, Zoran Mamdani, like many progressives, like many of the Democrats in New York State, believe that they have TDS, Trump Derangement Syndrome. They think that Donald Trump is orange man bad. He is the root of every problem in America, even though this is the first year of his second time being president. And yet every problem is only from Donald Trump, and everything connects to Donald Trump. And every candidate is running against Donald Trump, as if Donald Trump was running for mayor, or he was running for county executive, or he's running for Congress or Senate. He's not. He's the president. But yet every single left-leaning candidate, their whole message is orange man bad, and that they're going to fight Donald Trump. You don't fight the president. You're not going to win that fight. You're a mayor, you're a city councilman, you're a low-level bureaucrat, even members of Congress. You're not going to beat the president. And you shouldn't be fighting the president. You should be maybe convince the president through the basis of your argument because of the consequences of some of his policies. You can have that conversation, but fighting him, you're going to lose. And more importantly, that's not your job. That's not what you were elected to do. So why are you wasting everyone's time? Oh, but it makes rank and file Democrats feel good because they're being told that they should be fighting someone. No, we're in America. We should be working on compromises and better policies to improve everyone's life, not fighting each other and dividing and dividing and dividing and getting further and further into cliques, exclusive, sealed off bubbles that don't interact with each other. That's worse for America, and that's what you get when every single Democrat, everyone on the left is fighting, is trying to get elected so that they can fight and isolate and demonize their opposition, the other side. That isn't helping anyone. That isn't advancing the United States as a nation, as a society. It's not beneficial. And it's interesting because Zoran comes up as one of these people who believes in this separation. He believes, or at least he campaigned on fighting Donald Trump, and that Donald Trump was a fascist and he's evil and orange man bad, and he's going to fight for New York, which is stupid because New York is breaking various laws. That's a city, that's a state. And when Zoran goes to the White House, what did he do? He had the opportunity to stand up for his principles, if he had principles, to stand up and say to Donald Trump's face in front of the media and say, yes, I called Donald Trump a fascist, and I still call Donald Trump a fascist. If that's what he was elected to fight. He was elected to confront Donald Trump, to confront orange man bad. And so if he was serious about that conviction, if he was serious about his beliefs, if he truly thought that Donald Trump was a fascist, you would expect nothing different than in the White House, Zoran Mamdani saying, yes, orange man bad is a fascist. That's what he should do if he believed the rhetoric he said on the campaign trail. And to be fair, if he did that, I'd have more respect for him. I would have a massive amount of respect. He'd be wrong. It wouldn't help anyone, but I would respect him because that's his principles. That's what he ran on. That's what people voted for and elected him for. As misguided as that might be, that's where he stood. And I would respect that. But instead, when given the opportunity, as I'm about to play, when the news media remind him, this is what he ran on for a year. This is what he promised his progressive backers, his supporters, his voters. This is what he promised, that he would fight the very man he's standing next to. And this is what happened.
Days ago, you referred to President Trump as a despot who had betrayed the country. You said you would be his worst nightmare and accused him of having a fascist agenda. Are you planning to retract any of these remarks in order to improve your relationship?
I think both President Trump and we are very clear about our positions and our views, and what I really appreciate about the president is that the meeting that we had focused not on places of disagreement, which there are many, and also focused on the shared purpose that we have in serving New Yorkers.
This is political gobbledygook. He is not answering the question. He's avoiding it, in fact. And he's basically playing neutral. He's rolling over and playing dead. This is not the man with all the fire and brimstone saying he's going to change everything and that he is going to attack Orange Man bad. He's not doing it. He doesn't have the balls to do what he said he was going to do if he got elected. And this is the time that he could do it if he had integrity. But let's see what else he says.
And frankly, that is something that could transform the lives of the 8.5 million people who are currently struggling under a cost of living crisis, with 1 in 4 living in poverty. And the meeting came back again and again to what it could look like to lift those New Yorkers out of struggle and start to deliver them a city that they could do more than just struggle to afford it, but actually start to live in it.
Is he mentioning policies? Is he mentioning anything, any of the things that he ran on, that he promised that he would do starting day one in New York City? Is he mentioning any of them? Oh, we had a conversation about uplifting people. What does that mean? Seriously, what does that mean? We talked about uplifting people. How? Lowering taxes? Bringing in new jobs? Reducing the amount of regulation so people can actually open a small business in New York City? What is he talking about? How about fixing the bridges, the roads, the infrastructure that has completely collapsed? How about removing the illegal aliens, closing the border and not allowing illegal aliens into New York so people can have more safety in the city and they have less competition for all of the jobs that many of these illegal aliens do under the table, thus helping bring in more revenue to New York City so that they can afford to help the homeless and families and veterans. Is he talking about that? See, these are specific things he could be mentioning. He could even say that these are some of the things he talked about. He won't even say that. He won't even say that they talked about helping homeless or veterans, about free buses, or any of his policies. He's not mentioning any of that. He's being as generic as possible, as empty as possible. And that tells you he's not serious. He never was. Let's go on. So that was incomplete. And by the way, at the end of the show, I will have links to everything that we're talking about so that you'll be able to see for yourself all of the sources that we have used for this. And most of the sources, roughly about 90% of our sources, are left-leaning sources. We very rarely use right-leaning sources unless it's news that the left will not cover. Otherwise, we try to use left-leaning sources in every single item that we present to you guys, so you can make up your own mind. Yes, I'm on the right. I'm a conservative Republican, but I will show you the proof of the things that I'm talking about and where I'm drawing my conclusions from the left. So this is, though, you've seen elements of that. You've seen that clip. And I have to say, it just tells you that Zohran Mamdani is not serious. His positions, his ideology aren't serious. I know someone will say, but he's playing politics. That's not what he ran on. He didn't run on being just another politician who makes empty promises and then backtracks at the soonest, earliest available opportunity once he gets elected. That's not what he ran on. He ran on being someone confrontational. He ran on someone who was going to be transformative towards socialism. That's what he ran on. That's not what he's doing. And if I were a member of the left, if a Working Families Party, Progressive, Green Party, if I'm a member of the Socialist Party, the DSA, or Democrats, I'd be very angry about my vote, your vote for Zohran Mamdani, because he's failed you. He's just told you he's going to betray you. He's going to throw you under a bus. You're going to get nothing that he promised. And that's the first example of it. Maybe it's me saying that, but that's what I get out of what he said. You may have a different opinion about that. Let me know. I'm happy, by the way, I am always happy to hear from comments from anybody on the show, anyone in the chat telling me, Mike, I don't agree, or I think something else. You have a different opinion. You think I'm wrong, or I missed something. Let me know. I'm open to that because this is a conversation with you. It's not just me. It's a conversation. And we're going to have that conversation because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your right to speak about the issues that affect you and the world. And whether or not the social media, the internet overlords, the various governments, if they don't like it, I don't care. I've been doing this for 20 years. I've been doing this specific program 8 years. Almost every single week. This is week 47. I go, 2 years at a time without taking a single Sunday off through holidays and everything else, because this is important. And we're glad that you're here with us. But I'm also glad, and it's important, that we have to hear your voices in these conversations. Your voice matters. To me, that matters a lot. And I know there are politicians who watch this program. They don't talk about it, but they watch this program and their staff watch this program to see what you are saying and what you're reacting to. So it's important. Let me go on because I think, so let's talk about some of the things happening overseas. I know everyone's talking about Mamdani, but I think that's pretty straightforward. You're betrayed. You're going to not get what was promised to you. Okay. Moving forward. Germany. Right now, you're seeing the news media. They're trying to set up for 2026. And again, this is the left news media telling you that Donald Trump, MAGA, America First, is evil. That this is somehow akin to the 1930 Germans, that somehow this is fascist. That America has required that our allies stand up for themselves and stand up for their own people, that they cannot suck off the tit of America forever, that we aren't their police force and their bank, their piggy bank to just pick at for eternity. That's just not the case. And we're making that clear. And Donald Trump has made that case very clear. He wants NATO to increase the amount of money that they are spending on defending their countries rather than just relying 97% of their funding coming from the United States. That's good for the United States. That means less money being spent on NATO is money we can spend on America, building our bridges, fixing our roads, helping our homeless, taking care of our veterans, feeding our kids. Every dollar we spend on NATO is money that we're not spending on America. So, and it's perfectly fine and right to expect that in Germany, in France, in Italy, in England, the United Kingdom, that they're going to take care of their people. That's why their government exists. The purpose of every government, no matter what type it is, the number one obligation is to take care of your own people, to protect them. That is the first job of every government, to protect your people from outside threats. That's why we have armies. That's why we have borders. That's what they're supposed to do. And because of NATO, England, Germany, France, they don't have to do that. They've been living off of America, protecting their countries off of American taxpayer backs. Well, Trump has said, let's stop that. You need to pay into this, not just 2% of your GDP, but he wanted to see 5%. Now, Poland is at 4.7%. They're and they are outside the norm of Europe. Germany plans within the next 2 to 5 years to get to 3.5%, which would make them a leader in all of Europe. France is nowhere even close. The United Kingdom is nowhere near close doing that. But that also means that Germany, like Poland, is going to have a lot more power. That brings a lot of people are afraid that's going to bring us back to the 1930s with the German military taking over all of Europe. Their economy already controls most of the EU. The EU, the European Union, would not exist without the German backbone of their economy. The Deutschmark is one of the strongest monies in the world. And that economy, the German economy, is what keeps it afloat. France is definitely not. They have a nationwide strike every other month. They're constantly on strikes. Their people are constantly asking for more free stuff as they become more and more socialist, and they're reaching out to China to help them to become even more communist. That's what Macron has been asking for years now. Matter of fact, back in 2023, March of 2023, Macron said that he wanted to cut ties. He wanted all of Europe to cut ties with the United States and to become closer to China and to be more aligned with the Chinese Communist Party. He said that in March of 2023. This is under Biden that he said that, not Donald Trump, not Orange Man Bad. This wasn't a policy of MAGA or America First. This was under the Biden administration, the Democratic Progressive Movement. And he said, no, cut off America and become just like China. That's what Macron said. So Germany doesn't agree with that. And Germany's building up its army. So this article, which comes from The Independent, which is out of the United Kingdom, what we're seeing here is the reaction throughout rest of Europe and the United Kingdom. And they're saying, oh my God, this is going to bring us back to World War II. This is bad. And this is all because of Orange Man Bad. This is all because of the United States. And that this is about world powers again. It's not. This is stupid. Because all it is that the United States said, I'm tired of paying for everything to protect your country when you take the money that you should be spending on your national defense and you're using it to give people free stuff, to be more socialist, to give away freebies to your people, because socialism works fantastic when it's someone else's money, like universal basic income, UBI. It works fantastic. We know from the MIT experiment for over a decade, as long as outside people, MIT and some of their donors, were spending money in Kenya on 200 villages for an entire decade, giving them UBI payments. Oh, did those villages do better than the average village in Kenya? Yes. And the moment they stopped, those people's standard of living went back down to the norm, because Kenya can't afford to do UBI. They were living off of the high of other people's money, MIT and other foreign investors, including the World Economic Forum. And as soon as that money dried up, socialism ended, because it doesn't work on its own. So looking at Germany, what we are seeing is this is good for Europe and good for the United States. The short-term and long-term aspect. Short-term, this is good news for the United States because, one, Germany and Europe have to be more particular about the things that they want to throw troops at and wars that they want to support, because their people will have to fight. And it will be their economy on the line, as opposed to what we see now in NATO, where about 75% of every conflict that NATO is involved in, those are U.S. troops being paid for, the entire conflict being paid for by the United States. That's too much. That's too much on our back. They have to have skin in the game. And if they're having skin in the game, do they really want to fund this? Think about the Ukraine, and we'll talk more about that in just a moment. But in the Ukraine, oh yeah, it's easy for France to say that they want to see a 10-year war. A 10-year war with Ukraine versus Russia, which Ukraine cannot win. That is a war of attrition. They will eventually lose if they were to continue to do that. But that's because the French aren't going to fight. It's not French military and the French economy that's used to maintain an endless war. The United States is paying that bill. And so it's easy for France and other European nations to say, no, you have to just keep fighting. You just have to keep this war going to protect Europe. except Europe isn't invested in this. The United States is. So would they be as quick to say, no, we're just going to fight, we're just going to have endless war? Or would they be quicker to ending the war, to getting a peace deal, and to help support a negotiated peace treaty? Would they be more in line with that if it cost them, France, Europe, Germany, if they had to pay more money and they had to put their troops on the front line? Would they be just as eager to say, let's have a 10-year endless war? I think not. And I think Europe knows that as well. So that's the benefit here. More money for the United States to take care of problems in the United States, less endless wars around the world. That's why this is good. But the England, many of the news media, they say, well, it's Orange Man bad, it's TDS, it is a problem, because they can't, that means if those individual countries have to spend more money on protecting their own people and have to be more accountable about the wars and conflicts they want to be involved in, well, that means they have to be more selective. And it also means less money for socialist-free stuff. The left, the progressive left, loses in this. The more that these countries have to be self-sustaining, the less they have the opportunity, the freedom to be socialist, because socialism doesn't work when it's money coming out of your own pocket. And they know that, which is why they have to make it seem as evil and as bad as it can, because it is selfish. The progressive movement cannot survive and thrive as it has over the last 2 decades unless the United States is paying for it. And they have been living well on the back of the United States for more than 2 decades. And now it's changing. And they don't like it, because now their socialist policies don't work. That's the way I see that. Now, a lot of people may think of it differently, but I'm actually very interested to see what people have to say about that. Matter of fact, let me go back to some of the comments here, because we got a couple of comments coming in. Let's see. Alexa Blue says, Larry's not trying, he's not trying to fix it. Mamdani, talking about Mamdani. Mamdani is not trying to fix anything. Mamdani is part of the Democratic Socialists of America, a very socialist organization. And they've been having a ton of meetings live online where they openly talk about the plan to overthrow capitalism and the federal government by getting elected into as many offices as they can and slowly changing policy over time. Well, that is true. And that is a fact. The progressive movement, especially the Democratic Socialists of America, they want to get rid of, and this is one of their charter fundamental core values. They want to remove the Constitution and the amendments. They want to replace them with the UN human rights, which are rights given by government that can be taken by government at any given moment. And so this is part of their socialist movement. They want government to have the power, and the people must comply by force because they have no choice. So you're right. This is what Mamdani has wanted. This is what the Democratic Socialists of America, the progressive movement, wants. They want control. And they want to get rid of the Constitution, which allows for individualism, something that America has in droves more than any other country in the world by far. There is no comparison to anyone else. You have more rights and freedoms as an individual in America than anywhere else in the world. And progressives don't like that because they can't force you to comply if you're an individual. If you're just one of many people, if you're a checkbox like people are in most other countries in the world, then they can force you to comply. They can control the way you speak, using the United Kingdom as a great example. In the United Kingdom, if you like someone's tweet, you can be arrested. If you write a post that some government official doesn't like, you can be arrested. You can be put in jail. You can be fined $50,000. If you silently pray away from a crowd, but you're just seen, if you are just seen publicly praying, the government can arrest you, as they did in the United Kingdom. They actually arrested a preacher for praying near, not next to, not as part of a protest, but nearby to an abortion clinic. He was praying. They arrested him for daring to do that, silently praying. You can get away with that in other countries. You can't do that in America. Why? Constitution, the amendments. We are a government of the people, by the people. Every other country in the world isn't. And the DSA wants you to be like every other country in the world, because then they can control you. They can control what you say and what you think. And you can't do that in America. That's why they want to get rid of the Constitution. That's why they want to replace it with the UN human rights, which sounds great, because on paper, all of these things always sound great. But here's the part that no one thinks about. Anything that the government gives, the government can take. See, in America, your rights are God-given. The government didn't give you the rights you have. You have them by birth. They are absolute. You have every right possible by birth. And that means that no government can take them. It's kind of like why the Second Amendment says shall not be infringed. Why? Because it is your right by birth. Government can only interfere and get in the way. And the Constitution is a negative document. It is restrictions on government, not the people. The whole Constitution, the amendments, they're about limiting the power of government, not limiting the power of people, because you have all the power. They want to get rid of that. They don't want you to have all the power. They want government to have all the power. Again, going back to Mamdani, again, as an example, when you listen to, and my good friend Larry Sharp has a series of reviews that he's done about each and every one of the laws, the core principles, the document of what Mamdani is running on, what he plans to do. And in every one of his policies, he talks about making government more powerful, making government more all-reaching, all-encompassing. But he doesn't talk about people. I'll give you a great example, because housing, I think, is really great on that. Mamdani is talking about how the day that he becomes mayor of New York, he's going to triple the taxes and fees and penalties on landlords that he doesn't like. That's the power of government against individuals. You may think that's fair. Great. His other thing is that he's going to, if these same landlords who aren't paying the fees and penalties as is, if they continue to not pay those fees, well, then the government is going to take that house and the government will become the landlord. You may say that's fantastic, but here's the thing. That policy has nothing to do with individuals gaining more power. You as an individual gain nothing in that process. The government gets a building. The government gets rental and income from that. The government gains more power over who gets to live in that building and how they live in that building. The government is gaining more and more power and more money. You gain nothing. That's something that my good friend Larry Sharp, he did a whole show on this, and I think I recommend people to check that out. I think it was his GovShack episode 40, either 40 or 41, and I do recommend people check that out, Larry Sharp, GovShack 40. And he explains it very well, but I think he's right. This is about the power of government, not the power of individuals. And that's not good for you. That's not American. That's not our principles. That has nothing to do with the Constitution. It does have to do with the human rights given by the UN, which can be changed by the UN at any given moment, but it has nothing to do with your individual human right. And that's the problem. So you are correct, Alexa Blu-ray, and I hope that explains that. I also see a comment here that came from Gracie. Gracie says, everything feels local these days. I've almost forgotten about the world outside the United States. Well, there's been a lot of focus on U.S. domestic issues because the election. And because of the election, whenever we see we're in an election season, we get into October and November, the news media focuses more on local issues and national issues rather than international, unless there's some big event like October 7th, 2023. The United States was talking about Hamas, and they were talking about terrorism, and we were talking about Israel defending itself and the American hostages, 22 American civilians that were taken hostage, sexually abused, and tortured for 582 days because Hamas are terrorists. And so thus we were talking about international politics, but that's only because of the U.S. being involved. That was in October. Were it not for that, we'd have been talking about, in 2023, we'd be talking about local issues like we are right now. But by the time we get to January, people will be talking more about the international news, and we'll begin deep for politicos like myself. We'll be talking about the 2026 election season, which we're already into, and we're already talking about that now. Many politicos, many pundits, we're already talking about the candidates and the races in 2026, the midterm elections. The rest of the public will follow us probably starting in about April when the petitions go out, and maybe more so in the summer. But those in politics, we're already there. So that's part of why everything feels more local. And this is something that is systematic. It's repetitive. Every year in October and November, the news becomes much more about local news because it's reflecting on local races. And that's where you see some of the highest levels of editorial abuse in the news media, because they want you to vote Democrat. And so they edit the stories and they editorialize. They put in commentary into their news stories more so in October and November than at any other point in the year, because now they want you to vote, and they want you to vote only in one specific way, which is progressive and or Democrat, not anything else. And so that's why you see that so much. I hope that answers that. Also, Gracie goes on to say that the UK is a mess. This is true. They should serve as an example of what can happen when the left takes over every level of government. Well, the United Kingdom and France are two of the biggest examples. Canada is yet another example of what happens when you become more and more leftist in your government, and how it fails the people themselves. And it's constantly failing. And it just shows you how the conflict of, you destroy what your society, what the core of your nation is about when you follow these leftist policies all the way through. And we're seeing that more and more, even as the left in America is saying, no, we have to be more like Europe. And we're looking at Europe, and Europe is falling apart. Again, the only thing that's holding Europe up at this moment is the United States. And there are those who watch the show from overseas. You may disagree with that. Please tell me how. Tell me how I am wrong. The United States is the backbone of the EU. We're the ones holding Europe together as Europe is trying to become more socialized and falling apart, except for countries like Poland, which recognizes the failure of the socialism because they've dealt with socialism. They've lived as forced to be part of the Soviet Union, which was a socialist government, and it was oppressive as hell. And they don't want to go back to that. That's why they spent 4.7% of their GDP on self-defense, and they have prepared themselves, and why they closed their borders to illegal aliens, because they want to maintain their nation, as opposed to what we see in France, which is probably the biggest example of the failures of the left, followed by the United Kingdom and Canada. But that's my opinion on that. You may disagree, and I'm perfectly fine with that. Let me go on just a little bit more we want to talk about internationally. So I was talking about Canada, and even Canada recognizes that the leftist policies of Justin Trudeau have failed and that they have to do something different, that what they have been doing is repressive and it cannot work long term. It never works long term. And so now we're seeing, and this is being reported by CTV News, Canadian television news, and this is Carney, their prime minister, says Canada upholding values but drops talk of feminist foreign policy. They've gone too far. Under the Trudeau government, as a prime minister, he was always talking about gender identity and intersectionality. These were the main principles of his Canadian government, and it failed the Canadian people. That's why they had the truckers and their protests, which the Canadian government under Trudeau went illegally. This was unconstitutional according to the Canadian Supreme Court. Trudeau went in and went to the banks and closed these people, the truckers, closed their accounts, took their money, punished them without a trial just because they didn't like the politics of the truckers, nor did they like the protest. That's illegal. In Canada, that's illegal. And that's according to the Canadian Supreme Court, their justice system. This isn't by American values or anyone else's, in Canada alone. And that's because Trudeau was focused on intersectionality. And intersectionality destroys your nation. It destroys the laws. It breaks your society. And that's what they were getting under Justin Trudeau. Now, Carney, who replaced Justin Trudeau, based on the same, he's not quite as far left as Justin Trudeau was. He's not there praising China and the Chinese Communist Party like Justin Trudeau did. No, he's not quite as far left. He is still leftist, but not quite as far. And so he's trying to pull back and save his country because Canada is failing. The Canadian government is failing the people, and it is falling apart. And their people are becoming more and more divided. In fact, I believe it's Quebec, Ontario. They have states, which are large province. That's it. The provinces in Canada, I believe it's Quebec province, I forget the name of the province. They want to become the 51st state of America. That's the people. The people want to abandon Canada, their home, their nation, and they want to become part of America under MAGA and American First Principles, the Constitution, and the amendments. They find that more appealing because it's more freedom, because intersectional government, a feminist government, doesn't work. Mind you, I'm not saying female government. It's not about whether or not the leader of Canada is a woman or a man. No, it's not about their gender. It's not about whether they're a male prime minister or a female prime minister, just like it doesn't matter if there's a king or queen in England. That's not the problem. The problem is the policies and intersectionality and gender emphasis on gender identity. That is a feminist policy. And that is the feminization of Canada that is destroying Canada. That's why the people in Canada want to become American, because America isn't absorbed and controlled by this leftist ideology. Even though it's being taught in all our schools, it isn't something that has absorbed America and controls America. That's why they want to leave Canada. And Prime Minister Carney, recognizing that his country is falling apart, that his people want to leave and become part of America, that's how big the failure has become in Canada, how much they have destroyed their national identity, that people are willing to abandon it to become Americans, an entirely different identity. So he's trying to save his nation. Still trying to be as left as he can, but save his nation by pulling back, by taking one or two steps towards the center, not towards the right, because he's not in the center of his government. He's not the center of his people. The far left are far left. The public are far, far away. The public are towards the center, which is nowhere near where these governments in France and in Canada and the United Kingdom, they're nowhere near Keir Starmer. That's not, the public isn't there. So he's taking one or two steps to get closer to the center of his country, where people are saying, we can't stand this. It is so bad, we don't want to be here anymore. And they're not going to move, they're going to change their country. They're going to take their province and they're going to become American. And that is a huge movement. But that should also be an example of the failure of this feminist ideology, this intersectional ideology, this socialist ideology. It failed. And when people live that, they recognize it and they abandon it. Individuals will move countries, but in groups, they will change countries. And that's what we're seeing. Carney is reacting to that. And he did this, and he made this statement at the COP30, the climate change conference in Johannesburg, South Africa. And he made it very clear that the principles of LGBT and the alphabet and feminist ideology are no longer the focus of the Canadian government, because that's not the focus of the Canadian people. The Canadian people aren't all LGB and alphabet. They're not all feminists. They're not all socialists, and they don't want to be. That isn't the core of what it is to be Canadian. And so he's stepping away from that. That doesn't mean that he won't protect women's rights, which the left loves to assume. And they love to tell you, oh my God, you're not being as progressive as the left wants you to be, and therefore you must be a Nazi. No, that's not the equivalence. That's not the natural difference between the two. Just because I'm not a feminist doesn't mean I'm a Nazi. That's not an equivalent. That is fear-mongering, and that is forcing someone to comply against their will, against the logic that they live by. You're trying to fear-monger me or shame me into compliance against my will. That's coercion. It's a crime. And that's what the left is trying to do. And they see this and they are terrified. So they're saying, oh my God, Prime Minister Carney, he hates women. No, he doesn't. He didn't say he was going to change the rights of women or to deny women their rights and their opportunities. He never said that. He said he wasn't going to make feminism the ideology and LGBTQ alphabet policies the primary focus of a government of people who aren't feminists and LGBT alphabet people. That's what he said. They're not the government. They're not the people. They're part of the people. They're not the people. Therefore, they don't need to be the focus of every policy. And so he's going to move towards the center where the rest of Canada is, because he wants to save his country. Now, very few people will mention this to you. The mainstream news media won't say this to you, because the mainstream news media in the United States and in many countries around the world, they all came from elite colleges like Harvard and Columbia and Stanford University, Binghamton University. They came from elite schools where they were taught to think in the blue sky bubble. They were taught to think that the best thing you can do is be socialist. So they report and they write and they program AI to be socialist. It is just part of their nature. But the public aren't there, and they don't run the public. They are minorities. These are slivers of the government and of the population. That doesn't mean we don't pay attention to them. It also means we don't need to cater to them and change everything in our lifestyle to make them feel good or to force you to feel the way they feel. That's not a requirement. And that should not be the obligation or the purpose of government. The mainstream media hates to remind people that you don't have to comply. You don't have to become a feminist. You don't have to become a progressive. You can be a good person living a good life and being a positive part of your government and your country without being a leftist. They don't want you to think that. They want you to think that that's not possible. And they want to either fearmonger or shame you into compliance. They will force you to do what they say. That's what the media wants. That's what the colleges and academia wants, because they don't understand the consequences of what happens with that. They just know that the words sound great. But look at every socialist country in the world, in the history of mankind, and you will see abject failure and poverty and abuse every single time. Every single time. Yes, I've lived in Moscow. I've seen it in 91. I lived in Soviet Russia. Spent a year and a half there. I saw the bread lines. I saw the empty stores. I saw the abuse of the government, the heavy hand of government control, and the lack of freedom of speech. I saw that firsthand every day for a year and a half. Unlike Zoran Mamdani, I lived in a socialist nation, and I didn't have rich parents and influential parentage to protect me. I was not privileged. I lived like every other Russian in Moscow, in Tbilisi, in Riga. I lived like the people did, except I had a little bit more money, and more importantly, I was still an American. I had a way out. So I have a very different perspective, and I'm willing to tell you the truth. And I'm more than happy to have any elected Democrat to come onto this program and try and tell me how I am wrong. I dare them. I dare them. I dare Zoran Mamdani and the DSA to come onto this program and try and refute the facts that I have lived and the real world consequences of their policies, each and every one. Like the state-run grocery stores, that failed. Socialists as police officers, that failed. Free buses, that failed. Every policy fails. And what is at the core of every one of these policies? More government, stronger government, bigger government, less interaction, less freedom for individuals. That's the core of it. And that's not good. Okay, let me go on. Let me go on a little bit. By the way, I do want to mention, I want to thank, we have Lunari, John, who says, $19.99 super chat. That's $10 going over to the Jericho Project. And I thank you for that. That's another $10 going directly to the Jericho Project. And they say, hey, it's John Lashcombe. Yes, John, I know it's you. And John says, hey, he's supporting to help the homeless, families, and veterans. And I appreciate that during this holiday season. I know we all have a lot of pressure on us, and every dollar helps. And I thank John for taking the time to help contribute towards our homeless, our veterans, and families. The Jericho Project will appreciate this in January. Thank you so much for that. All right. So we talked a little bit about that. By the way, I also want you to think about when it comes to the left, they hate us, the United States, being involved in things. They don't want you to recognize that under the Trump administration, America has been at the forefront and the cause of 7 out of the 8 major conflicts in the country, in the world, since January. We have been the key factor in ending them. We're talking about India versus Pakistan, Thailand versus Cambodia. It was the Congo versus Rwanda. These conflicts were ended because of Donald Trump and America and our America First principles and policies, including the tariffs, giving us leverage, both military, diplomatic, and economic, having a full set of tools to help these countries to end their conflict and to seek a ceasefire and peace. And without the United States, the only country in the world that has the amount of leverage on military, on economy, and diplomatically to put that pressure on these countries, they would not stop otherwise. We have heard country after country admit and directly state, if it were not for the United States and its power, they would not have stopped fighting. That's true in India versus Pakistan, Thailand versus Cambodia, Rwanda versus Congo. Armenia versus Azerbaijan, they would not have stopped fighting. It's only because the United States, because other countries did try. France tried to stop a lot of these conflicts. Everyone laughed in the face of Macron. Keir Starmer in the United Kingdom, he tried to stop a bunch of these conflicts. People laughed in his face. Why? They don't have the economy, the military, or the diplomatic presence to get these different voices at the table to negotiate a peace and a ceasefire. They couldn't do it. The moment the United States comes in, then they could get them moving forward. This tells you how good it is for America to be what America is. And whether you want America to be the police force of the world, whether you want us to be the superpower of the world, whether or not you like that we are the dominant group in the world, it is a fact. Point blank, this is the truth of the world. And that's a good thing because we are able to get things done no other country can do. But the left hates that, and they hate to let you know the consequences of their actions. Under the Biden-Harris administration, we saw that Joe Biden ran away from Afghanistan. That was a huge moment. It changed the world. But the consequences of that action continue to reverberate around the world. It is still impacting countries all over the world, and the media don't want to talk about it. And they don't want you to recognize that. They don't want you to think about that. Well, it's important that you have to think about that. And we should be. Because the left caused these problems. And in particular, one of them is Tanzania. It's an African nation on the east coast of Africa, and you probably don't know anything about it. Most Americans don't. I know very little about it, to be fair. It's not one of my focal points. I don't follow most African nations on a regular basis. Fair enough. I'm being upfront and honest about that. And most Americans know nothing about it. Okay, I know a little. Most Americans know nothing. Most news media in America don't care. They don't care. And they don't want to talk about it because if you do, then you will realize that how this ties back to both Obama and to the Biden-Harris administration, to the left. See, Obama, he only gave lip service to Africa. You may remember that in Nigeria, and we'll talk about that in a moment, that Boko Haram, a militant Islamist terror organization in Africa, were kidnapping girls. And they have continued to do that since that time. But they were taking huge amounts of women. And the response from the Obama administration, which was notorious for bombing various countries. Obama had no problem taking a drone and dropping a bomb on anybody. And he had no problem with that. We know that. That was his policy in Yemen. Oh, there's an American. Obama thought that American who had never been arrested, had no charges against him, but Obama thought that person might be a terrorist. He took a drone and dropped a bomb on them, even when they were at a wedding surrounded by civilians, some of whom might have been terrorists, maybe not, and he didn't care. He dropped a bomb on them. So you would think if Obama is known, and that's why he had the nickname the Obama, is because he would drop bombs on anyone he didn't like, including American citizens, which is illegal, absolutely, patently illegal, and he got away with it. So you would think he would have more influence over Africa and some of the influence of these radical terrorist Islamist groups, not just in Yemen, but in Africa, Northern Africa as well. Obama didn't care. Didn't care. Gave it lip service. Remember, Michelle Obama said, I sent out a tweet. Boko Haram, hashtag Boko Haram, send those girls back. That was the full extent of the international policy of the Obama administration. They sent a tweet, and a bunch of other leftists, they retweeted that tweet. Oh my God, we're going to make Boko Haram, they're going to suffer now. We all tweeted. We sent out the tweet with Michelle Obama saying, you should stop. They didn't stop. To this day, many of those women that Michelle Obama sent a tweet about to send them back home, yeah, many of them, most of them, are still unknown. They've never come home. Boko Haram never returned them. They sold them into slavery. Some of them are absolutely probably dead. But no, Michelle Obama's tweet did nothing. And that was the Obama international policy. It was miserable. It was useless. Did nothing. Helped no one. And this is from the guy who is willing to drop bombs on American citizens on foreign soil without any charges or trial. If he wanted to, he could have done more. He didn't care. That brings me to the Biden administration, who also didn't care about Africa. When he got out of Afghanistan, he gave the keys to the prison to the Taliban. And he gave the Taliban money and weapons. And he also recognized them as a state, as a nation. So that made a terrorist nation because Biden ran away. Now, yes, we should have ended that war. We can have that conversation. That's an entirely different conversation about whether we should have been in that war for 20 years or 10 years. What should have been our principles? Should we have made it a commonwealth of the United States? There's a huge conversation about what we should have done with Afghanistan. But what we did do, and what is the consequences, is what Biden did. He ran away. He ran away, and it was seen around the world. He was a coward. And he screwed not just Afghanistan, because when we ran away and gave Taliban the money, the weapons, and the keys to the prison of all of the ISIS and Al-Qaeda terrorists, Taliban opened the gates. Taliban went to that prison, opened up all the doors and said, get out the country. We don't want to pay for you. We don't want to rehabilitate you. We don't want you part of. The Taliban had a different version of Islam that they followed. So they told ISIS and Al-Qaeda, get out of Afghanistan. They won't kill them. They're just going to kick them out. And they did. And those terrorists from ISIS and Al-Qaeda went into Africa, into northern Africa, going from the west, from the east to the west. They spread out. And when they went into Africa, like in the Sudan, like in Tanzania, like in Burkina Faso, we saw that suddenly there were outbreaks of civil war. It took a year or two because those ISIS and Al-Qaeda fanatics got into the countries, got themselves a center, took over a town or two, built up their infrastructure, and then started having a war against the governments and the people and saying, your choices, you can convert or die. Convert or die. And so many people converted to their radical vision of Islam and then started having war against the rest of the people. And that's why we've seen so many civil wars in northern Africa after Joe Biden ran away from Afghanistan. Again, this is another legacy of the left, of the Democrats, of the Democratic Socialists. This is their legacy. The news media doesn't want to talk about it because it makes them look bad. And that means you may not vote for them if you recognize the consequences of what their bad policies did. And that has continued to reach into Tanzania, which is now having a nation that was long thought to be one of the most stable nations in the world. But they're not. That's just on the surface. That's just the image that they have been showing everyone. The tensions that are being fed by these foreign organizations in their nation because of Biden have led to these governments taking ridiculous amounts of action, of violence against their own people, taking their opposition and throwing them in jail. And we're seeing it not just over in Tanzania, but let me also show you, and perhaps this one will make it more reasonable so you'll understand it a little bit better. 300 kids, and this is according to CNN, 300 kids were reported as being taken right out of school. There's a school, 697 students in it. And all of a sudden, This terrorist group out of Northeast, they call them bandits, they're actually terrorists, out of Northeast Niger, came down, went into the school, just like Boko Haram does, and took half the students in the school. Half the students. Kids from the ages of 8 to the age of 18, including 12 teachers. They took them as hostages, and they left. Half the school. Imagine you went to school yesterday. Tomorrow you'll go to school, and half of your school in the middle of the day, guys show up with trucks, take half of the people, including some of the teachers, put them on the trucks and drive away, and you'll never see them again. And the answer from the leftists are, I'm gonna write a really mean tweet in Blue Sky. I'm gonna write a really mean tweet on X. And that will show those guys. They'll be forced. Those bandits, those radical Islamist fundamentalists, they're going to be upset because I sent a mean tweet. Just like Michelle Obama taught the left to do. Not to do something, but to send a mean tweet, which will save 0 lives. Oh, Michelle Obama saved 0 lives. Biden saved 0 lives. The mean tweets that will be coming out this weekend and on Monday will save 0 lives. The left is saving 0 lives from policies they caused. This is a fault of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris directly. ISIS and Al-Qaeda was released from Afghanistan. They went into Africa, and they have been doing this. This group was responsible for 300 kids. 50 of those kids escaped on Saturday night. 50. 253 that students and teachers still are unknown. That the terrorists still have them captured. God knows they're being tortured and sexually abused. Some of them will be sold off. Some of them will be killed. Where is the outrage from the left? They want to talk about Hamas. They want to talk about Gaza. They want to talk about injustice. What about this? Why aren't we hearing from the NOW, the National Organization for Women? Where is their outrage talking about the women, the young girls, and the teachers that were taken hostage? Mind you, there were some boys taken as well. But where is their outrage about the women in Nigeria that were taken, that were taken against their will by this terrorist organization to be sold as sex slaves and killed randomly? Where are they screaming about the United States taking action to protect those people? They're screaming about what happened in Hamas and Gaza. Why aren't they talking about this? Oh, those boys and girls, they're Christians, but they're black. They're black. They're absolutely black. They're African. You don't get too much more black than that. And I'm not talking about the color of their skin. I'm talking about their origin. They're from Africa. They are Africans. So they're black. So you can't tell me, oh, well, we got to protect, the black people. That's what the left loves to do. Oh my God, we got to protect black people. We got to be the superheroes for black people. They got to be the Jesus, the savior of black people around the world. That's what they're saying about Hamas. They got to protect Hamas. Why aren't you helping the people in Niger that were literally the consequence of the Biden-Harris administration? Were it not for those Hamas and ISIS terrorists getting released because Joe Biden ran away, and in the way that Joe Biden ran away, if it weren't for that, those terrorists would still be in prison. Instead, they got out of prison. They were armed by the Taliban. They were given money and kicked out of the country, and they went to Africa. And now 250 kids have been stolen, and they are going to become sex slaves or killed. This is because of Biden-Harris. And you know who's the bad guy in this story? Donald Trump. According to CNN and much of the left, they are saying, well, Donald Trump is one of the people who are saying that he wants to protect these Christians, and they're upset. Oh my God, you're trying to get America into an international war. wait a minute, but you want us in a war. You wanted us to intervene on the side of Hamas, the terrorist organization that had 22 Americans taken hostage that were sexually abused and tortured, and they killed 17 of them. The left, Harvard and Columbia, and the academics across America and the rest of the world, they want you to forget that Hamas killed Americans and British and people from 50 different countries around the world. They want you to ignore that. They don't want you to think about the torture. They also don't want you to think about what's happening here in Niger. They don't want to talk about this. Trump is bad because he wants to protect Christians who are being abused by Muslim fanatical Islamists. They don't want you to be thinking about that. Trump shouldn't be involved in that. Trump shouldn't be bringing America into that. Why is America going to fight? Because America's the one responsible for causing this problem in the first place. Because those radical fundamentalists didn't have the money, the weapons, the power, or the manpower to do what they're doing if it were not for the Biden-Harris administration and the blind eye given to the problem by the Obama administration. That's just a fact. These are the facts. I'm laying them out for you. You can remember these stories. You can look up what Obama did about Boko Haram. Nothing. You can see what impact Michelle Obama's tweet had. None. You can see the consequences of the Biden-Harris administration. You got to search for it because the news media covered it up a lot. But if you're looking through the international news, as I do, this is a consequence of Biden-Harris. It's very upsetting. Hang on. Let me go to some of the comments here. Hal, always good to see you. And Hal's here, and he says, Biden recognized Afghanistan as a nation. As part of the withdrawal of the United States from Afghanistan, the Biden-Harris administration did have, within 3 months, they started having talks. They recognized the Taliban as the leadership of Afghanistan and started having talks with the Taliban as that government of Afghanistan. So that is recognition of them as a nation. He didn't declare them a nation. He declared that they were the government of Afghanistan, and he had negotiations with them. That started 3 months afterwards. In fact, we were talking with them, and under the Biden administration, we gave them limited amounts of aid. We actually gave them federal funding from the United States under the Biden-Harris administration to Afghanistan. By the way, part of the conditions of that were that the Taliban promised they would not abuse women. They lied. And that was a big thing. And within the first year, you saw a lot of stories coming from the National Organization of Women and many of the leftist organizations saying how, the Taliban promised they're not going to hurt women at all. Matter of fact, I think there was a female CNN reporter who, as we were running away from Afghanistan under Joe Biden's orders, was there in Afghanistan talking about how the Taliban had promised the Taliban had promised that they were not going to abuse women. Women would have rights. They'd be able to vote. They would be able to go to school and have jobs. And as soon as all the Americans were out, they stopped. They lied. None of that happened. And in fact, one of the things that happened, and it got no international traction, was that just like in Iran, in Afghanistan, young girls were poisoned for going to school and learning how to read and write. That happened in Iran, that happened in Afghanistan, and America did nothing. So yes, Joe Biden did recognize them as a nation, having diplomatic relations with the Taliban, talking with them, making negotiations, and talking about giving them federal funding from the United States, which, as I recall, they did receive. And that may have ended after we saw that they were poisoning schoolgirls, as I recall, but we were funding it for the first year, right after 3 months, for 3 months after America left. Yes. And we have a comment from Gracie who says, you never hear about Afghanistan anymore and what is happening to girls there because it is a failure. Because Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, the Democratic administration failed. Because every promise they gave to the American people about how much better it would be under the Taliban and how the Taliban had changed their ways was a lie. It was a lie the day they said it. It's a lie today, and none of it has come true. But if you know this, then you may have a different opinion of the Democratic Party. You may view, either at the time or retroactively, you may view the Democratic Party and its leadership as being weak, liars, and liars. And that means that going forward, you might not vote for them. You might not donate money to them. So the news media could either tell you the truth of the story or they could avoid the story altogether. The media isn't lying. They're just not talking about it. All of the women's groups that were super vocal at the time that we ran away, they just stopped talking about it. They just stopped talking about the story. There are still, to this day, somewhere around 5,000 Americans that are not accounted for in Afghanistan. We knew that we left behind, Joe Biden left behind about 9,000. It has been estimated that about 9,000 American citizens were left behind in Afghanistan on purpose by the Biden-Harris administration. We know this for a fact. When you were told in September of 2021 that all Americans were removed except about 100 people, by the time we got to January of 2022, we had already gotten back, separate of the United States government, over, I believe it was 500 or 1,000 American citizens had returned back to the United States through other means than the government. So Joe Biden lied by either 5 times or 10 times as many people as he promised the American people were being left behind. Yeah, 5 to 10 times as many were left behind. And there were still more. And we have seen a trickle of a couple hundred to a couple thousand people year after year since Joe Biden ran away that have been coming back to America from Afghanistan, having to travel through various organizations and other countries to get back out of Afghanistan. The media doesn't talk about it anymore. We still can find news stories on it. It takes some work. You have to really dig down and check through a lot of international news, but we still see that. It's just not a story we're talking about anymore because the mainstream media knows that if you saw that failure, you wouldn't vote Democrat. And they want you to vote Democrat. So they just don't talk about the story. They just don't talk about the abuses against women. They don't talk about the Americans that were left behind. That's just the reality. It's not pleasant, but it's the truth. And again, anyone in the government wants to take me on and wants to argue about this. I've been talking about this since 2021, since it happened. I've been following this since 2021. I've never once had the United States government, the Department of Justice, the DOD, any level of government ever correct me and say, oh, no, you got that story wrong. Your news sources are incorrect. That's not up to date. They have never issued that. Matter of fact, they just stopped talking about the story. They just don't want you to remember. And they're hoping that I don't get popular so that they would have to talk about the story because I remember it. I remember the details. I have sources. They don't want to have this conversation. And this is why my channel gets suppressed, because I'm willing to have this conversation and remind people about the facts that happened and the consequences. And they don't want this channel to get popular. They don't want people to see this, which is why YouTube, remember, under the Biden administration, we now know as a fact, Google and YouTube suppressed the voices of conservatives and Republicans at the request of the White House on many issues that were not beneficial to Democrats in the 2024 election and the 2022 election, to be fair, that they were actively censoring people's voices, Americans' voices, on news stories that they didn't consider approved because it would be bad for the Democrats in the elections and for their donations. That's a fact. And we are living proof of that suppression. But that being said, I'm going to move on. I'm not going to focus on that. Okay. So again, there was another part of this story. And again, you can see other sources. And I will show all the sources after the show so you can see this for yourself. But here it is again. The security fears rise in Nigeria after 300. This is one of the earlier stories. We saw on Saturday night, 50 kids escaped. Initially, 300 were taken. These are Christians that were taken. And I want you to understand, as much as we are told, Orange Man bad, Donald Trump is evil, he's a fascist, we are told on a daily basis for 10 years that Donald Trump, Republicans, MAGA, Making America Great Again, the America First movement are evil. We have been told that that is fascist. Here's a direct quote coming from The Guardian. This is in England. This is from one of the Nigerian individuals, a woman in Nigeria. This is her thought about Donald Trump and the potential of Donald Trump coming in to save Christians and Nigerians. This is what she says. 600 miles away, on the outskirts of Abuja, I think that's how it's pronounced, Abuja, 40-year-old nurse Stella Shaibu, I think that's how her name's pronounced, could be wrong, Shaibu, collected her daughter on Saturday from a school in Bawari after the directive from the nation came to close some of the boarding schools because they were being raided by these Islamic fanatics. Quote, how can 300 students be taken away at the same time, she asked. Going on to say, government is not doing anything, end quote, to curb insecurity. The government has failed because the government is facing a threat that isn't from their own country and is funded and been supported, at least at its initial stages, at its foundational stage, by ISIS and Al-Qaeda coming out of Afghanistan because of Joe Biden. That's why they can't deal with it. The money, the weapons, the personnel came from outside their country, and by the time they became aware of it, they were already embedded in their nation and forcing others to suffer. It goes on to say, and I quote, if there is something that the American government can do to salvage this situation, I'm totally in support of it. The American government she's speaking about is the Trump administration. That's the American government. The leadership of the Trump administration, the American government, is Donald Trump, who has gone and in the first 7 months of his presidency this year, 2025, it has wound up with about the end of at least one conflict per month. More than we've seen under any other president. One conflict a month internationally has been resolved by the Trump administration. And now in Nigeria, they are praying that they will be another of those nations which the conflict is resolved by the Trump administration, that they will be saved, not because of England or France, not because of the EU, not because of China, not because of Russia, not Iran. The only one who's coming to save them, and they recognize this, is the United States because it's an America first, because they want to make America great, because America has the military, the economy, and the diplomacy. We are capable of doing things other countries cannot and will not. And the only person who's looking to save them is the United States. But Donald Trump's evil. Donald Trump is Orange Man bad. You're supposed to hate him. They don't. They know that no one else is coming to save them. No one else is trying to help them. No one's trying to get their kids back. Donald Trump is. Who got the American hostages back from Hamas? Donald Trump did. Oh, yes. Donald Trump got the hostages back. Donald Trump got the ceasefire. Whether you like the ceasefire or not between Hamas and Israel, whether it's broken or whether it's still active fighting, there's less people dying today in that conflict than there were before Donald Trump showed up. And that's because of Donald Trump. The only lifeline in Nigeria for these students and even more students is Donald Trump. That's in the world. No one in the UK is going to do it. No one in Germany or France or China. None of them are coming to save these people. No one. The only one who's even suggested that they might think about it is the United States through Donald Trump. But the news media won't tell you about that because Christians are bad and Donald Trump is evil. That's stupid. That is stupid. Yeah. All right, folks. So I need to take a moment because this is obviously I'm agitated about this news and the impact it is having on people around the world. People are becoming endangered and dying. There are kids who are being turned into sex slaves, if not just slaves in general, and being sold around the world. Their lives are being ended brutally because a bunch of progressives don't like Donald Trump, because they have a personal problem. Their feelings are in the way of dealing with international diplomacy and helping people around the world, because they don't like the Constitution and the amendments. They're letting that interfere with America actually reducing the amount of brutality in the world at a time when there is no one else in the world who's going to step up and do it for them. No one else is going to do it. All those socialist nations that they like to prop up, they're not doing anything. They don't care. Think about that. All the socialism doesn't care. In fact, much of the socialism helped create this problem in the first place. Much of the socialism is helping these problems continue to proliferate. I need to take a break. I need to take a break. I'm going to take a break. I know nobody wants to talk about international news. No one likes to talk about Nigeria or Africa. I do. I do talk about this because I think it's important, because I think it's a big deal. I really do. I really, really do. But my dog is screaming at me because he wants to take a quick break. He wants to go for his walk. He's 14 years old. And so I'm going to do that. And I wasn't prepared to put on, let's see, give me a second here. Okay, so I'm going to take a moment. Where is it? There it is. So I'm going to play a video real quick. And for those who are new to the channel, when I have to take a break, I normally will play a video. I normally play a video of some coverage or interview that I've done in the past, and I will be back. So I expect to be back in roughly, it's 4:13 right now. Let's say 5 o'clock. I should be back by 5 o'clock. That'll give you a chance to run to the bathroom, get something to eat, walk your dog, have a cigarette, to relax, check the scores, whatever it is you need to do. And in that time, I will come back afterwards. There it is. And so this is some of the coverage, just so you know. This is from 3 years ago. This is in 2022. I know, Chakan, I'm coming. I'm coming. That's my dog in the background. Afghanistan, America's still paying. So I want you to watch that. I'll be back at 5 o'clock. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today, as we're going to be addressing something tricky. Something a little difficult and a little bit involved, because it affects American families, it affects your paycheck, it affects nations around the world. And it's a very important story that we've been following well, for about 6 months now. Something that isn't being covered by the mainstream news media because they want you to forget. They want this story to die. And that's a bit problematic because we remember and we don't want you to forget. But we'll explain what we mean in just a second. Now, if this is the first time that you're seeing our channel, we want to welcome you and we thank you for joining us. We do long-form political commentary, and every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do a live stream with you. We reach out on all the social media that the internet overlords will allow to be able to receive your chats, your tweets, and your phone calls from anywhere in the world to tell us what you think about the issues that are affecting us all. And we invite you to join us this Sunday to express your First Amendment right. It's not just an American right, it's your right to free speech. Talk about the things that matter to you. We hope to see you, and we look forward to seeing you this Sunday. Well, what is this thing that's hidden by the news media that's being suppressed and downplayed? How is this affecting your pocket? How is this affecting your life? Let's try and explain all of that. Now, what I'm talking about, as you saw in the title of the video, we're talking about Afghanistan. And Afghanistan, as much as many people think, well, it's no longer an issue. We left Afghanistan. We're no longer there. America ran away. Joe Biden instructed our military to run as fast as possible, to leave behind our weapons and our people. And it's over. We're done with Afghanistan. The United States is no longer involved. And that's what the news media would like you to believe. That's what the Biden-Harris administration and many Democrats would like you to believe. There are so many aspects of Afghanistan that are affecting our lives today. I'm going to tell you a little bit about that. But I want to start off with, because I am a small YouTube channel here, and we get suppressed and we get threatened to be removed and unpersoned because, well, we're a small YouTube channel. So let me start off with a quote. And that quote is, quote, "Our Operation Allies Refuge ended up getting more than 5,500 Americans out." Sounds interesting. By the way, this quote is coming directly from Joe Biden. This is what he said to the American people about the extreme success of the departure from Afghanistan, which is widely seen today as an absolute abject failure. And in his speech to the American people, as you can see from the White House itself, Joe Biden told us he got out more than 5,500 Americans. And he went on to say, "Now we believe about 100 to 200 Americans remain in Afghanistan with some intention to leave." He goes on to say, "The bottom line, 98% of Americans in Afghanistan who wanted to leave were able to leave." That is a lie. Joe Biden lied to the American people on international television. He knew it was a lie. He knew it was a lie then. He knows it's a lie now. He has never apologized for that lie. In fact, at the end of 2021, we highlighted that the biggest lie of 2021 was the fact that Joe Biden said all Americans had gotten out, that he got everyone out of Afghanistan except for 100 to 200 Americans, which the very next day, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said was down to 85 Americans. Just 85 Americans were left in Afghanistan as of September 2nd. That's what they said. And they lied to you. They lied to your face, and they expected you never, ever to catch the fact that they lied. Because in fact, when we found out on October 27th of 2021, there were 479 Americans, at least at that time, that were still left in Afghanistan. At least 479. And there were reports, there were rumors that that number could be as high as 2,000. And God help us, I wish that number was actually that small. Now, the reason why I got into all of this and why it came up is today there was conversations in the Senate talking about Afghanistan and the United States' role in those final days before we ran away, according to the Biden-Harris administration's orders. And one of the things that was being said today in the Senate by Senator Josh Hawley caught my attention. Let's listen to him.
But at public reporting, September the 18th from CNN, public reporting says the CIA sent an urgent warning before the missile hit the car, warning that civilians were in the car, not ISIS-K, civilians were in the car. That's in real time. So the IC is warning in real time, an urgent warning that this is the target was wrong. And as you say, General, mistakes happen. I understand that. Mistakes happen. Here's what I don't understand entirely. So the CIA and the IC is warning, you got it wrong. You're targeting civilians. They ended up killing civilians. And I also understand that once you've launched that missile, there's no place to dump it off because it was in Kabul. It's a heavily populated area. Where are you going to dump it off? Where are you going to divert it to? I mean, you can't divert it anywhere, right? So civilians are killed. However, the next day, after the IC warning, after the death of the civilians, the next day, General Frank McKenzie, commander of U.S. Central Command, goes out and says that the strike had dealt ISIS-K a crushing blow. The next day, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, says that it was a righteous strike. The next day, the president of the United States goes out and claims victory for this strike. Now, what's strange to me about this is already we know that the military had been warned they'd gotten it wrong. And yet the president of the United States, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, all go out in public knowing this and go out and claim victory and say, actually, we got terrorists. Does that seem unusual to you?
Shocking, isn't it? So what we have learned today, February 9th, is that Joe Biden didn't just lie to the American people about how many Americans he was willing to abandon in the hope of getting a political win, something that he tried to spin into a success that everyone has recognized was complete failure and has led to complications around the world because it showed America to be weak and Joe Biden to be cowardly. Well, that wasn't it. So today, February 9th, we know that Joe Biden lied to the American people. He knowingly lied about the death of 10 civilians in Afghanistan because he wanted to spin a story, because he wanted to have success, because he wanted you to be deceived. Now, that in and of itself would be more than enough for a news story. Joe Biden lied about how many Americans were abandoned in Afghanistan. And in 2022, we find out Joe Biden lied about the death of 10 innocent civilians in Afghanistan. And he did both of these things for politics. He did this because he wanted a political win. His party needed to take advantage. But it doesn't end there. The problems continue to cascade. Let me show you what I mean by this. So, we know that on January 11th, we were told that 80 Americans were trying to leave Afghanistan. 80 Americans are still in Afghanistan. 6 months after the fact, after we were told that there were only 85 Americans in Afghanistan, and then we were told, no, it was 479 Americans in Afghanistan, and we were told they were gone. We got them all out. But remember that on December 13th, the State Department, the United States government, under Joe Biden, told the American people, December 13th, that there were less than a dozen people in Afghanistan. This is bad. And so, to put this into perspective, and the story gets worse after this, but just to get it into perspective, Joe Biden, as he was running away from the Taliban in Afghanistan, he kills 10 civilians, 7 children with a drone strike, trying to look like he's strong after his actions led to the death of 13 United States service members and members of the British citizenry. And so he killed 10 citizens. And then he took a victory lap saying, nope, it was ISIS. No, we know it was ISIS, even though, as we know today, that is a factual lie. He looked in the cameras, he looked at you, and he lied to you. And then in September, both Joe Biden and Antony Blinken, Secretary of State, looked at you on national TV and told you we had gotten out 98% of all Americans, and there were less than 100 Americans. 85 Americans were remaining in Afghanistan. In October 27th of 2021, very quietly from the Pentagon, America was told, actually, there's 479 Americans still in Afghanistan, still trying to get home. And at the same time, that weekend, we were notified that 2,000 Americans may actually be in Afghanistan. But the story's done. It's dead. No one knows. Then in December, when the story comes up again, relatively quietly, we see that the State Department comes out and says, oh no, don't worry, there's less than a dozen people left in Afghanistan. We've gotten everyone out. Until January 11th, when we find out there's 80 Americans still in Afghanistan, still waiting to come home. What's going on? And this is the Biden-Harris administration that wants us to believe that they have international policy down pat. They want us to believe that they're looking out for every American, that they have our best interests at heart, that they're paying attention to every issue, and that they're on top of everything that the American people are concerned about, even though they completely failed in the number one job, and that is to make sure that you and I are safe. It's the whole reason why the government exists, so that you and I will be safe. Let me be clear. This isn't just well, I think that's what the government is about. I think that's what they should be doing. It's actually legislation. Executive Order 12656. That's 12656. Primary responsibility for protection and evacuation of Americans from threatened areas falls on the State Department with the support of the Department of Defense. Specifically, the Secretary of State is charged with, quote, protection or evaluation of United States citizens and nationals abroad, and safeguarding the property abroad in consultation with the Secretary of Defense and Health and Human Services. To not do this is to violate the laws of this nation, as well as the foundation of this nation. And wait for it, because last week we found out the number is 9,000. I want to say that again. The number of people abandoned in Afghanistan by Joe Biden on purpose were 9,000 Americans. And we have the report as it has been published. This is from the United States Senate Committee meeting on Foreign Relations. This is the minority report issued on February of 2022. It's called Left Behind. 9,000 Americans were knowingly left behind in Afghanistan on the orders of the Biden-Harris administration. And then he looked in your face and he said on every news channel, every social media channel, and said, no, I got everybody home. It was an extreme success. He told us that this was over, that we were done though. We were done. We're no longer in Afghanistan. It's over. We are going to provide some humanitarian aid. Let me quote Joe Biden once again. As he said, according to the White House, and let me be clear, we will continue to support the Afghan people through diplomacy international influence, and humanitarian aid. Now, I don't think a lot of people paid attention to that. I don't think a lot of people noticed what that actually meant, because I don't think a lot of people really were thinking about it. But it's your pocket. This is money your taxes are paying for. This is your money being given away overseas. So I think you should know what that means. Because what Joe Biden did is not only did he run away, not only did he leave $80 million worth of guns and helicopters and tanks and turned the Taliban terrorist organization into an international army controlling a country. You see, we're giving them money, a lot of money. And I know we were told we weren't going to give Afghanistan any money. We wouldn't give them more money. As of January 11th, and this is coming from CNN, the United States added $308 million in humanitarian aid assistance to Afghanistan. That's in addition to the money we had previously given, which means that since Joe Biden ran away from Afghanistan, the United States has given $782 million of your taxpayer dollars to Afghanistan and the Taliban. Now, mind you, this money was supposed to be used for only humanitarian aid. It's to make sure that the people were fed. It's to make sure that women were able to go to schools and teachers were to get paid. That is exactly what we gave the money for. $782 million to feed the people, make sure teachers could go to schools, and that girls could go to school as well. And now the UN is telling us that the United States needs to provide $4 billion on top of the $782 million that we have already given to Afghanistan. We have to give more. You see, the UN said on January 11th, amazing how all this happened on one day, and you really didn't hear about this. The United Nations told the United States, they said, there is an emergency in Afghanistan at this time, and that $4.4 billion is needed for Afghanistan humanitarian response and aid. And that if we don't do this now, next year, they'll be asking for $10 billion. Now, the thing that really gets us is, well, that's $4 billion from the UN. That's from all the countries in the UN. No, that's from the United States. The rest of the world will put in $400 million, but the United States is expected to spend $4 billion. That's your tax dollars. Can you imagine what you could do with $4 billion to help the homeless in the United States, to feed our hungry, to all the families that are on unemployment right now and having difficulties because of COVID? How about taking care of those who are experiencing domestic abuse problems, those who are having substance abuse problems? Can you imagine what $4 billion would do for Americans in America? But the UN demands that the United States spends $4 billion on Afghanistan, where we have already spent $782 million in a country that contains up to 9,000 of our citizens that are being hunted by ISIS and by Al-Qaeda. I wish this story didn't get worse, but it does. Because let's take a look at, this is Senator Shaheen. And again, this is from today, February 9th, as she was speaking in a committee about Afghanistan.
And I certainly understand the arguments that you're both making for relieving some of the holds that the West has on the financial economy of the country. But what I'm having trouble with is how to advocate to pay teachers and to release those funds when the reports that we have are that schools are open, but not necessarily to girls and to young women, that while elementary grades seem to be open to girls, high school is much more problematic for girls. And, you know, one of the things that I feel the best about over the 20 years of the United States engagement in Afghanistan was the number of girls who were able to go to school, the number of women in university, the number of women who participated in the economy of Afghanistan. And what you're both saying to us is we should reopen that economy, but to men only. So tell me how this is going to work. Why do we not have the ability to say to the Taliban, we're happy to support the efforts to pay teachers and to reintegrate the economy, but you're telling us you're only going to do that for men, that you're not going to do it and give opportunities for women. So I don't understand how that works.
Now, I find this to be very interesting because we just heard Senator Shaheen say she's happy to give $4 billion to the Taliban. She's happy to give it in humanitarian aid because women, not because of the economy, not because of it's the right thing to do, because she wants to promote women. Okay, fine. Seems a little bit limited in her point of view, seems a bit political, in fact, American politics, because Afghanistan is its own nation. Wasn't that the whole point of us leaving Afghanistan? Is that it's their nation and they have to run their own nation? And we have been very generous in giving them $782 million on top of $80 million in firearms. We gave them an entire army to a country we no longer have anything to do with, other than trying to get several thousand Americans back home. Other than trying to get our people out of that nation, away from the terrorists that are flooded throughout that nation, we have no other responsibility. We left. We gave them everything and walked away. Running away, some would say, depending on how you want to characterize the Biden-Harris administration. And now the UN is telling us that we need to pay $4 billion and the rest of the world pay $400,000, but the United States has to pay $4 billion for this nation that we no longer have anything to do with. We don't even have actual diplomatic relations with Afghanistan or the Taliban. Although if we give them this money, we will create that, thus legitimizing the first terrorist nation of the world. Literally a nation created by terrorists to support their terrorist ideology. Doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. Not even Iran goes that far, but it's close. And so we need to give them $4 billion. And Senator Shaheen is happy to do that. She's not worried about the political ramifications internationally. She's not worried about the cost to the American people. She's willing to just throw money at them, as long as women are able to get their jobs. But in that foreign land, in Afghanistan, they don't value that. That's an American value. That's a first world value. And Afghanistan, as we know, is not America and is not a first world nation. Many would say it's not even a second world nation. It's a third world nation. They have very different views. But isn't that Senator Shaheen trying to impose her will? Isn't that nation building to give them $4 billion that is tied to her political whims? So again, we have this problem. Joe Biden said he fixed this. This was done. We left Afghanistan. We ran away because Joe Biden told us it was over. And yet we're giving them money to build their nation. And they have our people essentially hostages, it would seem at this point, some unknown thousands of them Our government is lying to us on a regular basis, telling us there's half a dozen people there, 100 people there, 80 people there. We keep just finding new numbers as the story becomes less and less important and less reported. As we try to cover, as we see the major news media trying to cover up the fact that Joe Biden knew we were killing an innocent family, and he decided to use it for his political advantage anyway. And his party, the Democrats, are happy to fund and give as much money as necessary to get their political whims in another country. But wait, I want to be fair, because the conversation with Senator Shaheen goes on a little bit further, so I want to be fair to her.
Truly applaud your passion on this issue and your support for Afghan women. What I would love to do is host a session for you to just meet some of our Afghan staff who are Afghan women and let them answer your question. I think, I'll tell you what they said to me on Monday. One, how on earth does the West think they're helping our prospects when we can't feed our families?
Yeah, listen, I understand that. And whenever I'm asked about what we need to do, my first response is we need to provide humanitarian assistance to ensure that the people of Afghanistan, the families of Afghanistan, are not starving.
Why? Why must we do that? That isn't our country. We already gave them money so that they wouldn't starve. We already gave them, their government, weapons, and we walked away. Why do we have to give them anything else?
And I understand that that means to some extent we've got to thread the needle. But I really reject the premise that we should enshrine with the Taliban their restrictive relationships with their citizens.
So she's okay to give them money and to have relations with a terrorist organization as long as they appease her whim for a political ideology. That's okay. So everything is fine, and she's not worried about funding terrorism, even by accident, $4 billion to terrorists, a terrorist nation. She's okay with that, as long as they appease one of her political whims, a first world desire. You know, Senator Shaheen, this isn't looking good.
And so I guess I don't understand how you thread that needle and provide some of those safeguards. At the same time, we're trying to ensure that Afghans can be fed. And I totally agree, that's got to be the number one priority.
Again, why is that the number one priority for America? The only thing we have in common with Afghanistan right now is that some unknown number of thousands of Americans are in Afghanistan. The number changes every month. And that our government is willing to lie about it, and the major news media is willing to hide that from the American people. That's the only real thing we have to do with Afghanistan at this moment. And we have given them money. Why do we have to be responsible for more? Why are we responsible for their schools and their education systems and their citizens? Why? Right, let's go on.
But what kind of leverage is there then to try and encourage the Taliban to be more inclusive in what they're doing?
Well, I think the second thing I would say to you is that there are women who are in work, but they're at the moment not being paid. They're teachers, they're nurses, and we're dependent on their goodwill to turn up at the health clinics and at the schools. Thirdly,
So they are being paid, they are working. It's not our responsibility to make sure they get a paycheck. We don't make sure that Americans get their paychecks every week in America. But we're supposed to worry about whether or not someone who lives in a foreign country is getting paid by businesses in that foreign country. How is that the American people's responsibility? Because it seems that Senator Sheehan is saying it is our responsibility. And she wants her political whim to live up to that responsibility, which doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't make sense.
I think you make an incredibly important point about the education of girls over the age of 13. You referred rightly to the high school. And there's a march is coming up. At the moment, there's an easy excuse for the Taliban authorities. They can say, well, there's no money to pay the teachers. Actually, they've made a pledge that the schools will be open for girls over the age of 13 from March. Let's pay the salaries of the teachers to make sure there are teachers in the schools to see whether that pledge is fulfilled.
Why is that the American citizens' responsibility? Why is that the American government's responsibility? If you're a private citizen and you want to send money, go right ahead. The United States is the most generous nation in the world. We privately donate more money than any country in the world. In fact, most nations in the world put together don't equal what Americans donate every year voluntarily. But why is it the responsibility of the American government? Which is something I am not hearing answered. They keep saying we should do it because Afghanistan has a problem, but that's not our problem. But let's go on.
We've had private conversations that suggest it will be fulfilled. And so I can only put to you the arguments that are put to me by our own staff. They say, nation building isn't your job, that's our job. But you can either help us or hinder us.
Which means we would be nation building, which Senator Shaheen is happy to do as long as she is able to nation build the way she wants to do it with your tax dollars.
And you won't help us, they say to me, by strangling the private economy. And you won't help us if you're not standing by our side in supporting a phased approach to the shift in the budget of the government of Afghanistan away from Western international aid towards its own resources. At the moment, they feel we're tying their hands behind their back.
Well, again, I appreciate that argument, and I think we don't want to do that. But I also, based on the experience that we've had here, I don't believe the Taliban, frankly. And so the question is there some sort of a phased reopening that would allow us to see if they're going to be as good as their word? Because so far, they have not been.
So Senator Shaheen admits that the Taliban, a terrorist organization, hasn't kept its word. And we don't have a reason to trust them, which I would agree with. And we've already given them $782 million. And yet the people are still starving, the teachers are still unpaid, and girls can't go to high school. In a foreign country that we have nothing to do with, that we're not nation building. And yet she's saying, but give me a reason to nation build in Afghanistan where we have no reason to do so. And but through all of that, and you should know about this, but Afghanistan has become a dirty word. It's a word like shovel-ready jobs. You just can't say that in American politics. I will be undoubtedly suppressed because I'm talking about a story that the rest of the major news media do not want to talk about. But you should know about this because this is our nation. This is your tax dollars. This is influencing the rest of the world. The rest of the world is watching as the United States is just giving money hand over fist as long as you promise to live up to some of the ideals from the Democratic Party. If you promote their political ideology, they will throw billions of dollars at you. Forget about the American people. They're just going to use our money to give it to someone else for their political ideology. And all of this is happening while thousands of Americans are in the wind. It really upsets me. Senator Josh Hawley didn't mention that there are 9,000 Americans potentially still in Afghanistan at this moment? We have no idea. I was on the phone when I started taping this. I had just gotten done with one of my contacts in Congress. I have several. And I was just speaking with them, trying to find out, does anyone have any kind of confirmed or vague idea of how many Americans are still in Afghanistan? The answer is no one knows. I'm speaking to my contacts in Congress, several of them. Nobody knows how many Americans are in Afghanistan. We know it could be as high as 9,000. We know for a fact that at least as of January 11th, the number's at least 80. In December, we were told it was 6. They won't even mention that these Americans, some potentially thousands of them, are in harm's way. They won't even mention how much money they would spend. They won't even send a C-130 plane into Kabul so that all the Americans can just get on that plane one time and get out of the country. They won't even discuss that. They're willing to give away billions of dollars, but they're not willing to spend any money to get the American citizens that are in Afghanistan against their will to bring them home? Does that make sense to anybody? And truly, the biggest part of this story in 2021 and even today in 2022, the Biden administration has lied to you on so many levels. They lied to you that this was a success. They lied to you that they were trying to kill ISIS members when they killed a bunch of civilians, 7 children. They lied to you when they said they had no idea that that these were civilians. They lied. They lied to you when they said there was only 85 Americans who were still left in Afghanistan, when they knew that the number was closer to 9,000. They lied to you throughout the year as they kept changing the number of how many people are still in Afghanistan. And they're still lying to you about that. They lied to you when they said that we weren't going to help the Taliban government, that we weren't going to have regular relations with them, and yet we're giving them $782 million. And yet we're talking about giving them $4 billion. Money that we cannot guarantee will not go directly to the Taliban to help and aid in their terrorism. There is no guarantee that no matter whether we give them another $100 million or $1 billion or $100 billion, we don't know how much of that money is going to go to terrorism. There is no one who can answer that question. They can say they will try. They can say that, well, we want it to go towards feeding people, but the other $782 million we gave didn't. Maybe the next $782 million will get to feeding people. Maybe. Maybe not. Why is this our responsibility? We left. At the cost in the lives of American citizens. In looking at the news, I found so much today that I did not know about. And I think the same was true for the majority of people watching this. I watch the news every day. I look at hundreds of different news sites. I look at dozens and dozens of different articles and news stories. I saw no one talking about this. I imagine most Americans have no idea about anything that we're talking about right now. And that's sad. Because the safety of American citizens abroad and domestically should be our number one concern. It's the reason why government exists. And our finances, as inflation is soaring at a 40-year high, as unemployment is increasing, as people are more and more concerned about their jobs and their livelihoods, our economy is important too. And where we spend money and who we spend that money on is important. I don't know, maybe you think I'm wrong. Maybe you think, Mike, you're just overly worked up. Maybe you're not concerned about Afghanistan and this doesn't matter to you. That's fair. You may say, well, Mike, we have to make sure women are okay everywhere in the world. the United States doesn't have that much money or that much power. Maybe you'll say, well, Mike, we have to do it because we were in Afghanistan for 20 years where we improved the country, improved their sanitation, their education, their food. We improved that nation. By the time we left, it was more developed than when we walked in. But these are all arguments that can be made. The thing is, the major news media, the Biden administration, the Democratic Party, they don't want you to have this discussion. And that may be the most troubling part of it all.
There's a dragon on the wire breathing digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful flight. Fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance. Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everybody, and now we are back. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss. I'm here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is November 23rd, and it is currently 4:57. We're early by 3 minutes back on the program. Now, we've spent the last hour or so, almost 2 hours, talking about what's happening internationally, in particular, the consequences of some policies we've seen from Obama, from the Biden-Harris administration, and how they are affecting the world today. They have increased the instability in the world, reduced the amount of peace, and to an extent, the world is ignoring it, or at least America is ignoring it, because they don't want to acknowledge that these are the consequences of policies, failures of policy and diplomacy under the Democratic progressive ideology. And they're opposing the current administration from stepping into places like Nigeria to help those Christians and individuals who are being oppressed by radical Islamist groups, bandits, warlords, and systematically targeted for brutal slavery. There is no other way to say it. And there is more slavery in the world today than at any time in the past. And we can stop this. But it's the very same left that say that orange man bad, orange man's a dictator, denounce and minimize the effort of this administration to create ceasefires and peace talks around the world, successfully so. And they want to minimize that so they can increase their chances in the 2026 midterm elections, even though this means that more people will suffer in places like Nigeria, Tanzania, and around the world. This is insane. We need to talk about this. And the mainstream is not going to have that conversation with you. Instead, I have to do it. I don't have 10,000 employees like ABC or CNN and MS Now and all of these major news media, which are left-leaning. They graduated from Harvard and Columbia and Stanford and Binghamton University. They graduated from the academia where they were trained, indoctrinated into supporting intersectionality and gender politics and a progressive socialist ideology. And they're destroying the world because of that, by not telling you the truth and letting you, an American citizen, make a decision to inform the world so that other countries can make informed decisions. No, they want to push their socialist agenda to get the human rights of the UN, of a government, to impose on you, taking away the rights you were born with. That I just disagree with. Now, I'm open to anyone who wants to say, hey, Mike, I disagree with any of your ideas or any of your conclusions, and I'm happy to answer that. And I do encourage people to do like Hal did, as you can see here. Hal asked questions and said, Mike, did Biden recognize Afghanistan as a nation? Well, as I covered 3 years ago, the video you were just watching, acknowledging and covering what happened 3 years ago under the Biden-Harris administration and their negotiations and talks with the government, the Taliban, which they recognized as the government of Afghanistan, and were in negotiations to talk about giving Afghanistan as much as $4 billion in aid, even as they were abusing women, and Americans were still remained missing. And to this day, we have no idea how many Americans remain or were killed in Afghanistan after Joe Biden ran away, because the left media doesn't want to talk about it. So I do appreciate these calls. And I also want to point out that, again, John Lashcombe helped us in our efforts to help the Jericho Project, which we're very much behind, to help the homeless and veterans and families. And this is regional in New York City, but other programs around the country do the same. This is the one that I'm working on. I've been trying to raise money for them before on my birthday. We successfully did so. I'm doing it again. All 50% of the proceeds in November and December will go out in January to start off the year helping homeless and veterans and families, because I do not believe the socialist policies of Zoran Mamdani will help them. I do not believe Kathy Hochul, the Democratic leadership, the single party rule of New York will help those people. And I don't even trust the federal government to take care of this local community issue. I'm putting my money, and I'm asking you to help me do so, to help those in need. And I hope you will consider that. If you don't have, even if you can't afford $1.50, not a problem. You know what? Like, share, subscribe. Let's try to get to 2,000, maybe 5,000 subscribers so I can get Zoran Mamdani onto this program to answer some of our questions about how he actually is going to help the homeless and how he's going to help veterans and how he's going to help families, because the failed policies that he has copy-pasted from all around the country, from where socialism has been tried, have all failed. So I want to hear about a successful plan that he wants to copy-paste into New York, or an original idea. He doesn't seem to have any. He wants to have more government. I want to have more freedom. We'll see what happens. All right. With that said, let's move forward on the program. I want to finish up with something. Again, we're not hearing a lot of these stories right now because everyone's focused on things like Patton Oswald being embarrassed by Bill Maher by telling Patton Oswald publicly available news, just basic facts of what's happening in America. And Patton Oswald, being a Hollywood Democrat, doesn't have any clue how real people live, just like Nancy Pelosi, AOC, many of the Democrats, the leadership in our nation. They have no clue how real people live. When was the last time you saw Chuck Schumer in a supermarket? You didn't, because he doesn't go to a supermarket. He has his government interns go out to the store for him. He doesn't mix with people unless it's a photo op. And only then, and when he does that, He's surrounded by police. He's not talking to you and me. No, he doesn't care about you and me. Same thing with Kirsten Gillibrand, Nancy Pelosi, Jerry Nadler, Maxine Waters. We can go down the entire list. They don't talk to you and me. They don't live like you and I do, which is upsetting. So again, China. Right now, China is in a big fight with Japan, and this should be important. This should get more attention. This is coming from Reuters, and you're not really hearing about this in the United States. Now, remember, Japan has a treaty with the United States, the 1960 Japan-USA Treaty, that states within it that the United States, no matter what, will take the side of Japan in any conflict. And that's one of the reasons why we have a base in Okinawa, to ensure that Japan will be protected, whether they are right or wrong in any conflict that they could encounter. Their biggest adversary is, of course, China. China doesn't like Japan, never has. This is a historical fact. And they have had many conflicts, and the current regime in Japan and in China don't like each other. China is communist, and they are trying to expand their sphere of power, and Japan is fighting against that because they're afraid they could be affected, and they have been in the past. They have historical reason to be fearful of China. And in addition, Japan wants to support Taiwan, and they said that they support Taiwan. That pissed off China, because China wants everyone to believe, and they're going to lie until it becomes a truth, that Taiwan is part of China. That's the answer from China. It's not true, but that's what they're going to say consistently. And they keep lying about that, hoping that if they tell the lie enough times, everyone will believe it. That's not the case. But that is what they're doing. Now, given that that's what China's doing, they're pissed off at Japan. How dare you say that Taiwan is an independent country with its own rights and its ability to self-determine? China told Japan that you have to take that back, stop saying this, and let it go. Japan, for its part, said, screw you. That's why Japan is building its own military. People may have forgotten that under the Biden administration, Japan started building their first military since World War II, since 1945. And that military should be in place, fully trained and in place at full rank, all of their slots filled by the end of 2028. China doesn't like that. China is somewhat afraid of that because it makes it harder for them to go in and take over Taiwan by force. It's one of the reasons why Japan did that. Japan didn't trust Democrats and progressives and Joe Biden, or Kamala Harris for that matter, in being able to protect Japan or anyone in Southeast Asia, even though we have treaties to do so. Joe Biden had already proven himself super weak in his running away from Afghanistan and his actions that led to Russia going back into the Ukraine, because Joe Biden's weak. No one's afraid of him. No one was afraid of Joe Biden. No one cared what Kamala Harris had to say. No one feared them. They didn't have the military, they didn't have the diplomacy, and they didn't have an economy like we see being used by Donald Trump and this current administration. Effectively wasn't happening under the Biden administration. So Russia took the opportunity of that weakness to go into the Ukraine and try and take as much as they could get, which they have successfully done. Japan, having seen that, said, no, we're not going to let that kind of idiocy happen in Japan because Joe Biden wouldn't live up to the treaty. That's something that South Korea has also been fearful of. And that's why you see South Korea has gone from the 7th largest weapons manufacturer in the world to the 4th largest weapons manufacturer in the world. That's why Japan is now going to have an army again, which they've never had before. So China is upset about this. Japan doesn't care. Taiwan is hoping that Japan will stand tall. So it adds to the support as well as from the United States. So even if we get another weak president like a Joe Biden or an Obama back in the United States, Japan will fill the gap and they will protect Taiwan along with hopefully South Korea. Even though they don't love each other, they feel safer together versus China than not having the extra support and backup, even if there's a weak US president. So I find that very interesting. And I believe it was almost at the end of this article. Here it is. If Japan, this is China. China, speaking about Japan, says if Japan persists in its wrong course and continues down this path, that is saying that Taiwan is an independent country with the right to determine itself, all countries and people have the right to re-examine Japan's historical crimes. This is a page out of leftist tactics here in the United States to go back in history and find the worst thing you could possibly find about an individual or an organization or a government, and to throw it back in their face. We see this happen all the time to comedians and Hollywood stars, even politicians. Oh, you made this tweet 20 years ago. You did this thing back when you were in high school, but you happen to be 60 now. So 40 years ago, you had this tweet. You made this statement. You were in this Halloween costume. Okay. And 40 years have passed. Almost half a century has passed. And we're going to use that against you as if it's some kind of indictment of who you are today versus who you were then. And the main thing that changed realistically in many of these stories is time passed on and leftists became even more leftist than they were 40 years ago. So this is China saying they're going to use the history of Japan, World War II, against them. Well, we all know the history of Japan. We all know that there was a war against the United States in World War II. We know we were fighting them. We know that why they were part of the Axis along with Germany and Italy. We knew that. That isn't new. So I don't know what China thinks they're going to get out of this, but this is their threat. They go on to say, and resolutely prevent the resurgence of Japanese militarism. And that is the big threat. That's the big part, that they refute and want to stop Japan from building its military. That's the most important part of this entire article. Links will be added after the live stream for you to see it. Now, why is that important for the United States and the rest of the world? Again, the United States has the 1960 U.S.-Japan Treaty that effectively guarantees that no matter what, whether Japan is right or wrong, the United States will back up Japan in any military conflict. Again, doesn't matter if they're right or wrong. And here is China saying they want to stop Japan from getting a military that Japan has absolutely, they've already started the process. They're about halfway done. They've committed over $500 million to this. They're not going to stop until they have a functional military. It may be small, but it will exist. China doesn't like it, and now they want to exert pressure. What will the United States do? Under a Biden-Harris administration, under an Obama administration that had no international policy, they would just let China do whatever they want. But under a Trump administration, that's not the case. Trump has had conflict with China many times. We have been using tariffs instead of other forms of diplomacy, military and otherwise. And we have been using tariffs to force China to negotiate and to capitulate to an extent, in particular about rare earth metals most recently, where we saw that resurgence of a small trade war. But that's because we have diplomacy, a focus on international policy, an America First policy, a Make America Great policy, which lifts up the United States both in terms of stature as well as capabilities around the world, and it puts other countries that are aggressors on the back foot, because that means that America is more likely to take positive action and to help people. And that's good for Japan, that's good for Taiwan, that's good for South Korea. And that means there's less of a chance of China going into Taiwan and starting a Southeast Asia war. So we should be very happy about this, but we need to pay attention. We are being told ahead of time. China has no problem telling us. They've said it before. They said it under the Biden administration. Biden was weak, and they're going to go into Taiwan and take it by force. They won't do it under a Trump or a strong president in the United States, but they have absolutely no problem doing it under a weak president in the United States. If America is weak, they will go in and take Taiwan by force. A lot of people say, no, they wouldn't. They have told us they would. I take China at their word. They said they'd do it. I have no reason to doubt them and believe that they wouldn't do it. They have every reason to do it. I think it will happen. If America has a weak president, a president similar to Obama or Biden or Kamala Harris, who have no idea about international policy, and their main focus is Democrats gaining and maintaining power. If we have another president that is focused on political power for their party versus the duties and responsibilities of the superpower of the world, you will see China go into Taiwan. I have no doubt about it. None whatsoever. Others may disagree with me. I'm happy to hear those arguments. But I think it's important. No one else wants to talk about that right now. I think we have to talk about it right now. Let me move on to talking about the Ukraine, since we're talking about how Trump has been critical in Nigeria, potentially going forward in Nigeria, but currently in Japan and around the world in so many conflicts. The one that he has not, out of the 8 conflicts that Trump has been trying to get peace in, the one that's not resolved yet is the Ukraine. Russia is still resisting because Russia is winning. And Russia is in no hurry. They are in a war of attrition with the Ukraine, and the Ukraine will lose that war. That is just a military fact. That is just an empirical fact of numbers. That doesn't mean I like Russia. I don't. I don't like Putin. I like the people of Russia. But I've seen the mindset of the oligarchy that controls Russia. You know, Putin was part of the KGB. He came up and grew up in the Soviet Union. I lived in the Soviet Union. I saw what that mentality was in its full power. So I don't want to see Putin gain more power. I don't want to see him gain more land. But I am also a realist. Ukraine is in a war of attrition. They will lose, and they are losing that war. Russia has the manpower, the weapons, the resources, and the time. Ukraine doesn't. As much as Europe wants to have a 10-year war, as we were talking about earlier, but they're happy to do that as long as America is paying for it, and America is using the resources, and Europe doesn't. They get a free ride on that. That's changing. We see that with Germany. We see that with Poland. And we see that with the Ukraine as well. So now there's this argument coming out of the left, again, CNN and others, CNN, MS Now, the mainstream leftist news media, saying he's horrible. He's just doing a cut and paste. The American, the American policy, the peace deal that's being offered, well, that's just a cut and paste. It's Russia's deal. Russia came up with these points. No, that's not true. Now, it is true that most of the 28 parts of the ceasefire deal being offered by the United States to the Ukraine and Russia leans heavily in favor of the Russians because it has to, because the Russians are winning, because the Russians have no motivation to give up what they've already won. And if you want them to end the war, then they have to get what they've already taken. There has to be an advantage for Russia to stop. That's the truth of it. Ukraine and Europe. Ukraine has this belief that they will get back all of their land, all of their resources, and Russia will pay them for the war because they consider it illegal. That's a fantasy. Anyone who tells you that, anyone who believes that, is in a fantasy. That is never going to happen. That's not realistic. That's not the way of the world. That's not how wars are fought or how ceasefires and peace talks happen. That's not going to happen. I know that Europe is trying to fill Ukraine with this fantasy because it's good for Europe to say, no, don't worry. You will be made whole. Russia will be, they're the bad guys. They're going to pay you reparations and they're going to give you back all of your land. And America's going to stand with us and make sure it happens. No, America will not, because that doesn't get you peace. That gets you an endless war, because you have to give something to get something. And the thing that Ukraine wants is peace. They want an end to the war. The only way they get there is they have to give something. And Russia, who has the advantage, says they want all of the land that they took. They're going to get it. If there's actually going to be a peace deal, is there actually going to be a ceasefire, Russia's going to get what they have won in the war. Like any country that goes into a war, if you capture something, if you take the land, it is yours. It is a conquest, and you get to keep it. That's always the truth of war. That is the truth of conflict. And any peace deal that doesn't recognize that reality is doomed to fail, which is why every peace deal from every country, especially France, has failed. Every single one. It's the reason why Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were incapable of even starting the conversation with Russia. They were weak, and they were asking for unrealistic terms that Russia would never agree to. Is that a good thing for the Ukraine? Yes and no. Let's look at this let's look at reality. I understand feelings. You may feel like Ukraine are the good guys and they deserve to get everything. Ukraine isn't as good as everyone likes to think these days. They're not some bright, shining beacon of freedom in the middle of Eastern Europe. That's not true. That's not their history. Mind you, they're still better than Putin and the Russian government, but they're no heroes of virtue in the Ukraine. Their government is corrupt as hell, known for being corrupt for many, many, many decades. So there is that. But let's look at the reality. Ukraine has to give up something. If they want peace, they want an end to this war, they want their country to survive, they must give up some of the land. And that is an advantage to Russia. That's true. Russia's going to gain some of the farmland, which is what they wanted, because the Ukraine is the bread basket of that region of Eastern Europe. That's just a fact. And they've always, the Soviet empires going back throughout history have always fought over this land, over the Ukraine, because of the farmland. It's so fertile. And so there have been many, many wars over those lands, and usually they have been won by the Soviets. The Moscow, Russia proper. And that goes back to the Tsars. That's just the truth. So they're going to give up some of the rare earth metals. They're going to give up some of the farmland. They're going to allow Russia to have a connection to the Crimea, to be able to access the Black Sea, which allows Russia then to access the Mediterranean. And this is what Russia wants. They have to. It's not a if or maybe, and it can be distasteful and it will make you upset, but that's just reality. That's the truth. And everything that detracts from that, the CNN saying that this is Trump bullying the Ukraine, that this is evil Trump, he's a puppet of Putin. All that does is delay the inevitable outcome. All this does is make more Ukrainians die. I don't say that because, again, it's not because I want Russia to win. It is a matter of statistical fact. It is a military fact. that the longer this conflict goes on, the more Ukrainians die. And Ukraine has far less people available to allow to die. They need their young men. And they are recruiting younger and younger men, forcing them to go out onto the front lines to fight and die. Russia is not in the same conflict. And the more that we see long-range strikes by drones into Moscow and into the interior of the former Soviet Union, into Russia, the more that the Russian people are willing to continue to fight against Ukraine. Again, this war of attrition is not in favor, even with drones and modern warfare techniques. One of the biggest problems, and it's highlighted in this article, is that one of the biggest problems for the Ukraine, as highlighted by CNN, is the fact that they don't have the manpower. It's not a shortage of tanks or anti-tank weapons or missiles or rockets. It's the fact that the Ukraine doesn't have the people to fire the tank or to fire the missiles or to use the drones. They're running out of people. They're running out of resources. So it would be in the best interest if the left-leaning news media stopped saying Orange Man bad and recognize that the answer isn't some pipe dream, some crackhead dream of Ukraine is going to get back everything that they lost. They won't. The Ukraine has been forever changed. Part of that is going to now be Russian territory. The sooner that we come to that realization, the sooner we can convince the Ukraine of that and Europe, the sooner the fighting ends and people get to live. And Ukraine will have to rebuild, which is a whole other process. Is it unfair that, excuse me, as part of that deal, that the United States is going to go into the Ukraine and get some of the mineral rights, the rare earth minerals, which are valuable? It's another reason why Russia went into the war, to get some of those rare earth metals, some of those deposits, so that they can also benefit from them. Well, the United States has a lot of money, more money than Europe, that we have to recoup. And the Ukraine, after post-war Ukraine, will not be capable of paying back the trillions that we have spent on them in terms of weapons and aid and all the services. They can't pay us back. We've made lots of loans. They'll never be able to pay us back. They don't have the people. They don't have the technology, the infrastructure. So for the United States, this is the part of the deal that you don't hear from the mainstream news media. The U.S. will, as part of the deal, we will go in, we will mine for the rare earth minerals. We will be able to sell and capture half of the revenues of those rare earth minerals, as well as a portion of those rare earth minerals for our own needs, our own technology, our own national protection, national security, and our economy. This is a win-win. It sounds really, really bad for the Ukrainians. It's not perfect, given they were never going to get a perfect deal. But you have to think a little bit past. What does that mean? Well, that means the United States has to rebuild the infrastructure of the Ukraine so that we can then use our technology and our personnel, our private businesses, to go in, to mine those rare earth minerals, to process those rare earth minerals, to sell those rare earth minerals, and to take some back for our own use. We have to rebuild. That means build roads. That means build sewage and water pipes and electricity and power plants. We have to redevelop the country, which is to the benefit of the Ukraine. That takes a lot of pressure off of them. Of course, that also costs a lot of money. Where does that money come from? Again, the Ukraine that can't even rebuild its own infrastructure, well, where's that money coming from? They can't pay us their old loans, and they can't pay us with their new infrastructure. Okay, that means we get the money from the rare earth minerals. It sounds unfair until you start looking at the big picture of what is necessary. So this 28-part deal, while it's not in the favor of, it's not the most advantageous deal to the Ukraine, it is the most realistic. And it would help massively if Democrats and the left stop demonizing Trump and saying he's a dictator and he's a puppet of Putin. That only weakens the position of the United States. That only makes the deal harder to make, and it gives Putin every reason to say, I'll just wait. I'll just wait. Because if Trump is out of office and a weak president takes his place, another person in the vein of Obama or Biden, or God help us, someone like a Bernie Sanders or an AOC, then Putin gets even more than what he's being offered right now. A weak president gives Russia everything that they've asked for rather than a lot of what they're asking for. If you truly want to help the Ukraine, then the answer isn't Orange Man bad, it's take the deal. Take the deal that's on the table now, end the fighting, and allow America to rebuild the infrastructure while there's something to rebuild. That's my opinion of it. We see here, and I'm quoting from CNN, European officials are meeting with their Ukrainian and U.S. counterparts in Geneva today, Sunday, for more detailed talks on the blueprint of this ceasefire. Some Europeans think this is a cathartic moment. It is. Quote, we have been told repeatedly and unambiguously that Ukraine's security, and therefore Europe's security, will be Europe's responsibility. And now it is. This is a quote from the former Lithuanian, former minister Gabrielius Landsbergis, and he said this on X on Saturday. Yes, the United States doesn't want to be responsible for the forces. Again, this is the same thing with NATO. We don't want to pay everything for everyone, and they do nothing in return. They don't carry their end of the bargain. The United States have to foot the bill, which increases inflation in the United States and increases poverty in the United States. It's their best interest. So yes, the Europeans have to step up. This is part of why they're paying more into NATO and paying more for their own self-defense, which gives Russia more of a pause than if it's all on just the Americans, because they have more than just America to worry about. They have each nation in the EU that is a potential conflict source, that is a potential to help defend and protect the Ukraine and prevent Russia from taking over even more countries in this same manner when America has a weak president. We want this. We want Europe to be stronger. We want Europe to be its own primary defense, with the United States as a big stick standing behind them saying, yeah, you pick a fight with them, I'm eventually going to step in and I'll be the end of the fight. Not the beginning of it. I'll be the end of the fight. And Russia doesn't want to have to deal with that. That is a better position than putting all your bets on an America and hoping that an AOC, a Bernie Sanders, a leftist, socialist, weak president never gets elected. That's a big risk, and I wouldn't take it, because weak leftist presidents do get elected from time to time. You're talking about Carter back in the 70s. You're talking about Clinton, who was weak on international policy. You're talking about Obama, who had no international policy. You're talking about Biden, who had no international policy. Yeah, they get elected a lot. So again, this is a different way to look at this. And let me see here. And so we do have a comment, and it's from John Lashkin, who says, yeah, take the deal. That's the vote. I think that's the only answer. That is the only credible, real answer. But the left-wing media, they're busy trying to tell you, no, it's Orange Man bad and it's a dictatorship. They're only hurting everyone. This is only hurting everyone. But again, it's because Democrats need to say Orange Man bad. If the problem is fixed, then Democrats have nothing to run on. It's kind of like the problem with Gaza. If you notice, the mainstream media isn't talking about Gaza anymore. They're not talking about the Hamas-Israel war anymore. Essentially, that problem has been resolved. Not perfectly, not equitably. There's a lot of room to have improvement, but the fact is, it's over. And so the left, they don't have an argument anymore. Their argument was end the war. Trump did. Oops. Now what? Well, Israel's still bad. Okay, you can have that opinion, but so what? And they don't have an argument anymore. They don't have anything to protest over. They don't have anything to scream and shout about. So now they're looking for something else. This was all about politics for them. It's not, they didn't care about Hamas, and they shouldn't because they're terrorists. They didn't care about Gaza or the Palestinians. Because if they did, they'd have something to talk about right now. They don't. So that kind of tells us where that position is. Let me move on. Let me finish up with the international. The last thing is the left is pissed off because, here it is, and my camera's acting up. Hang on one second. I just got to fix the camera. Is that okay? Bear with me. Does that work? Nope, we still got lag. I don't know why there's a lag in the video now. There shouldn't be, but this is coming from YouTube. So, yeah, I know. 30 minutes? Yeah. We just came back. Hang on one second, folks. Excuse me, folks. Sorry. So, my dog is, I don't know, something's going on with him, even though we were just out. So, I apologize. Final thing is climate change on international. So, climate change is obviously a big deal for the left, except it's no longer a big deal. As we saw from Bill Gates, the fact is that all of the claims have been overblown. That's according to Bill Gates. That we're not going to see the world end. Even AOC admits that her claim that the world was going to end in 12 years was a lie. It was only fear-mongering. It was meant to help get democratic socialists and the left elected and to have special interest loans from the government like ABC 123 Battery Solutions and Solyndra to have the United States government fund the green energy industry, subsidies, taking your tax dollars to pay these wild ideas, these shots in the dark, and the net result was nothing of benefit. You just lost money. And of course, the spending created more inflation. It helped no one. Well, we had the most recent climate conference in South Africa, in Johannesburg, and their net result was nothing. Nothing was done. There was a promise from countries, not the United States, because the United States didn't go there. Why? We knew what the answer was going to be. America cut more greenhouse gases. We already do. We already cut more greenhouse gases than all of Europe and England combined by about 2 or 3 times. We cut more greenhouse gases in the United States than all of Europe by about 6 times. We are the solution to greenhouse gases and what the left would like for climate change. We're the solution in the United States. The problem is China, India, and many of the African nations because they don't care. And we saw that in Johannesburg at the climate change conference. And we saw that many countries said, oh, yeah. The poorer countries, third world nations said, well, we want more money from first world nations. In particular, they were trying to target the United States. But since the United States didn't go there, and since the United States didn't agree to this deal, we're not responsible for paying these third world nations. But the EU and England and many of these first world nations that are hyper about climate change, they're on the hook to pay for this. And they're upset that America isn't going to do it. Why? Because they wanted America to pay for it all. They wanted you to pay for the third world to ignore the greenhouse gases and climate change and just get paid. They just wanted money. And it's corrupt. It's absolutely corrupt. That's just the reality of it. So what wound up happening? Well, there was an agreement to give these poor third world nations more money from first and second world nations, minus the United States. And then they're going to talk again in a year. That's it. That was the resolution. It was a waste of time. And some politicians on your dollar, on taxpayer dollars, there were several politicians that went and flew over to Johannesburg to show up. They had no power. They made no deal. They don't represent America. They were there because they wanted to get reelected. They're saying, oh, climate change is a big deal. It's important. And we're going to be here. Trump, Orange Man wouldn't show up. Orange Man bad. We're here to do nothing. And every politician, all of them were Democrats, every single one of them, when they come back and they get asked, why did you spend the taxpayer money to go to South Africa? They're going to say, well, I was trying to make a climate change deal. You don't have a right to do that. Only the president does. The president can make that deal, and the Senate can affirm any treaty. That's it. But some guy from the House of Representatives, he has no power. He can't do anything. He can't make any deal. He just wasted your money. And he did it to get a vacation and to get a re-election. That's it. That's the truth. Because if we did show up and they did have the power to make a deal, you would lose more money. We would be spending more money on third world nations to make those corrupt governments of those third world nations more rich, and there would be more inflation in America, and you would get nothing from it because China doesn't care, India doesn't care, most of Africa doesn't care. So you would still get no climate change from the people having the most impact on the climate. It would just be more inflation on America and more nations saying America sucks. That's it. That's the answer. That's the entire climate conference in a nutshell. If someone disagrees with me, I'm happy to hear that voice, but I don't think you'll find I'm wrong. So that takes care of international. Let's take a look at what's going on domestically in the United States. Oh, good. My camera seems to be fixed now. Great. So let's take a look at this because we got a lot. One of the big things, since Thanksgiving is around the corner, I wanted to talk a little bit about this. And, feel free to clip any of the segments that you're hearing me talk about with you guys. But I thought this morning, this news came out, and the left have completely ignored this. At least at the start of this show, the mainstream media, the left-leaning mainstream media, refused to cover this story. I had no sources. Huffington Post, New York Times, none of them would cover this story. So this is only on the right-wing news media. Thus, I have to go to the New York Post, which isn't exactly right-wing, but it is right-leaning. And what they said is, AOC did the same thing that Gavin Newsom did. This is a grift. And I don't mean a grift like Cameron Kasky, who's running for the New York 12th district to replace Jerry Nadler. He's the business partner of David Hogg. Cameron Kasky, I did a video about him earlier this week. You can look it up. And I think he's grifting. But this is a brand new grift. This is an entirely different grift on a much bigger scale. I wish AOC was only grifting as much as Cameron Kasky is grifting in the New York 12th District congressional race. No. This is on a bigger scale. This is the same kind of scale as Gavin Newsom. And this is why AOC thinks she can run for the Senate and, or more importantly, the presidency. Because she's going to grift hard. Here's what she did. AOC, like many members of representatives of Congress, has a giveaway. They give away turkeys. And I have no problem with that. Good. Give back to your community. Give away turkeys. Perfectly happy with that. That is a good thing. You should do that as a member of Congress. I have no complaint. But the thing is, she takes donations to help pay for those turkeys and to help charities that are giving away food and turkeys to families in need. Again, I have no problem with that when the charity is getting the money. But what we see now is that AOC is making people, her constituents and her supporters, give money to Act Blue. Now, you've heard this name, Act Blue, before. They are a controversial organization. They bundle money. This is how they clean money. Money that comes from other countries, money that comes from corporations and unions that could not normally be donated to a candidate, or for a candidate to make the claim like Josh Riley did in the New York 22nd District. Josh Riley was saying, hey, I don't take corporate donations. No, you take donations from unions and from leadership PACs, like from, Smiley, Al Franken. Leadership PACs that clean the money. And also from Act Blue that cleans the money from these corporations. So you're still getting the money from corporations. It's just not direct. So you can say, I'm not taking corporate money, not directly taking it, but you are taking corporate money. This is the game that is played to manipulate you, to make you believe a lie and help to support this Democrat. So AOC is using Act Blue to take your money, and 3%, almost 4% of every donation goes to Act Blue, which gives all of their money only to Democrats. So it's not like they're giving money to the left and the right. They only give money to Democrats. And they're taking 4% of a charity donation to feed people who are hungry. And if you're going to take money from anything, that's not one of the things you should take money from. But AOC, she doesn't care. It's not just that they're taking 4% of every donation instead of giving it all to a charity to give people turkeys. She's getting 4%. That's kicked back to her campaign to help her get more money so she can run for Senate or for president. But it's also, and here's the other part that I think is really evil in this, every donation, because it's going through Act Blue, that gives the Democrats your home, your address, your name, how much you donate. It gives them all of their fundraising information. This is it's basically like a phishing scam where they're grabbing all of your private data and information so that they can use it and sell it. Except in this case, they're not selling it to outside parties. They're selling it to Democrats. This is money. This is information about your money and your personal information that you wouldn't necessarily give. And many people never gave to Act Blue or the Democrats, but they would be willing to give it to a charity to help feed people. And instead, now all of these people who, with AOC, who are giving this in good faith to help feed people, now they're on a list. And that list is you're going to see in 2026, through the midterm elections, you're going to see the Democrats are suddenly going to be sending you emails that you're like, how did they get my email? How do they know my private information? Why are they going to ask me to give the same kind of donation I gave for a turkey, for some charity to give people turkeys? Why are they asking me for that same donation to get some Democrat, in particular AOC, reelected? It is deceptive. It is evil. And this is a copy. This is what Democrats do. Now, when I say this is what Democrats do, let me be very clear. This has been done before. AOC is only doing what other Democrats have already done. And let me prove that to you. This is Gavin Newsom, Elizabeth Warren did the exact same thing. Remember when there was the California wildfires? When we saw that neighborhoods, many of the Hollywood movie stars, they lost all of their homes in this wildfire, created, of course, because of the environmental policies of Gavin Newsom. That's why so many homes, the Palisades, burned. That's because of Gavin Newsom's mismanagement of California. And now he wants to manage America. He's bald-faced, openly, is looking to run for the presidency in 2028. He's a horrible governor of California. He'd be a horrible president. But what else do the Democrats have to offer? Not much. Elizabeth Warren was just as greedy. And again, they were called out. Newsom and Warren were called out. The left-leaning media on that news story ignored it. They didn't cover it at all. You had to go to a right-leaning news source, whether it's Fox News or the New York Post or others. You would not see, or The Hill, which is more centrist, you would have to go there. And if you're watching CNN and MSNBC and ABC and CBS, they wouldn't touch this story with a 10-foot pole. And I expect the same thing with the AOC story about turkeys. The left is not going to touch this. And people like Patton Oswald are going to suddenly say, well, I didn't know that happened. That wasn't a news story. That didn't happen. It's not true. Yes, it did. It's just that the left knows that if you realized that the DNC, the Democrats, that AOC, Gavin Newsom, Elizabeth Warren were abusing their power, were manipulating you so that they can get money from you, so that they get your financial information. If they let that out into the public, less people would vote Democrat. Less people would make donations in the future. Less people would trust them. And they know that, so they don't talk about it. It's not that it's not true. It's that they don't want anyone to notice the truth. They don't want you to think about what they're doing. They don't want to have this conversation I'm having with you. They rather than try and defend it, they ignore it as if it doesn't exist. So AOC is doing the exact same thing Gavin Newsom and Elizabeth Warren did, and it is, in my opinion, evil and wrong. If you're going to donate to a disaster fund, and that's what happened with Elizabeth Warren and Gavin Newsom, they instead of donating, allowing people to donate to charities, you were donating to the campaigns and the DNC through Act Blue. You were donating to re-elect Elizabeth Warren. You were donating to Gavin Newsom's war fund so he could run for president. You were donating to Act Blue so that 4% of your money could go out and help AOC or Ilhan Omar or Anna Presley. And by the way, if you want to support those people, you can. I'm not telling you can't, but I'm telling you, do it. Then that should be something you make a decision to do. Not the DNC, not Act Blue making the decision for you. That's deceptive. That's evil. That's corrupt. And it is manipulative. I would go as far to say is I think that's criminal, but I'm not in charge of the laws. I'm not an AG, but I think it's deceptive practices. I think that it's absolutely abusive, and I think it should be criminal, but they're doing it. And they just think you won't figure it out. They think that no one is going to stop and have the conversation with you like I am to tell you, here's the sources, this is what they did. And if you ask Gavin Newsom, Elizabeth Warren, Act Blue, or AOC, they will not deny that this happened. They will instead tell you, well, it's really not that bad. They'll tell you that it's not a big deal. They will dismiss it, but they won't deny it because it's the truth. And if AOC or Gavin Newsom, Elizabeth Warren, Act Blue, if they would like to come onto this program and say, Mike, you just don't understand. No, this is perfectly normal. They're not collecting any of the donors. They're not collecting any of their personal information. They're not going to send them any requests in 2026 or 2028 for further donations, that they didn't take 4% of the money that was being donated to feed people and instead give it to Democrats so that Democrats could run for elected office. If they want to come onto this program and say any of that and prove me wrong, I will give you as much time as you want. And I guarantee you they won't. Not because I'm a small channel, because they don't want to have to face the truth. They don't want to be challenged with the truth of their actions or the consequences of their actions. They would rather hide. And they will tell YouTube and Google, suppress that channel, suppress that voice. He's revealing too much about what they're doing. I'm being punished because I'm telling you the truth. The consequences of what they are doing, which is upsetting. Now, folks, if you've been with me this long, please like, share, and subscribe. Real simple. Costs absolutely nothing. Of course, if you can, please donate. I would appreciate that. Again, we're trying to raise money for the Jericho Project. And so if you can, that would be very beneficial, would be very helpful. But if you can't, and I know a lot of people can't, that's no shade on anyone out there. I'm not a rich man. I'm poor. I'm dirt poor. I have no problem admitting the truth. I work hard for my money, just like everyone else, and I'm poor, like many people in America. That happens. So if you can't afford $1.50 a month to join the Patreon, you don't want to make a payment to PayPal one time, you don't want to buy any of the mugs, like I have my mug. This is found over at Zazzle. There's t-shirts, there's hoodies, there's mugs over there. If you don't want to get one of those, you can do a super chat, as you saw with John Lashcombe. He did that. Or you can do a Rumble rant if you wish. But if you don't want to do any of that, that's okay. You know what you can do? Just hit the button, hit the like button. More importantly, hit the subscribe button so that I can, if we can get to 5, 10, God help me, I ever get to 50,000 subscribers, I can actually go to these members of Congress and I can say, I want to do an interview. I want you to answer this question on live stream and tell the constituents why you did this. Why did you take their financial information deceptively? You said, I'm going to help a charity, and instead you helped yourself, taking some of their money and taking their financial information so you could beg for more money during an upcoming re-election. Why did you do that? CNN won't ask them this question. ABC, CBS, the New York Times won't ask them this question because they know the answer, and they don't want you to know the answer. Let me move on. So Chicago is a mess, and I think we all know that. Chicago remains a mess. This weekend, we see that 9 people were shot. One, a child, I believe it was a child, was killed. 300 teenagers were rioting. And here's the thing I'm thinking about that. Do you remember that the National Guard, when the National Guard were going to be deployed in Chicago, like they were going to be deployed in Portland, we saw things calm down. Crime slowed down. But the Democrats were saying, no, Trump is a bad guy, orange man bad. He can't put National Guard troops into Chicago or Portland. And the moment that judges said, nope, he can't, and Donald Trump said, okay, and pulled the National Guard troops, now we've got 300 teens rioting, and we've got a kid that's dead. It's just, you can say, well, one has nothing to do with the other. Well, it's kind of funny that you weren't seeing 300 teens rioting in downtown Chicago and shootings, several shootings going on when there were National Guard troops sitting in Chicago waiting for the order to go out and help bring law and order to arrest these criminal international gangs like MS-13 and Tren de Aragua and get them out to mass deport illegal aliens. You didn't see this then. And people may have forgotten that, in fact, yes, and I believe it's this, yep, here it is. Again, increase Chicago police presence downtown. A 14-year-old boy was killed. At the time of this report from ABC News, 8 people have been shot. We found out later it is 9. So that tells you a little bit about that. And I want to make sure that you understand that all of this only happened. I'm not making this up. There is news on this. This all happened only after Texas and California National Guard were forced to leave Portland and Chicago by the left. Only after the leftist activists, the Democrats that control Chicago, Illinois, that control Portland and Seattle, Washington State, that Oregon State, only when those activists screaming Orange Man bad, once they got the National Guard out and they were protecting illegal aliens, now we've got riots. Now we've got a teenager dead. It's really, really clear. So I have a couple of comments here, and I want to show that to everyone. Lauren says, to pardon J6 rioters, when have I been? This is a troll. I just want you to be very clear, folks. This is a troll. See, I'm talking about real facts, and I am showing you real evidence. I am showing you real news reports. I am showing you real consequences of the Democratic Party, the Democratic Socialists of America, of the consequences of policy. And the troll came in and says, well, let's talk about January 6th. Nothing I've said has anything to do with January 6th. In no way, shape, or form. But let's see what the troll has to say. 2 pardoned J6 rioters were arrested last week. Andrew Johnson, charged with abusing and sexually abusing an 11-year-old, and John Benduelos was charged with kidnapping and aggravated assault. And yes, these individuals committed bad crimes. They've been arrested. They're going to be prosecuted. I have no problem with that. What does that have to do with anything else? What does that have to do with anything else? How does that have to deal with any of the international news I've talked about? How does that have to do with the rioting in Chicago? You're trying to change the story to a story that has nothing to do with what I'm speaking about and has nothing to do with January 6th, by the way. Oh, they happen to be January 6th individuals who were arrested by the government in January 6th who may or may not have been committing violent acts. Very few people actually did. I don't know about these individuals in particular, but over 1,000 people were pardoned, and only about a dozen people were actually charged with violent crimes. So I don't know who they are. Does it matter? No, it doesn't. How about this? Because the troll goes on to say Trump's approval rating has fallen 17 points in the latest Fox News poll. Only 15% say he has helped the economy. Yes, I see you.
He came back begging to go outside.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to go.
Yeah. Let me prove something here. So you see the quote from the troll, and the troll saying, well, Donald Trump's approval rating has dropped down. As I have been doing for weeks now, you can go to Real Clear Politics. You can look this up for yourself. You can see this week after week. I've been showing you this. And if you look at the total, because they're cherry picking one poll. Cherry picking one poll. There is a range of polls that show different numbers. But when you look at the average and you look at where Donald Trump is right now, Donald Trump, and yes, his approval rating has dropped down, but right now, where Donald Trump is at, 42.7%, that is better than half of the time that Joe Biden was in office. That's a better approval rating than over half the term 4 years of Joe Biden, and it is exactly in line with Donald Trump as the 45th president of the United States. Donald Trump hasn't lost approval of the American people. They keep saying, oh my God, Donald Trump has lost. No one's supporting him. He's doing such a horrible job. He's right in line with where he was as the 45th president, and he's doing better than most of the time as Joe Biden is president. So, no, Trump isn't doing that bad. It isn't a big problem. And by the way, people have less trust in Democrats than they have ever had before. They're plummeting, and that's because they're bankrupt and their policies make no sense. And I will prove that a little bit later in the program. But I knew that a troll would come up and say, oh my God, Donald Trump approval ratings are going down. On one poll, they're dropping down. He's being abandoned by everyone, except when you look at the trend and you look at in comparison, real world, real time, looking at the average and comparing it to where we have seen in history. You don't have to like Donald Trump. I disagree with Donald Trump on certain things like putting the National Guard in Chicago. I don't think it's a good idea. I think we should have federal agents, DEA, FBI. We should have law enforcement in Chicago, in Seattle and Portland. We should, not national troops. That's been my position. I've been very upfront. I've said it on this live stream many times. But that doesn't mean that Donald Trump has failed. So trolls like to lie to you. They want to paint a picture. They leave out the context and the truth. They give you a snapshot, a soundbite, so that they can try and make you feel a certain specific way, because that's how they manipulate you. And this is the truth. Okay, so as you may have heard, my family let me know my dog is not feeling well. I got to take care of him. We're not done with the show, but I do need to take a quick break. So bear with me, folks. I have to find what is mass deportation. No, bear with me, folks. Here it is. Let me talk. I'm going to put in, because this is a topic that a lot of people have been talking about for a little while now, is information about, is H-1B visas. So I'm going to play that for a moment while I'm going to step away, deal with my dog. It should not take long. But while I am gone, you will be able to see this. This is from, where was this? This was about almost a year ago. And I was talking about the H-1B visas, and where I was first, I was running for Congress in 2013, talking about H-1B visas. Now it's a popular topic, and everyone's saying it's a problem now. I was saying it was a problem back in 2013, and I have evidence of that. But let's listen to that, because that's going to affect the economy going forward. And then I will be back as soon as I can about this. Thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. I am happy to be here with you today. It is December 27th, approximately 10:30 in the evening, and I was going to wait until Sunday to address this, but it's a pretty big subject. It's a pretty big issue in the news right now, so I want to deal with it in a separate video, and maybe on Sunday during the live stream I'll do a smaller review of this. But I wanted to talk about the H-1B visas, because this isn't a new argument, this isn't a new problem, and it's important that we deal with this issue in its fullness, because it has a big impact. Now, a lot of the news media are talking about this is an issue about immigration. A lot of people are talking about the difference between Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy and Donald Trump in his first administration. Let's clarify a few of the details and get to the truth of the matter. What is really happening with the H-1B visa, and how does it really affect you, the average American citizen? Now, before we get started with that, I do want to say that if this is the first time you're seeing our channel, we welcome you and thank you for being part of our audience. We want you to know that every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do a live stream with you to hear what you have to say about all of the issues that affect each and every one of us. We're in season 6, episode 52 this week, and we'll be going into season 7 in January of 2025. We hope you will join us this Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as we address all of the issues, the year in review for 2024, and get ready for 2025. Now, with all of that said, what's going on right now? At the moment, we see that the mainstream news media are going hog wild. They have been looking for opportunities to attack the Trump administration, the incoming Trump administration, about what he plans to do and how to make him look as bad as possible, to put a negative light on the 47th presidency for the United States. Part of that is trying to say that there is no organization in the incoming administration, which seems absurd, but they are trying to make that argument. And one of those arguments is now about the H-1B visa, something most Americans probably don't remember and haven't really addressed because it's been a hands-off subject in Congress for more than a decade. I know because I was fighting on this issue back in 2013 when I ran for Congress, so I am intimately aware with the H-1B visa situation. So we'll try and clarify it. But at this moment, what you are seeing in the mainstream news media is that Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy are at odds with other Republicans and other conservatives, not the Trump administration. This is an issue which Democrats and Republicans in the establishment are very much lockstep. They both agree about H-1B visas, as well as many big and small businessmen. So this is not really an issue that's political as much as it is about economy. It's about business and jobs going forward, although there is an immigration component to it. And I'm going to try and clarify that. Now, the big thing came up because about 1 month ago, one of the nominees for the Trump administration in charge of the AI, advising, being the czar for the AI, seemed to indicate that it may be worth looking into as part of the Department of Government Efficiency to determine whether or not they should remove the cap, the limit on the number of individuals who receive an H-1B visa. Now, I'm going to explain what that is in just one moment. And so that was the conversation that was started in November. Why are we talking about it today in December, just before it goes into the new year? Because the news media have run out of things they can attack the Trump administration about. But it's a big issue. It is, in fact, a big issue, and it deserves more attention. Now, one of the reasons that the mainstream news media have really latched onto this is because there was a recent statement, which you may or may not have heard about, with Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, saying that the U.S. tech industry needs migrants, not illegal aliens, but migrants, because America's talent is low, that we're not very good at business or in technology. In fact, you may have seen this quote, which came from, I believe this one was from Vivek Ramaswamy, and The Hill has quoted it, where a number of people who are super talented engineers and super motivated to be in the United States is far too low. This is from Elon Musk. I go on to quote, "The reason top companies often hire foreign-born and first-generation engineers are, quote, native Americans isn't because of an innate American IQ deficit, a lazy and wrong explanation." He wrote on X, "A key part of it comes down to the C word, culture. American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long, since the 1990s and likely longer, according to Vivek Ramaswamy. A culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champion or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers. Now, there is truth in that statement. We have to be very clear. That is a somewhat true statement. In America, we have a lot of people who are young, who are entitled. And this isn't as radical as people would like it to be. The news media are trying to radicalize this. Oh my God, how can you say that Americans aren't the best at being engineers? That there are people in other parts of the world who are better? Well, how about we go back to June 11th of 2024? Yahoo News and Finance had an article from Bazinga. 1 in 5 of recent college graduates brought a parent to their job interview. I want you to think about that. 1 in 5, about 20% of kids graduating from college had to bring their parents with them to the interview. This is from a December survey by Intelligent.com, and it was a surprising trend amongst recent college graduates. 19% of employers reported that candidates brought their parents to the job interview. This is 800 U.S. managers, directors, and executives that are making this statement. Almost half of the employers have had to fire recent college graduates, and 58% think recent graduates aren't ready for the workforce. Because of this, 38% of employers prefer to hire older workers instead of recent graduates. Well, that kind of says it all right there. Why did Vivek Ramaswamy say that mediocrity is the rule of the land? Why is it that we're seeing that Elon Musk is saying that Americans aren't innately, because of the culture, not the best pick, that foreign workers may be the best in STEM jobs? Well, we have the answer. And the answer comes from the articles and from the surveys from businesses right now. They have to bring their parents to go to an interview. They aren't ready to work. They're not capable of working. They don't have the skills to do the job. This isn't new news. So when we're looking at the groundwork, the base of what we're talking about, we have an American culture of graduates, recent college graduates, who believe they're entitled to higher and higher amounts of pay, the living wage that they often speak about in many colleges, but yet they don't have the skills to justify that higher wage, nor do they have the work ethic that we used to have in America in the 1980s, 1970s, and well before then. So they want to work less, get paid more, and they don't want to work as hard when they do actually work. That's the evidence we have right now. That's not very conducive for jobs in the science, technology, engineering, and math fields. These are very intensive, mentally intensive work. Now, not to say that there isn't other work that's also physically intensive that also college graduates and many of the youth do not do well in. And that is a problem, which is why employers are looking for other alternatives, whether that's an older worker or someone from overseas who is willing to do the hard work for less money. It's just simple business. That's the issue with H-1B visas. That's the issue with STEM workers at this time. It's a question of businesses trying to say, what is the most cost-effective way to do the job? It's just that simple. And American college graduates aren't the best of the best. That's just the fact. And some people are upset about that. They get insulted about that because they think their college educations were really valuable. I mean, they spent a lot of money on that. So they must be really, really good if they spent that much money. But they're not. That's just the reality. Most of the people who have gotten degrees have overspent on those degrees, and they have no real world usefulness. They don't impart skills or capabilities in the real world. That's just the nature of what we have in America at this time. Now, this isn't a new issue. I've been talking about this for a very long time. In fact, I went and ran for Congress on this. As you can see, this is an article which I reposted from September 16th, 2013 on my old website, where I was talking about Representative Richard Hanna. Now, Mr. Hanna has passed away since this time, but I ran against Richard Hanna for the New York 22nd Congressional District in 2013-2014. I've met him. I've spoken with him in person. We've been on the campaign trail. And I followed his positions, the policies that he was supporting, and the impact that those policies had. Richard Hanna was a rhino. He was a Republican in name only. I absolutely, adamantly am against H-1B visas. I forgot I didn't show you the page. I apologize. So, again, this is my old website that I had recently. I lost the website recently. But you can go to the Wayback Machine. You are able to see this article. The link will be in the description, so you'll be able to go to it for yourself. And you can see I was running against Representative Richard Hanna and many of the positions he had and the consequences of those positions that he had, which I disagreed with vehemently because, in my opinion, Richard Hanna was a rhino, a Republican in name only. And I said this to Richard Hanna's face. This is not something, I'm not talking badly about the dead. I'm not speaking behind his back. I said this to him in person. I said this to him on the campaign trail, speaking to many of the Republican Party members throughout the 8 counties that were in the New York 22nd District at that time. This is back in 2013. So I'm not saying anything I haven't said publicly nor that I have published in the past. One of the big issues I had that Representative Hanna was speaking about, and I've spoken about this on WUTQ, I've talked about this on NBF, I've talked on a BGN and other news organizations at the time. It's the HR 2131, the Skills Visa Act. Now, in essence, what it would do is he wanted to increase the number of foreigners who would be able to get this. Matter of fact, let me take a step back. What is an H-1B1 visa? Let me start there. The H-1B1 visa is very simply its authorization for someone in a foreign country, predominantly India and China. Those are the ones who get the most of the H-1B visas. But an individual from a foreign country is allowed to enter into the United States for approximately 3 years. They can get an extension, and many do. Now, the average, though, is about 3 years to come into the United States to work in a STEM job: science, technology, engineering, and math. Now, we're told over and over again that these are high-end, high-level jobs. That's not entirely true, because when you call into a call center, depending on the nature of the business, the technology, if you're going about computer repair, if you're going in about something with your cell phone, very often those call centers, you know that you get someone who speaks with a very British accent. Well, that's an H-1B worker. Very often, that's what they do. They go and work in call centers. This is considered high-end technical work, and it is under STEM, call centers. So when they say it's high-end, high-tech, it's very important. No, it isn't always. That's not necessarily true. It's the way the media wants it to seem to more easily justify giving out these visas to bring in individuals because they're highly specialized. They have degrees. They leave out critical information when they discuss this issue with the American people. They edit and omit certain critical facts, like many of the workers being call center workers. The fact is, the business want these individuals because they're cheaper. It's just that simple. It's cheaper to get them than to pay for a union worker. It's cheaper than to get a new college graduate who believes that they are entitled to get more money and work less than someone from overseas. It's just that simple. Representative Richard Hanna wanted to increase the number of these visas to allow more foreigners to come into the United States to compete with American citizens and to take the jobs away from American citizens. At the time, in 2013, when I was speaking about this, I mentioned that what Representative Richard Hanna and those Republicans and other members of Congress that were supporting the removal of a limit, a cap on the number of H-1B visas, they were going to effectively make more American citizens unemployed. That there is a flood. There is literally more American STEM workers than there are jobs. That's a fact. And I will show you the numbers from the government so that you can see this for yourself. We have more individuals who have STEM degrees than there are jobs available in the United States. So the question is a supply and demand. There is more people available. There is fewer jobs available. So the competition is very fierce because these jobs do tend to pay well, whether it's for someone overseas or whether it's someone in the United States. They pay better than the average job, but there aren't that many of them. In fact, there's only about 10 million STEM jobs in the United States in total at this time, and that will increase roughly to about 11, 12 million by 2035, according to most estimates. So it's not a lot considering that there's over 164 million people who work in the United States at this time. It's only about 6% of all the jobs that are in America at this time. Again, this is from congress.gov, and this is showing you Darrell Issa was one of the members who actually introduced the bill. Richard Hanna was one of those who was an early adopter. In fact, the only member of New York State that actually was supporting the idea of bringing in more foreigners to compete with American citizens to get STEM jobs. Now, one of the key things, and when I say that it's cheaper, I want you to understand that filing for the H-1B visa is a long process. It has some difficulties in it, but the cost is an application is about $800, maybe a little bit less for the application. Small businesses pay about $500, and then they get the worker, which normally has a lower hourly rate than American citizens, and they don't have unions. So dollar for dollar, even including the fees, these individuals are cheaper to hire than American citizens, new recent college graduates who expect more pay and often join unions, which also have additional fees. Now, to be clear, in any given year, there's about 400,000 applications for H-1B visas every year. 400,000, maybe even more. The current status is that there is a cap of 65,000 initial H-1B visas with an extension and an additional overflow of another 20,000. Effectively, 85,000 H-1B visas every single year. And every single year, that number is maxed out. In fact, it's more than 85,000, something, again, that is often overlooked by most of the mainstream news media, is that there are several exempt companies in the nation that are allowed to exceed the normal quota of H-1B visa applicants from overseas. So the 85,000 number is the normal process for most companies which have a cap on how many individuals they can bring into the United States. But there are non-exempt companies that are allowed to bring even more. So it actually is over 85,000 every single year. And this is true going back far more than a decade. This is a couple of decades now. By the way, this data is coming from the American Immigration Council. Again, you have to go through a lot of different sources to find all of the pieces of data that no one source will tell you about H-1B visas. They don't like you to know what's actually happening in regard to this. As an example, there is Axios, which is saying, what to know about the H-1B visas that are fueling a divide in MAGA world? They're really not fueling a divide. Again, this was a suggestion to look into this as part of the Department of Government Efficiency. Is it more efficient for the United States to remove the cap or to keep the cap? And now we have the Biden administration at the last minute streamlining and changing the process altogether, which many businesses say will make it easier and better, but yet doesn't address the actual core problem. Is this increasing competition for high-end and high-paying jobs in America? Is it increasing that competition? Are more Americans unemployed and unable to pay off their student loans because of the competition of H-1B visas? That's one problem. There is a second problem, which is immigration, which I will get to in just a moment. But if you look at the article about Axios, it's about Elon Musk. It's about Elon Musk, his company, and his past. It has nothing really to do with what's going on with this issue. If you look through, they really won't tell you about this. When they say, what is the H-1B visa scheme? They say it allows for highly skilled workers in specialty. Notice they have quotations around specialty occupations. They mean call centers. To live and work in the United States under a non-immigrant status, which is correct. These aren't immigrants. These are workers. This is a worker visa. But they become, in many cases, illegal aliens, and I will address that shortly. It enables American companies to employ foreign workers who have highly specialized theoretical or technical skills. That's the way they word it. That's not what happens in the real world, but that is the wording of the bills. Proponents argue that the program allows U.S. to retain a competitive edge in STEM fields by attracting the most highly skilled professionals worldwide. That would be accurate, except it's not like the United States has a dearth of individuals who are in STEM, who have learned STEM. We could have more, but we already have more individuals graduating in America with STEM degrees than there are jobs available. And that has been true for more than a decade. It's something that, again, in 2013, when I was running for Congress, we had 2 to 1. We had 2 students graduating with a STEM degree for every 1 job that was available, and it gotten worse since that time. Now, in the first Trump administration, Donald Trump realized that these were issues. These were significant problems, and that Americans were being negatively impacted. And so the 45th Trump administration made it their purpose to try and to cut by 1/3 the number of H-1B visas that were in America. That was not possible because judges in California said that the process by which Trump was trying to do that was incorrect and therefore overthrew him. I want to be very clear. They didn't say he didn't have the power to change the H-1B visa process. They didn't say that he couldn't cut the number of H-1B visas by 1/3. That wasn't the problem. That wasn't beyond the power of the president. They said they didn't agree with the process in which he did it. To quote NBC News, U.S. District Judge Jeffrey White in California said the government didn't follow transparency procedures, and its contention that the changes were an emergency response to the pandemic job losses didn't hold water because the Trump administration has floated the idea for some time but only published the rules in October. This was about transparency. This was about the emergency. But it wasn't about whether or not the Trump administration had the right and the ability. So that's one of the arguments that the left in the news media would like you to think, that this is impossible to change, that this is something that we have to have in America. That's not true. Nor do we need to have this many, nor do we need to increase it. Those aren't requirements. And the Trump administration was more than willing to cut the number of individuals who were receiving H-1B visas by hundreds of thousands. Now, if you noticed in my article back in 2013, the expectation was that there would be 3.9 million jobs in STEM. That was new jobs being created in the STEM field. We were incorrect. As it turns out, according to NSB, Science and Engineering Indicators, according to the government, we see that there were 7.1 million workers in STEM as of the end of 2021. So we underestimated the amount of growth of STEM workers. There were, the need for STEM workers in America. In 2013, we thought that it would be just under 4 million. It wound up being 7.1 million. And as I said, as of this moment, there are a little over 10 million, a little bit less than 11 million STEM jobs in the United States at this time. But I've said several times that there is an immigration component to this. And this is very important. This comes from Secretary Mayorkas under the Biden-Harris administration. This is, I believe, the most recent data from fiscal year 2022. And this is about the H-1B visas and the number of individuals who overstay. As I mentioned, it's a temporary, the visa is for 3 years. It's temporary authorization to be in the United States for 3 years. But people overstay. Once they come into the United States, and they are allowed to bring their family, in many cases with them, into the United States, they're here for 3 years working, and then rather than leaving, there is a significant portion of the individuals, well, a number of people who do stay and continue to be in the United States, and they become illegal aliens. This is very similar to student visas and individuals who overstay that visa and become illegal aliens in that manner. Now, the total number of H-1B visa overstays, that's what they say when you, they should be saying that they're criminals and they're illegal aliens because that's what they are at that point. But they called them, under the Biden administration, they call them overstays. Individuals who overstayed their visa, have no authorization to be in the United States, and yet are here. That's an illegal alien. That is a crime. The total number of overstays, and this is broken down by country, each and every country that the person is overstaying, and the rate of how many people. As an example, in people from Afghanistan, about 19% of them overstay their visa and become here I am. I'm back now. Okay. So the joys of having a 14-year-old dog, and he's getting older and older, and he's having more medical issues. We deal with that. You know, I love my dog. So that being said, let me move forward. So we were just talking about, where was I? Oh. So we had the troll who was trying to tell us that Donald Trump is, you know, he's losing all the polls, everything's falling apart, and everything's negative, which isn't true. And I showed you the real clear politics, the fact that Donald Trump's approval rating is better than more than half the term of Joe Biden, and the fact that it's the same as when he was the 45th president of the United States. And that's pretty much impressive, given that it's been 10 years of Orange Man Bad every day on almost all of the mainstream news media, nonstop. there is almost no subject, almost no topic, almost no news broadcast that doesn't say Orange Man bad 5 times each. It's amazing that he has approval rating as high as he does. And that says something about what the public believes versus what the media wants you to believe. There was a comment, though, that came just before we had to step away, which is from Dow. And Dow says, a large portion of the coalition of voters are unhappy with the handling of Mamdani, high-ranking corruption removal. Some are dissatisfied he hasn't come down hard enough or reprimanded Bondi. Okay, there's a lot in that. I'm not exactly sure how I should address that. Because, yeah, there are a lot of voters who are upset about Mamdani. I don't think that Donald Trump did anything wrong in talking to Mamdani. As we started this program, we were highlighting that interview, that event, where Zoran Mamdani, the future mayor of New York, went down to D.C., spoke with President Trump, and was super nice, was kitten gloves. A man who just a week earlier had said that Donald Trump is a fascist and that his job, he was elected to fight Donald Trump, when in face-to-face with Donald Trump, instead was wishy-washy. He had none of the vitriol, none of the anger, none of the fight that he promised he was going to bring. When it came to actually talking to Donald Trump in public, he had nothing to say. Nothing to say. Which makes me believe that he's a paper tiger. That this was much of his campaign was performative. And I did say during the campaign, prior to the election, I was saying, no, he is a true believer. And I still think he is. I think Zoran Mamdani believes that once he gets into the election, once he gets into office, that he's going to have his policies, all these policies that failed everywhere across the country and around the world, that once he does it, it's going to be done. This is the eternal promise of communism and socialism, that this next time that it's done, this time it's going to work. This time they're going to do it the right way. They figured out the secret sauce, and now socialism and communism, well, it's going to work this time. People before just didn't get it right. They didn't understand some secret ingredient that now Zoran has that secret ingredient and it's going to work this time. I think he believes that. It's the same thing that every socialist believes. They always believe that the next time they do it, the next time that it's tried, it's going to work finally. It never does. It's just another part of that old saying. There's a saying, I've said it on this channel before. I think Thomas Sowell said this first, that Democrats never fail. They just always need more money and more time to prove whatever it is they're doing is right. But it takes infinite money and infinite time for whatever they said is going to be the positive to actually happen. And that's always been the truth. It's like when we look at the war on poverty, which was started by President Johnson, Lyndon B. Johnson, and was, we've spent, what, $18 trillion on the war on poverty. And there are more people in poverty today than when the war on poverty started. And the answer for Democrats about the war on poverty and trying to fix that is, well, we just need more money and we need more time. But it takes an infinite amount of money and an infinite amount of time, and they will eventually get to be proven right. It never happens. Same thing with socialism. So that's the thing about Mamdani. Corruption is in government. Our government is so big. Corruption exists in every government, big and small. That's just a fact of life. That's true. That is a truth. Absolute truth. There's corruption in every form of government ever known to mankind. The question is how much? How much corruption is out there? It's kind of like saying, well, if you have a business and your employee steals a paper clip, do you care? No, it is a crime and it is hurting the profits of the company, but it's insignificant. It's not enough to be noticed or to defeat the business. If you know that every week your employees take a box of pens, now we're a little bit more serious, but it's something that's survivable for the overwhelming number of businesses. It's not something that's going to bankrupt you, so you can live with it. And you do. And that's something that every business has. There is a certain amount of loss. They have loss prevention for internal losses. People taking pens, paper, various work supplies, and they take them home. Toilet paper, coffee. You see that happen. And their goal isn't to eliminate it. It's to moderate it. It's to keep it at a level which is manageable and affordable. So that it's efficient and effective. That's the key. You're not trying to eliminate all of it because you can't. Same thing for government. There is a certain level of corruption that is just inherent in a bunch of people with a lot of power surrounded by a lot of money. You have enough people surrounded by power and money, someone is going to tap into that money and they're going to use it. And they're going to abuse it. And I think I have an example of that. Where is it? There is a politician right now. Here she is. And I was going to bring it up anyway later in the program, but I'll give you an example of it. Member of Congress. So this is Representative Sheila Sheriffilius McCormick, or Representative McCormick of Florida. And she is accused of stealing $5 million of disaster funds, funding that would help people dealing with flooding in Florida. $5 million. This is an example of what I'm talking about, that this is someone who's abusing the power that they have. It happens in every government. We saw the same thing with Bob Menendez, who got caught with gold bars because he was being bribed. We saw it with the Democrat down in Louisiana who had $90,000 in his freezer. We saw that with Charles Rangel, the New York representative, who forgot that he owned a beachfront property in Jamaica and he was renting it out, and it was worth $500,000, and he forgot that it should be on his taxes. And so he went years without ever paying taxes on that property. You know, this corruption exists. The problem is we have such a bloated, enormous government at this point that the little bits of corruption added to the big actions of corruption, like what we see from Representative McCormick, allegedly, it's unsustainable. It is a problem. It is no longer cost effective. It is cost prohibitive. It is hurting us. And it only gets worse, because if it is correct that Representative McCormick did steal $5 million in disaster funds, and if, as the Democrats are saying, well, she's innocent, she doesn't deserve to be punished for that, she needs to still be in Congress, she still needs to have her committees, she needs to be rewarded for the criminal activity, allegedly, then what's going to stop the next person? I mean, Bob Menendez, it took 3 tries to prove that he was corrupt and that he was taking bribes. And literally, they had to catch him with gold bars in hand to finally prove that he was corrupt. It wasn't that anyone didn't know he was corrupt. It's that it took 3 tries. How much more corruption? Every other politician's looking at that going, okay, so if I don't take a gold bar, I can get away with stealing the money. If I don't put $90,000 in my freezer, I can get away with taking the money. That's a problem. We need to fix that. That's a systemic change. That's a systemic problem. And that comes from enforcing laws as they exist, not saying, well, you're black or you're a woman or you're some minority group or special interest, so the law doesn't apply to you. No, It means we blanket treat people according to the law. So when we have a mayor who goes into, tries to get into a restricted facility, as happened in New Jersey, Mayor Baraka, and when he goes in there and it's illegal, that he gets arrested for it because that's a crime. And when one of the members of Congress that's standing there with him, when they assault a member of law enforcement because they don't like that Baraka is getting arrested for breaking the law, that she gets arrested too. Like what we see happening in the Chicago 9th District, Kat Abu, who's running a candidate, Democratic candidate for Congress in the Illinois 9th District, she got arrested because she was interfering with the lawful actions of ICE, that she was beating on the car, she was blocking them from doing their job. She almost, it looked like she was assaulting one of the officers. She was not just protesting, which is legal, but she was actively breaking the law. And she's been arrested on that, and she should be convicted on that. There's video proving what she did. It's not a question of, ooh, did she commit the crime? We have video evidence. It was recorded by CBS News. We have the evidence. Yes, she did. So she should be held accountable, not forgiven and allowed to commit these crimes and more, and to get donations from the public. That's a reward. She's using her arrest and her criminality to get money for a campaign, an election, and that's rewarding her criminal activity. That shouldn't happen. So I hope that kind of answers some of the questions for you, Dal. I can't say that it did answer it completely, but I hope it did. Let's see. So Grace we got a couple more comments here. Grace says, Mamdani is a believer, but I think he will sell out, just like Bernie did. Well, looking at the interaction with Donald Trump and Mamdani, a lot of people on the left are saying that Mamdani went down and sold out. I don't think he did. I think he made concessions. I think he made a deal. That the craziest things that Mamdani said, like he was going to try and arrest Netanyahu, a world leader, that he was going to try and make it illegal for ICE to enter into New York City, that things like those extremes, Mamdani said, no, I'm just not going to do that. You know, I said that to get elected. I would like to do it, but I'm not going to do it because that's just not going to work. He's not going to win that fight with the presidency, with international courts. It's not going to win. So he's not going to do that stuff. But he probably did say, but I am going to try the government grocery store, that he's going to try putting in social workers as police officers, even though they failed other places. He says, oh, no, but this time it'll work. This time it's different because it's New York City and Zoran is special. He's not. And it doesn't matter how big or small the city, it's going to fail. But I think that was his compromise. I'm still going to do the things, these socialist ideas, they're going to fail. But, you know, I won't do the other stuff that the far left, the DSA, the BLM, the Antifa, what they want me to do, like look at Donald Trump in front of the media and to his face in the White House say, well, you're a fascist. He's not going to do that. He has a limit. He knows that he has a leash and it only goes so far. So I think that's the answer there. So is that selling out? Kind of yes, but kind of no. Let me see here. What other comments do we have? Gracie mentions that L.B. Johnson was one of the worst presidents in her lifetime. He was an awful president. He was an awful president. Not much is said about it, but he was absolutely terrible. And he was a known racist, a Democrat, known racist president. Oh, maybe that's why the left doesn't talk about him much. Let me see here. How much corruption is here? Dow has a comment, and Dow says, just because it exists isn't the issue. The coalition sent Trump in to bring the hammer down on perpetrators overstepping the threshold of what is manageable. The coalition, I think you mean voters, I guess, the coalition, sent Trump in to cities like Chicago and Portland to bring the hammer down. See, here's the thing. Trump should never have sent troops, National Guard troops, in. I've said this on the channel before, and I know I've had disagreements with people about this. LA makes sense. These were foreign organizations on U.S. soil being goaded on or enticed by members of elected office who were Democrats, a vice mayor in some of the cities in California, were asking for the Florencia 13, one of these foreign gangs, to attack law enforcement. And the city was under attack. There were riots by these gangs, and they were burning police cars, and the police could not have control. So this foreign entity on U.S. soil was being enticed by state government, and they were destroying public property with police incapable of stopping them from rioting. Yeah, you bring in National Guard, and he also brought in the Marines. Fantastic. And that situation got calmed down quick, which is great. But I don't agree. And D.C. is also very separate. D.C. isn't a city. New York's a city. D.C. isn't. D.C. is a territory of the United States. It's not a state. It's not part of a state. It isn't a state. It's not a city. It's not part of a city. It is a territory all its own. It is separate of the United States. That's why you're not supposed to be able to vote there. That's why it doesn't have voting power in the Congress or representatives in the Senate. It is not supposed to have. It's a territory. It's not meant for people to live there, to vote there. It's not meant to have any of that power. It evolved to be able to have that, which is why it's corrupt, but it's not supposed to have any of that. So and it's controlled by the Congress. Capitol Police answer to the Speaker of the House, not to the public. And so that's one of the reasons why you can't FOIA anything that the Capitol Police do. You can't FOIA that because they answer to Congress, and in particular the Speaker of the House, not the public, and not a mayor, not a police chief. They don't answer to anyone else. So it is, again, separate of what we would see in a city. So, and the jurisdiction is federal, there is no local. It's only federal. So that's separate. That's why I disagree with that. So Trump stepping in, again, that's why I say bring in the FBI, bring in the Treasury, bring in the DEA, bring in ICE, not national troops. But that's my opinion. A lot of people disagree with me. Going on, Dow says, there are those independents, left of center, and women. I skipped a spot. Excuse me. Here it is. He says, because Pam Bondi, the AG for the United States, had Trump's endorsement, her miscarries, poor optics, lack of effectiveness, and downright arguing against the rights of people related to the Second Amendment and the National Firearms Act of 1934, there are those independents, left of center, and libertarians that agree that Trump has done some things well, but these issues are leaving them dissatisfied with his performance. Every president has dissatisfaction. Every president pisses off somebody. No president is perfect. No president is capable of doing everything that they promise. That's just a fact. That's human nature. That's government. So I'm not surprised that Trump has some people that are upset, and they would be. And it's not wrong. Republicans are upset on some of the policies. Absolutely. Should be. But that's the critique. That's the power of the public of saying, okay, you got it wrong on this issue, get it right on something else. Fix things where you can and stop focusing on one thing and focus on something else. That's the way it's supposed to work. And I don't hold that against Trump. I mean, it's part of the fact that we have a right to critique him. So that's okay. That, I believe, is okay. Let's see. Dow goes on to say, did you hear Trump's joke? When the press asked Mamdani in front of Trump if Mamdani thought that Trump was a fascist, Mamdani started to fumble, and Trump told Mamdani just to answer yes. Yes, I heard about that. I didn't have that exact clip. Well, actually, I did have that clip. And I was playing that. It's, you know what? It just shows that Donald Trump has the power in that relationship, as was always expected. It was always true. And it highlights the fact that it's stupid for the left to be so obsessed with every single person they elect to fight with President Trump. You're going to lose. You're fighting the president. You're going to lose. And it's stupid to have that fight. It's not productive. It doesn't get anything done. It's not useful. It's not useful at all. What they were elected to do wasn't to fight the president. The president was duly elected. Democrats don't like that. So now they want to fight at every level of elected office to continue to fight against Donald Trump because they didn't want him to win. That's not their job. The mayor, a governor, city council, your job isn't to fight Donald Trump. Your job is to serve the public. And that most of the time and almost always means work with the federal government, work with the president, work within the law. You're wasting people's time and money fighting someone, and you can't win because it's not your responsibility. It's not in your job description. The job description of a governor is not to fight with the president. So yes, on occasion you can, but it's not your job. And Mamdani got a slap of reality. Yeah, just say yes, because Trump heard him say this. Trump knew it, and it didn't matter because he can call him a fascist all he wants. That's First Amendment. He has that right. But the reality is, if he acts on that, if he acts on saying Trump is a fascist and trying to mess with the federal government, Mamdani loses. And that means New York State and New York City lose. The people lose. And Mamdani isn't that stupid. He may be a believer, but he's not stupid. If he fights Trump on something stupid, he will lose. And everyone that he cares about, the city, if he cares about it, his ideology, everything loses. So I think that's why you saw what you saw. Dow says, what? Was not speaking about the cities. I was speaking about the corruption related to the corruption fueling illegal aliens invading and the bureaucracies and Congress members facilitating trafficking. Well, that is a very different subject. Okay. I'll get into that maybe in a minute. So we were just talking about National Guard. Oh, I wanted to talk about another big subject. Let me jump here for a moment. We've all, by this time, I think most people have heard that there was a video by several members of Congress. That would be Senator Elisa Slotkin, Mark Kelly, Representative Jason Crow, Maggie Goodlander, Chris DeLuzio, and Chrissy Houlihan, excuse me. So these are all former members of government, okay? Former members of the military, and they're all elected officials right now. And they came out and said, as you can see on the screen, you must refuse illegal orders. This was sedition. This was an act of insurrection. In my opinion, and I think legally, by definition, it is an act of insurrection. Now, the excuse that is being used by Democrats is that there's no context. But there is a context. There is a context to what they're saying. There's 10 years of context behind what they're saying. Orange man, bad. That is the context. Trump is evil. Everything that he does is bad. MAGA is evil. Republicans are evil. They're all fascists. So therefore, anything that a fascist would say must be unconstitutional, therefore illegal. Therefore, the military should not follow those orders. That's not what, that's not, one, it's not true. But two, that is an actual illegal order. Let me make this clear for some people. Because I served in the Marine Corps. And in basic training, every Marine, and in the Army, in the Navy, in the Air Force, in all of the military, everyone, basic training, that's grunts, enlisted personnel, and also officers, all are taught that you have the right to refuse an illegal order. What is an illegal order? If I, as a Lance Corporal, tell a private to go get me a cup of coffee, that's a legal order. That's legal. Whether he's a man or woman, doesn't matter. Okay? If I tell them to go get my laundry, that's a legal order. It's not illegal. Is it part of their duty? No. But it is a legal order. A command by my superior, and because of rank, I can tell someone junior to me to do things. And it goes down the hill. So commander-in-chief, down to the generals, down to the colonels, down to the captains, which then comes over to, your staff, your gunny sergeants, your staff sergeants, your master gunnery sergeants, to your sergeant, down the line. And the private at the bottom of the hill got no power whatsoever. He got no one to, in order civilians around. They may or may not listen, but he's got no power. That is the rank structure of the military. And any order that is given to you is a lawful order unless it is something, it's not just outside your duty, which would be, okay, I'm a radio man and I can give people orders about how to use a radio, how to encrypt, to decrypt, priority of messages that are coming in, that are going out. I can tell someone whether they need to carry the radio for me or not, or how to fix it. The priority of, okay, we need to get somewhere where I can transmit and receive better or worse. I need to jam enemies' radio transmissions. That's okay. Everything related to that, my MOS, my position in the military. Yeah, okay. But also anything else. You know what's an illegal order? And this really came up because of both World War II, the Nuremberg trials, where you had soldiers saying, well, I was just following orders. This is really where illegal orders and the right to refuse an illegal order, this is where it comes from. The Germans in World War II, many of them were saying, in Auschwitz and all of the extermination camps, they were saying, I was just following orders. That's an illegal order. To kill innocent unarmed civilians is an illegal order. Same thing came back up during Vietnam. And when there were individuals that would go into a village and kill or sexually assault women and kill the men, that was illegal. And they say, oh, well, I was given the order. That's an illegal order. Anything that would cause harm to civilians and non-combatants, that is an illegal order. I cannot order someone to attack a civilian, an unarmed, non-combatant civilian. I cannot order that as someone in the military. Whether I'm a general or whether I'm a lance corporal, it doesn't make a difference. You can't give that order. That is you can give that order, but no one has to follow it. It is an illegal order. I can't order someone to steal food. That's an illegal order. I can't order someone to poison a water supply. That is an illegal order. Okay? Whether it came from the president or anyone else, these are illegal orders. They're causing harm to civilians, especially non-combatant civilians, unarmed civilians. You can't do that. Donald Trump hasn't given any illegal orders. In fact, and it is a fact that when we've seen, oh, why did it switch? Okay, switch stories. Oops. Okay, it jumped forward. All right, whatever. I think I have it here. Yeah. So it is a fact. Let me just bring this up on a different. There we go. That when these members of Congress, Mark Kelly and Slotkin and the rest, when they were asked, so what's the illegal order? What order did Donald Trump give to our troops that is illegal? They can't name it. There is no actual illegal order. They're saying, well, we were just reminding the troops that you can disobey an illegal order. Of course you can. Why do you need to tell them that? They were already trained that. Everyone in the military knows that. Even privates, they know that. Everyone has been taught that. Everyone is aware of that. Everyone understands the context of that. What illegal order has Donald Trump given? He hasn't. Not one of these Democrats can name an illegal order by the commander-in-chief, Trump, to the troops. Not one. They have none. It doesn't exist. It's not real. So what is real is when we add in the context of Orange Man Bad, a context that has existed for 10 years, a context that is being repeated by every Democrat, every progressive, every member of the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, the Working Families Party, and places like CNN, MSNBC, ABC, the left-leaning news media. They have been pushing this message of Donald Trump is evil. That's the context. And so these members of Congress are saying, don't follow orders from Donald Trump because these members of Congress, members of the left, think Donald Trump is evil. They feel Donald Trump is evil. Well, that isn't the same thing as an illegal order. You don't like Donald Trump. Fine, you don't have to. You still have to follow his orders. When I was in the military, I had to follow the orders of my commander-in-chief. That would be Bill Clinton. And whether I liked Clinton or not didn't matter. Completely irrelevant. I've had friends of mine who were serving under Obama. I've had friends of mine who were serving under the Bushes. I know people who served under Trump and under Biden, and they don't like them. Many members of the military may or may not like any individual president or vice president or members of chief of staff, a general. It doesn't matter. You don't have to like anybody. That doesn't make their orders illegal. Your feelings don't matter, especially in the military. Because in the military, you're not a civilian. You don't have the right to refuse an order if it's a legal order, no matter how you feel. You don't have that right. You will be court-martialed for that, and you should be. Because that, in not following a lawful order, that is a insurrection. That is a abuse. That is a failure to follow commands. It's in the UMCJ, Unified Code of Military Justice, and it's in there. There's about 200 articles in the Unified Code of Military Justice, and one of them handles not following orders. You have a obligation to follow orders. A civilian has a right to say no. Military doesn't. You're not a civilian. You don't have rights. That's something a lot of people forget. The military don't have rights. They don't have a right to say no. You may not like that news. You may not be aware of that, but it is a fact. That's why we swear an oath to the Constitution. We give up our rights as American citizens while we serve in the military. We have no rights. A lot of people don't realize that. You have no rights. You do not have the right to refuse a lawful order, period. It is not an option for you. Civilians can do that. If you're in the military, you can't. So to refuse a lawful order is insurrectionist. By definition, it is. That doesn't mean it's seditious. It is insurrectionist. It is insubordination. To be more exact, it is insubordination. And that can get you kicked out of the military. That could get you court-martialed, thrown in jail, demotion in rank, loss of pay. Depending on the severity, it has many consequences. And by the way, in the military, you are guilty until proven innocent beyond a shadow of doubt. It is the exact reversal of a civilian. You have no right, and you are guilty of whatever you have been charged with as a crime just because you've been charged, point blank. And you must confirm and prove without any shadow of doubt that you are innocent of the charges given to you, because you are presumed, and it is a fact that you are guilty because you were charged rightly or wrongly. Doesn't matter. A lot of people don't realize that. So when we start putting in the context into this, as anyone who has served in the military would understand, and anyone who's ever served knows what is legal order, what is an illegal order. We know this subconsciously as well as consciously. It has been explained to us. We all are familiar with it. And we understand the UCMJ, the Unified Code of Military Justice. We understand that what was being said by these members of Congress, civilians, they're like, oh, well, we all served, but you're a civilian now. You're not in the military. You're a civilian. You have the right to refuse an order. You have a right to allow your feelings to interfere with the way you do your job. Military do not. They couldn't say what they said on that video while they were in service. Could not. It is illegal. It is a crime. And if they did, they would be court-martialed. And they would have to prove that they had the right to do that beyond a shadow of doubt if they were in service, because it is insubordinate and it is insurrectionist. And depending on the magnitude of it, it could be considered seditious. They know this. Oh, but we weren't talking about any specific thing. They weren't saying don't obey Donald Trump. The hell they weren't. Yes, they were. That was the subtext. It wasn't blatant, which is the only reason why they're not being charged with crimes like sedition, because it would have been sedition if they said, no, don't follow this order, don't obey Donald Trump. If they said that, they would have been liable to sedition. And I love how they're suddenly coming out and they're saying, oh my God, but Donald Trump, in fact, I have it here. What is it? I think it's this one. Hang on. Yeah, here it is. And now they're pleading that they're the victims. Senator Chris Murphy out of Connecticut. Senator Chris Murphy, among others. Senator Chris Murphy calls on Americans to pick sides on Trump's call to hang traitors. He didn't call to hang traitors. He did call them traitorous because they were being traitorous. And what they're saying is insurrectionist. It's on the verge of being seditious, except they didn't exactly say which order not to follow or which order is actually unlawful, because if they did, then they could be held to the standards of being seditious, libelous, slanderous. They could be held accountable. So for the protection of these politicians from being sued and or put in jail, they left out what specific thing, because it doesn't exist. Now, Chris Murphy is trying to suck up to emotions, and it's going to work with the left. He's going to get the DSA. He's going to get the socialists. He's going to get the Antifa, the BLM, they're going to say, oh, see, Chris Murphy's right. This is an attack on members of Congress. No, it's not. Because what did Trump say? Let's go to what he actually said as a response to this. This is really bad and dangerous to our country. That is correct. Soldiers do not, members of our military do not get to pick and choose which order they follow. As long as it is a lawful order, they don't get to pick and choose. They are obligated to follow orders. That's the chain of command. It's the only way a military works. It's not based on democracy. There is no democracy. Again, when you join the military, you give up. You suspend all of your rights as an American citizen. You become the property of the American government, just like any military anywhere in the world. When you're in the military, you're the property of the government. You're not a citizen of that country. You have no rights other than what's detailed in the UCMJ, Unified Code of Military Justice. So to break that protocol is to destroy the military. So it is dangerous to our country to put into the minds of our military that they have the right based on their feelings to follow an order or not. You do not. That's how you lose a country. You lose wars that way. They do not have that right. So it is dangerous and it is bad. He goes on to say, their words cannot be allowed to stand. True, because otherwise, if they are allowed to stand, if they are rewarded, then this plants the seed in our military that each and every single private has a right to decide whether or not they're going to follow an order. They don't get to make that choice for a lot of reasons. If a sergeant or a captain says, there is a machine gun, go take out that machine gun nest. You go and take out the machine gun nest. You don't say, I don't feel like it. I don't like that idea. Maybe you should send someone else. I don't like you because I don't agree with your politics. You don't get to make these arguments. The answer is, I take out the machine gun nest, period. That's it. That's what you do. That's lawful. It's a lawful order, and you do it. And you don't have the right to refuse or to even complain. An American citizen would have the right to do that. You're in the American military. You don't. Military doesn't get to choose that. So you got to get rid of that seed that says my feeling is as important as rank. It isn't. No one cares what feelings you have in the military. A lot of people may be surprised by that. Many people may be upset about that. The fact is, you do not have a right. Your feelings have no weight whatsoever. No one cares. No one cares what your feelings are in the military. You can have whatever feeling you want. Keep it to yourself. Shut up. No one cares. Everyone has a feeling. No one cares what it is. So he goes on to say, seditious behavior from traitors. Well, it is bordering on being traitorous and seditious. I don't disagree with Donald Trump in what he said. And I've explained, I think, pretty clearly why it is traitorous and seditious. Lock them up. That is one of the penalties of being a traitor to the United States and sedition. One of the penalties, and again, just like they're like, well, it's just the law. We're just telling people what's true. It's true. You have a right to not follow unlawful orders. You also have a right to be arrested and thrown in jail for being a traitor and having seditious and committing seditious acts. That's just the penalty. Trump isn't saying anything untrue, nor is this a crime. He goes on to say seditious behavior is, he goes, punishable by death. That's true. That's a fact. That is the law. Seditious behavior can be punished by jail and or death. That's just a fact. That's just the law. Trump isn't saying something that isn't true, that isn't a law, that isn't a fact. And he is saying it to the people. Now they're upset because, well, he's threatening my life. No, he's telling you what the consequences of your actions are. There is a difference. He didn't just say, let's go kill them. He said, you're committing a seditious act. That is a law. The president is in charge of the executive branch, which enforces the law. The fact that they are members of Congress do not absolve them from the law. That doesn't put them above any American citizen. They are still liable to the law. If they break the law, they get the penalty of the law. One of the penalties of the law is death. Trump is just reminding them, just like they reminded the troops that you can not follow a lawful order. Trump is reminding them they can be killed for sedition. That's not a threat. That's just the truth. And they're banking on the fact that people, American citizens, don't know. One, most people have not served in the military. So they don't know that if you're a member of the military, you've already been taught what is and is not an unlawful order. And you understand the consequences of not following orders. You've already been taught that. That's part of basic training. Every single member of the military, if you got out of basic training, you know this. This is a fact. You also have access to a copy of the UCMJ. Every day, any base you want to go to anywhere in the world, everyone has access to the UCMJ. So if you have a question about the law, because the law protects officers and enlisted equally, everyone is covered by the UCMJ. 238 articles covers everything that you do in the military. Every right that you have as an officer, as an enlisted, everything you have. And there are restrictions. Officers can't do certain things to the enlisted, and enlisted can't do things to the officers. Like, technically, you're not supposed to be able to have a drink with one of your officers. Slight tidbit. Back when I was in the military, I actually did drink with my officer, my captain. It was totally behind the scenes, real quiet. I was with my master gunnery sergeant at the time, a man who had spent over 38 years in the Marine Corps, roughly about 38 years in the Marine Corps. Old. He knew the commandant of the Marine Corps at the time personally. They were personal friends. They had served together in Korea. So he was up there. He actually made a colonel stand tall in front of the troops. Mind you, the reason why that happened was because we were screwing up something, and then we rolled down the hill, and we had to we got penalized for that separately. But anyway, I was actually having drinks with the master sergeant, and that was also something that's supposedly illegal according to UCMJ. And we went into the officers club, and because I was allowed to go in, I was sat down, and my captain was right there, and he bought me a drink. We had a drink together, a couple of drinks. And it was explicitly explained to me, this is illegal. If you mention a word of it, you're going to be busted down to private, and you're going to get every shit detail that could possibly be named for the rest of your career. So I shut up, and I understood very clearly this was not something to be talked about while I was in service. Okay, so I understand. But, I mean, that's a little thing. Having a drink with my officer, having a drink with Master Gunnery Sergeant, you know what? Not the worst thing. That's not going to end a war. Having feelings does. I'm trying to make this clear to people, how they are manipulating you because you don't know that the military is that rigid, that they can control who you have a drink with. The military is so structured that they can control who you date. If someone's in someone of the opposite sex and they have a higher rank than you, you might not be able to date them. It might be illegal. It might be a penalty under the UCMJ. It's an entirely different world with entirely different rules. that are very hyper specific because they have an impact. And if the rules do not get enforced properly, then your military doesn't exist anymore. You don't have a bunch of armed soldiers. You have a rabble, a mob of people. And that is important. And they know this. Slotkin knows this. Mark Kelly knows this. They know what they're doing. And they know that they are abusing the soldiers. They won a civil war. This is how you start a civil war. You tell a bunch of people in the military. Now, mind you, 90% of everybody who's in the military, more than one contract, one rotation, guess what? Most of them are conservative. Overwhelmingly, the majority of people, I'd say it's close to 90%, are conservative, leaning in their politics. The other next most overwhelming group of people, they're not Democrats. They're libertarians. The military is made up of almost entirely libertarians and Republicans, conservatives. That's the majority. And a small sliver, and I'd say it's like 3-5% of the military, are Democrats. And none of them are left-wing Democrats. That they just don't go into the military. So these guys are appealing. They're not appealing to the military. This was meant, this whole idea was meant for Chris Murphy and other elected officials to appeal to the public. They're appealing to their base, people who don't like the military to start with, people who are upset because Trump didn't blow up Israel. That's who they're appealing to, the nut jobs in the left wing of the Democratic Party. And they're like, see, we're not really down with the military thing, even though the Democrats have been trying to get a forever war in the Ukraine. Or did you forget the 4 years of Biden-Harris? Did you forget the limitless funding and extension of war under the Biden-Harris administration? The Democrats were all for that. They had no problem with having more and more war. They're still more than happy to have continuous war in the Ukraine. They don't care about the attrition to the Ukrainians. They don't care that it's going to destroy their country. They just want more war. But they're trying to say, oh, but, we're not like Trump. Trump is fascistic. Trump doesn't want a forever war, but, he's doing things they don't like. I don't know if it's coming across clear. I'm trying to be concise here, but this is a big deal. And people like Chris Murphy are so disingenuous. They're so manipulative. You may like the guy, but he's manipulating you with this. So are these former members of military who are in elected office in the Senate and in the House of Representatives. They're manipulating you. This is all about the 2026 midterm election. This is about sowing discord in our military and destroying our military chain of command and structure. They're evil. What they're doing is evil. You may not like Trump. You're a civilian. You have that right. You have that choice. I'm not telling you that you have to like Donald Trump or every decision of Donald Trump or the way that Donald Trump has used the military. You don't have to like it as a civilian. That has nothing to do with being in service and following lawful orders. Those are two entirely different things. They are not connected in any way, shape, or form. And to pretend that they are is an act of sedition. Whether you like that or not, whether Senator Chris Murphy likes it or not, it is an act of sedition, and that is punishable ultimately by the ultimate form of punishment, which is death. That's not a threat. These are facts. This is the truth. This is the truth of our military. This is the truth of chain of command. This is the truth of penalties, as it should be enforced by the executive branch. And they're just mad because they lost the election, which isn't worth it. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me, and I just don't get it. And anyone in the audience, you don't have to like this. You don't have to say, you can tell me, Mike, but I don't like that answer. But it's true. It is the reality. And Democrats aren't winning on this story. That is a bad story. They are wrong. You may not like that. They are wrong. Trump is correct in this. Whether you like Trump or not. What does Thou say here? It says, the attempts of elected officials trying to cause confusion and disrupt the chain of command. Yes, that is exactly what they're doing. He goes on to say, I suspect it wasn't for the troops. It was for the activists, so that when they go to their activists or the military following a lawful order, the activistic population will try to pressure them. Yeah, this is how we start a civil war. And I see it more and more like, and they're trying to say, well, Trump's trying to start, no, he's enforcing the law as it exists. Again, he's enforcing the law as it exists. Democrats don't like that. They want the law to be their feelings. It's not. It never will be. As long as America exists, the laws will never be the feelings of the left. And that's a good thing. They are actively trying to create a civil war, trying to pit soldiers against other soldiers based on feelings of some civilians who have political ambitions. This is bad. Let's see. We got a comment, and hey, Joel, thank you for being on with the show with me. Thank you, Joel. Joel says, news. I saw today on TikTok, Trump said women cannot have professional degrees, and he canceled them all. Somehow I think you're joking. I think you're making a joke there. That sounds like something said by a leftist. Again, trying to sow discord in America. I don't believe that Trump said that. It's not realistic. That would mean his own daughters would not have degrees, that they wouldn't be able to run his business, which they do. I don't think Trump would do that to his own family, so he's not going to do it to America. So I'm pretty sure that was a joke. Or someone who put it out there was, again, people don't think these things through. So, oh, wait a minute. Joel says more. He goes, the real news. Okay, so that was a joke. The real news was that the Department of Education reassessed medical degrees, and nursing is not a profession. This should lower costs for the nursing. The real news, Department of Education reassessed medical degrees. Nursing is not a profession. Really? Nursing is a profession. They're not the same as a doctor, but it is a medical profession. The degree may not carry as much weight as a doctor. True. It's still a profession. And how would it lower the cost of nursing? I don't understand that. Joe says, this is not a joke. People are going crazy and believe the misinformation because Trump hates women. No. Okay. This is stupid, because anyone who believes that Trump said women can't have a professional degree and he cancels them, one, he doesn't have the right to cancel anyone's educational degree. That's something that's done privately. That's at colleges. Colleges are private, most of them. There are also colleges that are statewide. Again, he doesn't have the right to eliminate your education. He can't do that. That's just not possible. In addition, you have to remember that if Trump is getting rid of professional degrees, he has daughters. Those daughters have degrees. He's not eliminating and punishing his daughters they're part of his business empire. They run businesses. So it doesn't make any sense when people push these things around and say, well, this is news, this is truth. No, it's not. The moment you think about it, again, this is why critical thinking is so important. The moment you think about it, it doesn't make any sense. That's just illogical. But you're not supposed to think about it. So I'm really amazed that people are going crazy about that. And they're talking about, well, Trump hates women. No, he doesn't. He doesn't hate women. That's not proven anywhere. It's just their TDS, their Trump derangement syndrome. It's just another aspect of them saying orange man bad. And everything is orange man bad. It's just crazy. As for the medical loans, medical degrees get a higher loan top out. Yeah, it's more expensive. It costs over $250,000 to get a medical degree. I think it's between $250,000 and $500,000. You have to go through 4 years of college, then 4 years of medical school, 2 years of residency. So it's about 10 to 12 years before you get your medical license and you're a doctor. Yeah, it's more expensive. Joel goes on to say, it doesn't have to make sense for liberals to go nuts. It takes very little research to find out. Yeah, it's just, you can't, when TikTok is not credible. Can we say that? Can we understand that? Just because it's on TikTok doesn't mean it's real. Just because someone in elected office says something doesn't mean it's true. And it's on you. Buyer beware. It is on you to do the homework. If it doesn't sound like it makes any sense, then it's on you to do a little more homework before you believe it as if it's the truth coming from God himself. Do a little bit of research. Almost always these things take 30 seconds to figure out and to debunk, and yet people don't do it. I don't understand it. You got a cell phone. Do that. Let me see. Joanne is with us. Joanne has a comment. Joanne says, can anyone confirm if now Muslims have jurisdiction under Islam in some Texas cities? No, they do not. Can anyone confirm if we are an Islamic sanctuary, if there are Islamic sanctuary cities in Texas now? Maybe. Okay, two different things there. One, Islam does not have jurisdiction in America. We have a constitution, we have laws. Either at the federal, state, and local level, we have laws. None of those laws are bound to a religion, not Judeo-Christian law. We don't have, the Pope can't, as an example, the Pope cannot issue an edict and that become law anywhere in America. Now, an individual American can follow something, an edict coming from the Pope or from a imam in Islam. They can follow that if they want to. Or for, I'm not exactly sure what the equivalent would be under Judaism, but I'm sure they have some equivalent. A rabbi giving an edict of some sort. They can follow that if they want. But again, that wouldn't be law. That's a choice. That's a choice of individuals who happen to be American citizens. And if you have a town, theoretically, you could have a town, which Dearborn, Michigan almost is. So you could have a town that is 90%, 100% Muslims or Jews or Christians or Hindus or Buddhists, doesn't matter. Any kind of religious background. And their religious beliefs do not become law in that town. Now, it is possible that if the mayor and the city council and maybe the county all happen to be run by religious figures and they all go through the process to adopt laws, which means they go in, they have the city council, they vote on this, the public has a vote on it as well. And if everyone agrees and they follow the legal process, could you have laws that mimic a religious sect belief? Yes, that can happen. And we kind of see that a little bit in Dearborn, Michigan. which is heavily populated by Muslims. And some of the laws there mimic Islamic law, some of them. But they have to go through the legal process to create that law. And that law can be overridden or thrown out for being unconstitutional at the state level, as well at the county level, at the state level, even at the federal level. It can be thrown out. You can go to court and have those laws thrown out if they aren't constitutional, if they're not based on the Constitution. So even if you have a town filled with nothing but a religious group, and they put into law their religious ideology, if that ideology does not match the Constitution, it doesn't count. It'll be kicked out. It's unconstitutional. It's not real. But could it happen? Yes. So could that be in Texas? Yes. Doesn't mean that it is, but it could be. And do we have Islamic sanctuary cities? Well, we have sanctuary cities across America. A sanctuary city, I'm not sure what you mean by a sanctuary, Islamic sanctuary cities. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Do we have groups of refugees in America from Islamic countries? Yes, we do. But if someone is, normally a sanctuary city is considered a city that is breaking immigration law. So if you're saying, can a bunch of illegal aliens from Islamic nations come into America and they will be protected? That's already happening. That's San Francisco. That's LA. That's Detroit and Chicago and New York and Boston and Boulder. They already exist. Now, most people think of that based on region, where they come from, what nation they come from, like Venezuela. But the same thing would apply if they're coming from, it wouldn't necessarily be because of the religion, but if they're coming from Somalia, or they're coming from Iran, if they're coming from Syria, a nation where the predominant religion is Islam, then yeah, they can be, you can have a sanctuary city where the majority of those illegal aliens are coming from a Muslim country. That doesn't make it Islamic sanctuary state or sanctuary city. It just makes it a sanctuary city for illegal aliens who happen to be Muslim. So can it exist? Yes. Does it exist? Not to my knowledge. I hope I made that clear. There is a difference there. It's a little weird, but I hope I made that clear. Thank you for the question, Joanna. I hope I answered that. Let me see about comments. I see you guys are talking to each other, which is great. By the way, I love when my chat is having a conversation with other people in the chat. As long as it's respectful, I don't mind. You know, if you're not talking to me, that's okay. You guys can have conversations amongst yourselves. Why wouldn't you? I know that I go to other channels and I have conversations, you know, and the chat's having one conversation and the host is having an entirely different conversation, and that's perfectly fine. Joanne says, yes. So I did answer your question. She says, thank you. So I did clarify that. So I hope I can understand the confusion on that. And it is a concern in a way, because ultimately the biggest problem in what you're highlighting is it's illegal aliens. At the end of the day, it's a sanctuary city, which is illegal. It's a crime. And we should enforce that. And I've said for a long time, any sanctuary city and or sanctuary state should be punished. They should be denied any federal funds, period. Doesn't matter whether it's a sanctuary for illegal aliens that come from Honduras or from Venezuela or from Sweden or from Thailand, or they come from Syria. I don't care. Makes no difference to me. If there are a sanctuary city where illegal aliens know that they can go, and that city, by its actions of its mayor and its city council and the laws that they put in, If they're protecting them, which contravenes the Constitution and state law and federal law, that's criminal. They should lose all federal funding. Period. Instantly. No federal, cut them off. They get nothing. That means SNAP benefits. That means retirement benefits. No federal dollars should go into that city ever. Just cut them off. They broke the law. There's a punishment. That punishment is you get no federal funding. No federal funds go into that city at all. Now, you may say, well, Mike, that's a punishment. Well, if I need food stamps, why am I denied food stamps? Because you allowed your elected officials to break the law. It is a consequence of that act. You are accountable and responsible. Did you vote for them? Did you vote against them? Did you allow them to get elected to break the law? And when they broke the law, the consequence is something that you were aware of. You are part of that chain of consequences. That means your SNAP benefits get cut off. Why? Because federal funding got cut off because they broke the law. It's that simple. And I guarantee you, well, I can't guarantee it, but I have strong belief that if the federal government cut off LA, including food stamps, all federal funding, including food stamps and any other government aid, you would see LA stop being a sanctuary city. Same thing for New York, Chicago, Boston, all of them, all the sanctuary cities, all the sanctuary states, New York and California, Illinois, Maryland. If you cut off those states from all federal funding, including government aid, including things like SNAP benefits, if you cut that all off, and the federal government gives them no money. Why? Because they broke the law. I am sure within a week, you would see those laws change. They would stop being sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. The only reason why we have sanctuary cities and sanctuary states is because the public has not felt any accountability. They had elected these people thinking that it's not going to harm them in any way. There's no consequence to this. Laws must have consequences. If they don't, they're not laws. So we should enforce that. That's what I believe. All right. Let me get back to, I wanted to talk about AOC real quick. See, AOC she's a real joke, in my opinion. I think she's a joke. AOC is building her political machine. It is so obvious that the Washington Post is telling you she's now trying to figure out, does she want to be a senator or does she want to be president? And I think the answer is she's going to run for the Senate because Chuck Schumer is weak, because Democrats are weak. And when I say that they're weak, let me be very, very clear about that. Where is it? Here it is. So, and this is behind a firewall, but really all you need is the title. This is covered by Politico. Most of the left have avoided telling anyone about this news story. Came out back on the 20th. This is 3 days ago that Politico reported the DNC is out of money. The Democratic National Committee is out of money. They've been out of money since July. You may recall I did a video. I was covering a live stream then, and they admitted, Ken Martin, the chairman of the DNC, said that all of their donors had abandoned them. The billionaires, the good billionaires, as Ken Martin mentioned it, that were normally donors for the Democratic Party, because they have such poor leadership, because they have no focus, they have no goal in mind, they have no answer for America. Even their donors, the super wealthy donors, all cut off the Democratic Party. And the Democratic Party has no money. Candidates, individuals have money. Chuck Schumer still has a war chest for his reelection campaign. AOC is building up a war chest for her reelection campaigns. They have money, but the DNC has none. Now, this is important for first-time candidates and for some candidates who are running in contested congressional seats like the New York 12th district. That's going to be a contested race. Jerry Nadler's retiring, and now you've got like 7 Democrats that are all trying to get in, including the grifter Cameron Kasky are trying to get in, and federal funds are going to be important because there may be a Republican or an independent jumping into that race, and Democrats need to hold that race. That's going to be expensive. That could be a race, and that money would normally come from the DNC. So that money isn't going to come because Democrats have no money. So their candidates are weak. They're weaker. They can't defend and put out all the articles as much as they would want to. And so that's going to make it easier for someone else to win. Democrats are desperate right now. I'll give you a quick example of that. When I was running for, in 2020, I was running for one of the county legislator seats. And my opponent, Bob Wessler, who I know personally, was running, and I had a very good, and I think there's some video photos of it out there. I had a very professional pamphlet that I would give out, door hanger and pamphlet, very professional, really, really well done. Got a great volunteer who decided to make one for me. And it embarrassed Bob. He had a horrible mailer that he sent out. Now, I didn't have a lot of money, so I couldn't mail it to a lot of people. And they were terrified that I was going to get the money to send this very professional, very stylish flyer out, and I would be able to beat Bob in the race. Even though the district was 80% Democrat, 20% Republican, I could still win that race, especially if I could get that flyer out. So Bob didn't have enough money to get a professional to draw a flyer for him, a mailer for him, and to distribute it to all of the, and literally, I mean, everyone. There was over 6,000 people that were in the voting district. He couldn't afford to send it to them. So the DNC, the local chapter of the DNC, the county DNC office, sent it out for him. Cost about $16,000 to have someone design it, make it, print it up, and mail it out. That costs about $16,000. Now, if you look in the race, you won't see the $16,000 charged to Bob Wessler. He didn't raise that money. It wasn't his money. This was all made and mailed out by the DNC, the county Democratic Party did that for him, and the party paid for it. Now, that money came from the national DNC. So it's part of that pipeline. If the Democrats are broke, then the local community, the county level Democratic Party, can't jump into a race and suddenly make a bunch of flyers and mail it out to every member, every voter in that district if they have no money to get that from. That's $16,000 that it cost to make that flyer, that mailer, that would never have come. It had to come from above. It had to come from the DNC at the county level, which came from the state level, which came from the federal. If they're all broke, no extra help comes in. And if this were happening now, I would be able to beat Bob Wessler because he would never be able to send out his second and third flyers, which cost more and were giving him more advertising. He wouldn't have been able to beat me. So that just gives you some context on that. And I know context is missed. So the Democrats are in deep and desperate situation right now. And AOC, she's busy. She knows this. So she has a great shot at running against Chuck Schumer, who got embarrassed because they shut down the government for 43 days and got nothing. Absolutely nothing. They showed, and the Democrats made it very clear, this was all about politics. It had nothing to do about actually helping people. They wanted to help illegal aliens, true, and that didn't go over well with voters. And the SNAP benefits, the food stamps, well, that was seen as something as a punishment from Democrats against the public. And that wasn't a winner for them either. So they lost on every aspect of the shutdown. And the person who took the main brunt of that, Jon Stewart was attacking Chuck Schumer directly for the shutdown and the fact that it was done for no reason whatsoever, just for politicking, just to show that, oh, look how tough I am. And that means that Chuck Schumer is weak, and the DNC, the national level, has no money to give him. So that's not going to help him. So AOC may actually be able to run against Chuck Schumer, take his seat, and then she would be able to flip that in 4 years and be able to run for president. And she'll be able to say, I have executive level experience. I was a senator, and this is how many people do run for president. They're a senator first, and then they run for the presidency. So they can say, see, I was in the Senate. I'm credible. I'm an executive. I have some experience. Because right now, what's she going to say? I was a bartender, and then I was a member of Congress. Do you have any experience at actually running anything? You're one of 435 members of Congress. That doesn't mean you have a lot of experience at anything. But if you're a senator, now that's important. That elevates you. And people will forget that her only real job was she was a bartender. And so they forget that because I'm a senator. And I've moved up. I went from bartending to Congress, Congress to Senate, Senate to presidency. That makes sense. So I think she's trying to get herself into the presidency. She's going to run for Senate. That's what I think. But that's what she's been doing lately. She's just building up money for that. So I wanted to cover that. But again, remember, she's also doing this, like we pointed out at the beginning, is that she's building up all this money by lying to people, by getting their financial information into Act Blue so that she can get money. She can put them on a fundraising list, and she can send them message after message after message saying, I'm not just a bartender. I'm also a member of Congress. I'm also someone who should be in the Senate. That's what she's doing. She's very deceptive. Everything she's doing right now is incredibly deceptive. By the way, I didn't mention this before. In New Jersey, talking about shutting off federal funding, New Jersey wants to do that, by the way. New Jersey is saying that the Mikey Sherrill, who just won the New Jersey governor's race, is now saying that as long as Trump is in office, she might withhold federal payments, that all the taxes that should be going to the federal government, she's going to stop that. And she's going to stop sending money to the federal government because she doesn't like Trump. That's stupid. Because the proper answer, again, and the way it should be enforced is, great, you're not sending federal taxes in, you're going to be cut off. And everyone in New Jersey gets cut off. This is what people voted for. So she does something stupid like, I'm not going to pay into the federal balance. She's not going to send the money, federal taxes to the federal government. Well, you don't get any federal funding. That includes SNAP. That includes government aid. None of that money goes to any person in New Jersey. And I guarantee you, if she cuts off the funding and the federal government stops sending food stamps and government aid to people in New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill is going to get recalled. She's going to get kicked out of office. She's going to be forced to retire. I hope she does this. Politico covered the article. No one else is really talking about it. It came out 2 days ago. I hope on Friday it came out. I hope Mikey Sherrill thinks she is so stupid that she thinks she has a mandate from the people of New Jersey that the state is so blue that they will be happy to have their food stamps cut off, their federal funding, their Medicaid and all. all of that is cut off. I don't think she lasts very long. I hope she's this stupid. I hope she is. And she might be. She might be that dumb. And by the way, in case you didn't see that before, this is the Politico article. Again, this leads to a paywall. I'm not paying Politico to be able to see their articles. Screw them. I understand it. She's saying, oh, we're just not going to pay it because she doesn't like Donald Trump. She has TDS, Trump Derangement Syndrome. She hates Trump. Orange man bad. Great. Orange man bad. That means you don't need any federal money. Go for it. It's a sanctuary state anyway. So again, for twice, I say, if you're not paying into the federal government like you're supposed to, and you're a sanctuary state breaking the law of the federal government, cut off the federal funding. Just cut them off. I have no problem with that, including food stamps, including all levels of federal aid, all of it. Then let's see what they do. I guarantee you within a month, she'll get removed from office or she'll retire. Just a quick thought on this because we're getting close to the end of the show. Let me say this again. I've said this many times. Casinos do not work. And I know that in New York State, a few years ago, we had Proposition 1 to allow for casinos in New York State, which would then give money, private casinos in New York State, so people wouldn't have to go to Las Vegas. They wouldn't have to go to Atlantic City. And we would have casinos, like 6 of them, 7 of them, across New York State. And people would go there. And New York State would make money off of those casinos from the license and the taxes. And that would go to the education. And that has failed. That was a lie. It was a stupid idea to start with. They made these promises that, oh, pay for education. Fail. Doesn't work. And just like I said then, it is the truth. Everywhere these casinos are in New York State, they are surrounded by zones of poverty. Why? The only way a casino can make money is to take money out of a community, and that's how they make their profit. And it's different when you're in Las Vegas. You choose, and for decades, people had to choose to either go to Atlantic City or go to Las Vegas so that they could gamble. So that was a trip. That was a plan. There was a limit on how much money you would spend because you still had to come back home. And the money that you made in your state stayed in your state. And it would stay in your community. So yeah, I took my extra money, my savings, and I would go to Las Vegas. And if I lost all the money, I'd still come back home and I'd still be in my community, having my job, paying my local taxes. Everything is still good. But when you put casinos in states, and we're seeing state after state after state has said, oh, well, we'll have a casino in our state too. And they are failing. Why? Because now I have a casino in my state. That community loses money. Why? The casino takes the money. And when you lose, because most people do, most of the time, 85% of the time, people lose money. And that's how the casino makes money. So people in your community, it's getting more and more poor. Less people are going to be able to pay their taxes. They're not going to buy as many things. So state taxes don't get collected. Local taxes don't get collected because the casino took the money. So it's not going into things like, I don't know, your community has garbage bags or school taxes or whatever tax it may be. You can't pay it. Why? It went to the casino. So it takes money out of the community, not into the community. And we were told, no, the casinos would make money for the community. No, they don't. They never have. They never will. They only take money out of a community. They never bring money into the community. It doesn't happen. That is the lie that you are told on a regular basis. And because money is going out of the community and the community is getting more and more poor over time, then crime starts to rise and rise. And this is true everywhere, including in New York State. You have a casino, you have more crime. That is just a fact. It happens every time, everywhere that it's been done. So you get more poverty, more crime, less finances for the services in that community, take care of the homeless, the hungry, fixing the roads. It's all gone. But you've got a community, but you have a casino. Lucky you. Now they want to do it virtually. This will make it even worse. That again does the same thing that a physical casino does, is the same thing as doing a virtual casino. And it doesn't matter. They put it in New York. It's going to do the same thing. It's going to take money. Instead of taking it out of one local community, it's going to take it out of the entire state. And that's money that would be spent on taxes inside New York State. And that would help to pay for the homeless and feeding people and housing people, NYCHA and all that. It's all that money is going to go into the casino, and it's not going back out to the community. That's just money going into the profits of that casino. Good for the casino, bad for everyone else. And with a virtual casino, you can't even say that some of that is offset because people got jobs. It's a virtual casino. You don't have a pit boss. You don't have employees that are dealing cards or working the craps table. You don't have any, you don't have waitresses walking around trying to serve people drinks or bringing them food. You don't have employees. It's virtual. So the casino just takes money out of the state and puts nothing back out. You get nothing back for it. This is a bad idea, and people haven't paid attention to it. The casinos have not worked. It is a horrible idea. It is stupid. And doing it virtually is twice as bad. Do not do this. But people are talking about it now. Oh, yeah, it's the next frontier. We're going to have virtual reality casinos. You do this and you break the state. This is a stupid idea. There will be more poverty. There will be more crime. There will be no benefit. No benefit whatsoever. They're going to tell you that, oh, it'll be good because we'll take taxes and we'll pay for education. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not even going to have enough money coming out of the casino out of the taxes in that casino. They won't be enough to cover the police that you'll need to take care of the crime. It is a stupid idea. Any member of a state legislature that promotes this idea should be elected out of office. They should be removed from office because it's stupid. It is financially a sinkhole. It will never be good. And for any other community across the country, if they're talking about putting a physical or virtual casino in your state, in your community, you should be raising hell saying, no, do not do this. At this point, it will not benefit you. It is only going to hurt your community. Don't get sucked into this. They'll promise you the sky. You'll get nothing. Here's a bit. Also, some news that most people have not heard about. And you should, but you're not. This is from ABC News. Remember that before the election, I think it was late October, New York City housing, government housing. This is the same thing that Zoran Mamdani wants to create more of. He wants more government housing. These are the projects, and he wants more of them. He wants to kick out landlords and have the government take over buildings to turn them into government housing. And government housing sucks. You can ask many of the candidates that ran in 2025, the conservative and Republican candidates. One of them is Jason Murillo. You can ask him about this. He was running because he wanted to improve the projects down in lower Manhattan. They suck. The government is one of the worst landlords in New York State is New York City. It's New York State government. They are absolutely slumlords. They are horrendous. And one of the examples of how bad they are at servicing the apartment buildings under the government's control is that in the Bronx, one of the projects blew up. Part of the building blew up. I'm not talking about, oh, Mike, you're just exaggerating. No, the side of the building blew up. 3 stories, 4 stories. Might have been, no, excuse me, it was 10 stories. 10 stories of a building, side of the building blew up, blew off. One of the gas boilers blew up. It was an explosion. It's like a bomb. And in that building in the Bronx, the government still hasn't fixed it. This is from ABC News. It's not me making this up. This isn't national news. It should be. Zoran Mamdani should be responding to this. He should have an answer for this. Mr. Zoran Mamdani, the government needs to control more buildings. Guess what? The government can't control the buildings they already have. You want to add more to the list? New York City is already a slumlord. And you want to create more slums? Does that make sense to anyone? People didn't think this through when they thought about this election, and they elected Zoran Mamdani. He wants more government housing. The government is the biggest slumlord in the city and in the state. Why would we want them to have more power and to have more slums? I don't understand it. And they can't even take care. They've had 2 months to fix the gas, the heating in the housing in the Bronx, and they haven't. You would think that would be an emergency. We're in the winter. Right now, the temperature outside is 44 degrees, not including the wind chill. The temperature was lower in the middle of the night. It was down around 39, 38 degrees. We are in the winter, and we haven't even gotten to the coldest part of the winter for New York. That's coming up in January. Here we are. It's almost December. The temperature is going to drop. It's going to be in the 30s consistently throughout the month of December, if not in the teens, which is not unusual in New York State for the winter, and they haven't given these people back heating. Think that's a crime. Again, New York City is a slumlord. A slumlord. And Zoran Mamdani promised that you'll get more of this. This is what he's going to give you. And at the time, I was arguing and saying he cannot be allowed to win because this is what he's asking for. This is what he's promising that he's going to give you more of. More buildings run by the government where the gas in the middle of the winter, the heating does not exist. People can't cook food. He's going to do this to more New Yorkers. And that's seen as a good thing. That's the left telling you, it's going to be great. The government's going to own all the buildings. What could go wrong? Look at the Bronx. The government can take care of all the problems. They'll fix everything. Look in the Bronx. What? But this is good because, government, they'll lower the rent. Fantastic. You have low rent, except that you're going to have to buy a private heater. You're going to have to run more electricity to heat your home just so you don't freeze to death. It'll cost you more money. It's going to be more expensive than what you were living with before. And if they're not taking care of the heat, do you think they're taking care of anything else? What about all the water pipes that are freezing? We are in freezing pipe temperatures, and it's only going to get colder. And they haven't fixed the building. Do you think it's going to get better or worse? And when the pipes start freezing and they start bursting because there's no heat in the building, now you're going to have no heat and no water. We're starting to get to inhumane levels of living. This is a slumlord. And Zoran Mamdani promised you to have more of this. He thinks this is a good thing. This is the consequence you get. You're going to get more of this because of Zoran Mamdani. These are the consequences. But that's not Democrats' fault. I mean, Democrats control New York City. Democrats control New York State. They've controlled New York State for decades. Generations. But that's not Republicans' fault. That's not Democrats' fault. It's Republicans' fault. It's Orange Man bad. It's Donald Trump. Donald Trump's a fascist. Did you not understand that? But the building in the Bronx, the water pipes are going to start bursting. That's inhumane. Yeah, but Donald Trump's a fascist. Zoran won't say it to Donald Trump's face. He'll say it behind Donald Trump's back, And he's fighting for New York. He's fighting against the president as buildings in New York are freezing, as the water pipes will start bursting, because New York City is a slumlord. But he's fighting against Trump. Don't you feel good? That will keep you warm through the winter. Fighting Trump, fighting Orange Man bad, that will give you the warmth to survive the 15-degree weather in New York City in the middle of the winter when the water pipes burst and they still haven't fixed the heater. This is stupid. The consequences of that election, people have not taken into account yet. They really, really haven't. Okay. Let's see. I talked about that. I guess the only thing I haven't really talked about is Marjorie Taylor Greene. So I suppose I should talk a little bit about her. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Or should I take questions first? Let me take some questions from the chat. I love to take questions from the chat. Remember, super chats. If you send a super chat, a Rumble rant, half that money, half the proceeds from your super chats, your Rumble rants will be going to the Jericho Project in January, because we want to take care of the homeless. Look at what we just saw in NYCHA, New York City housing. People are freezing to death. Do you think that New York City is going to take care of the homeless? Do you think New York City is going to be able to take care of veterans? Do you think they're going to take care of families? Look at what they're doing to families now. And you think Zoran Mamdani is going to make it better or worse? I say he's going to make it worse, because he wants to have more buildings added to the slums of New York City. He doesn't give you the chance to buy your own home. No. He's not letting you build your own home. Oh, of course not. No, you can live in government slums, just like in the Bronx, where they have no heat and the water pipes are going to burst, and you can live in inhumane conditions. That's what he wants for you. So I just don't even know. I just don't even know what to say. Dow says, I heard in passing that Staten Island wants to secede. Yeah, there's a couple of stories about that. That people in Staten Island want to secede from, they want to not be part of the 5 boroughs of New York City. They want to be their own city. I doubt that will happen. There's so much paperwork that would be involved, and in trying to make Staten Island its own city, I mean, it would be a hell of paperwork. The organization, the logistics of it all would be insane. And the taxes that they would have would skyrocket. I don't think this would be a realistic idea, but I understand the feeling that they have is they want to get away from Zoran Mamdani as fast as possible, because he's going to make a bunch of slums. But we'll see. So yes, I did see that, Dow, and I am familiar with it. I just don't think it's going to go anywhere. Let's see. What is this? Joel says, the anti-AI movement says no to clankers. Okay. Clarification. He goes on to say, New York State has a DMV level of efficiency in everything. Yes. And that's why I don't agree. If you want grocery stores run by the DMV, good luck to you. I wouldn't shop there. You want the DMV, you want DMV level of service at your doctor, I wouldn't go to that doctor. People don't think it through. Again, you got to think it through. Joel finishes up saying, small space heaters cause a lot of fires every year. Yes, I didn't even factor that in. So in that housing complex, part of the slum of New York that Zoran Mamdani wants to expand on. So you've got, it's freezing cold, the water pipes are going to burst, people will have to go and get space heaters, which are electrical, so electric bill is going to go through the roof. By the way, some of these, you're going to see people blowing out, because the building wasn't built for every single apartment having a space heater running all night long. So you're either going to have breaker tripping on a regular basis, which means no power for anyone, people being late for work. They're not going to be able to cook anything. Their heaters won't work, so many people will freeze. No, not only that, but then you also have, because the heaters will be on 24/7, possibly for a month or two throughout the entire winter, it is quite possible, and people might have more than one space heater, it is possible that the overload will cause fires. So you can have fires in those buildings too, and people will die of fire as well. Yes, the risk is just astronomical. And Zoran Mamdani wants more of that. He wants more of that for you. And he told you that's a good thing. God help me, I don't get it. All right. Let me jump into, and thank God, thank you people, everybody who's paying attention and following the show and still leaving comments. I really appreciate you all. I hope that people are taking the opportunity to like and share, clip some of this, share it with your friends. Most of all, subscribe. I really hope you do, because no one else in the news media, no one else in this realm is taking the time to have these conversations with you like I am. No one does this. Just me. All right. So Marjorie Taylor Greene announced she's resigning from Congress in January. And this happened the other day. I was shocked. I did a reaction video, 23 minutes, talking about this as soon as I heard the news. I got a phone call from one of my people, and they told me, Mike, she just resigned. It's just breaking the news. She's done with politics. And I know that she thinks she was considering, and she still may, be running for governor. I don't see that happening. I don't think that's realistic. Now, I know Donald Trump has since come out earlier today and said that just because he's mad at Marjorie Taylor Greene doesn't mean that she can't return to the Republican Party, that he might endorse her in the future if he forgives her. So he could eventually endorse her to run for governor. I just don't see it happening. Her career is over. I don't think this is something that's going to help her. First of all, I did find out from some sources in DC that told me, because I had a question, and when I did my live stream, as my live stream reaction, I said there had to be something else behind this. There has to be some dark secret about Marjorie Taylor Greene, MTG, that there has to be some kind of dark secret. Somebody has something on her, and that forced her out of politics. No. According to my sources, that's not the case. There's no deep, dark secret. There's nothing else. It's just she's in an argument with Donald Trump, pissed off Donald Trump, and Donald Trump cut her off. He no longer wants to support her in any way, shape, or form. He was actively trying to find someone to run against her, and he would endorse them if he could find someone to replace her. He was actively in the process of doing that because he was just done with her. Now, was there more to the argument than what we were seeing publicly? Possibly. I was not told about that from any of my DC sources. I have several. But none of them seemed to know anything about that, or they didn't want to speak about that with me. Fine, fair enough. But I would say that I was wrong. It wasn't that she did something else. It seems to be completely that she got into a fight with Donald Trump, kind of like what we're seeing with Zoran Mamdani, what we're seeing with the left, that they think it's their job to fight with the president. It isn't. You can disagree. You can have a different position. You can stand by your principles, but there was no need to get into a fight with the president. MTG could have been standing there and had the fight with the Republican Party. Fair enough. She could have been on the floor of Congress fighting with members of Congress on the things she believed in. That would have been more effective, more efficient. That would have been better for her constituents. But fighting with the president, you're never going to win that. It's not part of your job. As a member of Congress, the job isn't to fight with the president. Make a deal with the president, make him aware of problems that your constituents care about, to push the concerns of the constituents and solutions to those concerns, to push that and present that to the president and the public and to the Congress. Absolutely. To fight the president? No, that's not your job. That's not the job of anyone in Congress. That's not what you're there for. As much as the media want us to believe that, and I keep saying it, that's not what the job is about. And if she thought that this somehow would give her the credibility to go and run for governor, and that Democrats would now vote for her because she fought Trump, which is what they keep saying, that Democrats want someone who will fight Trump and they want to elect that person, that's just stupid. If that was the thinking, that while I'll get in the fight with Trump, I'll get credibility for fighting Trump, and that will mean that Democrats will vote for me. No, they won't. If a Democrat is such a bluer than blue, vote blue no matter who, that they want people to fight Trump instead of having people who are good in the elected office, like they want an AG in Virginia who will fight Trump. That doesn't help Virginia. That's not following the laws or helping enforce the laws of Virginia. Having the New Jersey governor who wants to fight with Donald Trump and not pay federal taxes like they're supposed to doesn't help the people of New Jersey. If someone's so crazy blue that they think that's a good idea, they're not voting for anyone that has ever been a Republican. You're not going to win. So if this was some way to try and get credibility to run for governor, it failed. If that was her idea, is I'll fight with Trump so I can get reelected and or get to run for governor, that's a stupid idea and it failed on its face. What this Joel says, Marjorie Taylor Greene has had the left and the rhinos tripping her up at every chance her whole time in office. She's been back and forth. I mean, she's gotten good sound bites in the time that she's been in elected office. She also has failed to get good sound bites and look stupid over the time. Is she better than Jasmine Crockett? Yes. Is she better than AOC? Most of the time, not always. But that's because she was busy fighting the people, not fighting for the issues. And that's my big problem. She was fighting the wrong thing. She was fighting the wrong fight. And I think that took its toll on her. Dow says, it's something that Massey and Paul have done this whole time. Well, no, I don't think so. I think Massey and Paul have been fighting for the issues. They're not fighting the president. They're fighting the issue because they have certain beliefs. Now, they were elected. Thomas Massey, Rand Paul are known specifically to their constituents for their principles. They were elected for those principles and reelected for those principles. Like, this is why you almost always see that Tom Massey and Rand Paul will almost never vote for like a continuing resolution, or even when it comes to the budget, they often vote against it because it's spending more money. And this is like eternal. It's always the case. So that's not fighting the president. It is fighting the party to a degree. It's fighting in Congress, absolutely. It's fighting for their principle. Now, does that work against the president? To an extent. And Trump is more volatile about that than most presidents. But this is what they do. They're fighting the issue. And this is their principle. As opposed to Marjorie Taylor Greene was fighting the president, not the issue. And so that's the difference between the two, which is why I think Massey and Paul, they're going to get reelected. And Republicans can put up a challenger against them all they want. Democrats kind of put up a name every so often, but they're not going to win. The people, their constituents, are going to vote for these men because of their principles and because of the positions that they have always stood for and that they continue to stand for, no matter what president's in office, no matter who's in charge of Congress. They always vote the same, on the same basis, the same principles. So their people, their constituents, are going to give them the money they need to get reelected. They're going to vote for them to get them reelected. MTG isn't. Her constituents aren't going to stand behind her because she was fighting with the president, not fighting for the issues and the principles. She really wasn't. She was fighting the president. And she also was fighting with Democrats. That part, that could have helped her. Fighting the Democrats, sure, that could be helpful for her constituents who are more right-leaning. Fighting the president isn't the part that's going to help her. And it doesn't push forward any issue. Dow goes on to say, I suspect that if she thought that Massey beat the president over the Epstein file release, she thought there would be some political benefit. There isn't. Look, President Trump, let's get this. Let me deal with this correctly. President Trump in 2024 was the one who said, I want to release the Epstein files. Democrats had 4 years to release the Epstein files. They didn't. Now they're saying, oh my God, those Republicans, they wouldn't release the files. By the way, all the Republicans voted for it. Republicans voted to release the Epstein files. The Senate voted to release the Epstein files. What's the excuse from Democrats now? They didn't do it 4 years ago. They could have. They had every day under the Biden administration to release the Epstein files. They didn't. That's why Trump said in 2024, I'll release them. And then in March, it was Trump who said to Pam Bondi, release all the files. He already tried. Now, Pam Bondi screwed up. Fair enough. And there was a whole mess. Absolutely. And you can blame Pam Bondi. Trump didn't hold anything back. And now that went to the House of Representatives, Trump isn't in the House of Representatives. Trump isn't in the Senate. He didn't have a vote on this. The Republicans voted, and Trump signed the bill. He said yes, because he always said yes. And the Democrats are trying to say, Orange Man bad, he's holding it back. He's trying to protect himself. He's never tried to protect himself. He said he's been trying. He is the one who said, let's release this. That didn't come from members of Congress. That didn't come from the Democratic Party ever. It didn't come from Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. That came from Trump alone. So you can't blame him for this. And everyone's going, well, it's the Epstein files. Trump was, yes, he did downplay it after he told Pam Bondi to release it. And after she messed that up, he downplayed the whole thing, in part to protect Pam Bondi, to protect the Attorney General's office, to protect the Trump administration from looking like they're inefficient and ineffective. He downplayed it, protecting his administration. Now, he could have also just fired Pam Bondi. He didn't do that because the media would have had a heyday saying that within the first 100 days, Trump fired his AG. She was absolutely terrible. Trump doesn't know what he's doing. The whole thing the world is going to hell in a handbasket. World War III is around the corner. That's what the leftist media would have said if he fired Pam Bondi at that time. So instead, he downplayed it. He thought that would buy him, I believe he thought that would buy him more time and that it would eventually get out. But then you had people like MTG screaming at him, and then you had the left jump on and say, see, he doesn't want to release it. He lied to you. He lied to you. No, he didn't. Again, you don't have to like Donald Trump. You don't have to like him as a person. I don't care if you do or don't. Because I don't vote for presidents because I like them or I don't like them. I don't care. You're not having beer. You're not going to have a beer with any of the presidents. You're not. You're not going to have dinner with the president. You're not. So whether you like them or not is meaningless to the president, to the parties, to you and me. It's meaningless. These aren't things that are going to happen unless you're already the friend of one of these presidents or one of these elected officials. You're not going to be. So that's not important. Throw that out. I don't care if you like them or not. Now we're only left with one thing. Are they effective and are they doing what they promised? Effective, efficient, are they doing what they promised? And then we can ask the final question, is what they're doing beneficial to the public? These are all yes, no questions. That's how we evaluate it. But the news media, they want to spin it every way in Sunday. It's just annoying to me. Dow says, thing is, Massey wasn't fighting with Trump directly. He wasn't. I agree. But he was causing headaches with the Republicans. True. Absolutely. Massey was fighting with the Republicans, not Trump. And those Republicans complained to Trump. They did. They were upset. And so they got Trump to try and put pressure on Massey to shut him up and get him off their backs. But Trump doesn't care about Massey because Massey isn't important to the Trump administration. He's not. He's one member of the House. He's not important to Trump. Trump has 209 other individuals that he can rely on. He can get his majorities. He can get his bills passed. He doesn't care if Massey votes for him or not. Massey's not important. He's just not. He's great for if you're a libertarian, if you're third party, if you want some independence. He's kind of Republican. He's kind of not. Yeah, to an individual, Massey's great. I know libertarians love the hell out of Massey. I think a lot of the policies Massey has are good. I don't agree with all of them, but yeah, I think he's a good guy. I think he's trying his very best. I think he represents his constituents very well. But I don't care. He's only one guy. He's not the linchpin. He's not going to make or break any law. He's just not. That's the reality. You can like him. You can dislike him. I think he has some good ideas. He doesn't make or break any law whatsoever. He does not change policy for the United States at all. He's just not that important. So, we got to put this into the proper light. And I think, and again, the news media blows it out of proportion. People may not like me telling you the truth about Massey and Rand Paul. People will say, oh, but I like them. I'm not telling you not to like them. Like them all you want. But understand the true weight of their political position has. They're good for certain issues, and they're great for talking to the press about those specific issues. And beyond that, they're not useful. It's just the truth. So Joel says, I doubt that Marjorie Taylor Greene will run for anything big again, maybe local. She's done, and I will say she's done in politics, period. Unless she makes up with Donald Trump a year from now, and he comes out and endorses her and says, nope, everything's all forgiven. She learned the correct way of looking at these things, and she's changed her outlook altogether. Unless she does a massive mea culpa very publicly, and Donald Trump then makes a very big show of saying, no, I have changed my position. The feud is over, and I like her again. That's the only way she can get back into politics. And I mean, this is a bigger ask than Elon Musk. Remember when Elon Musk and Donald Trump were having their mini feud, which was more about the media than it was about Elon Musk or Donald Trump, especially since Elon Musk isn't part of the government, so who cares? He's a private businessman, so who cares? But remember there was that whole feud, and then it blew up, and no one cares because it doesn't matter. That's the whole situation with Marjorie Taylor Greene right now. In a year, will anyone care? No. But they will remember. And what they will remember is she failed as a politician. If I were Marjorie Taylor Greene, I would have stayed in office. I would have run for re-election, and I would have been voted out of office. If she truly thought she was doing the right thing for her constituents, if she believed in everything that she said and she thought she was the one standing up, and if she thought she was the only one speaking about these issues, or that she was the only one speaking enough about these issues, she should have stayed in elected office, and she should have fought all the way through. She should have run for re-election, go through the primary, win or lose, and then go to November and win or lose. Because then she's sticking to her principles, and that is credible, and that is valuable. Retiring in the middle of the night over the weekend, a month and a half away from when she's going to retire, a month and a half from the next session, throwing into chaos her constituents. Now they have to get someone to replace her, who's going to replace her and then have to run for re-election in 1 year. It's going to be a mess. It's going to be a mess. She created a problem for her constituents and the Republican Party. The good news, Democrats have no money. So the Democrats are off on their own. They can't count on DNC coming in and saying, hey, we've got all this money, let's take that seat. They don't have the capability to do that. But the Republicans aren't prepared to do this either. So they're going to waste money now for getting someone to replace her. She just made more enemies than anything else. I do not see anyone coming back when she did this. I'm not saying that it's impossible for her to get back into politics. I just don't see the route that she would take to do that. She didn't have a wealth of friends in Washington, D.C. A lot of people, there weren't a lot of people who owed her favors. Some of the biggest people who have the biggest weight that could possibly bring her back into politics, they're all on Trump's side. So unless Trump is done with his feud with her, she doesn't get the big heavy hitters and the big donors. They won't touch her with a 10-foot pole. So I don't see how she gets back into politics. I don't see how she does it. I don't see it. Let's see. Dow says, just got the word that Trump is designating the Muslim Brotherhood as a foreign terrorist organization. I thought they already were. I thought under Obama, he made them. I thought Obama made the Muslim. No. Obama didn't make them a Muslim, a terrorist organization. I thought Trump, as the 45th president, that he made them as Trump 45. And here's the thing. The Muslim Brotherhood, they may have been a terrorist organization under Trump as the 45th president, and then taken off by Biden, and now they're back on. But we'll see. But they were always terrorists. Always. Hang on. Okay, so just to show you guys what I was just typing out there, and you'll see this. So my question was, I just did a Google search on it. Was the Muslim Brotherhood a domestic terror organization under Trump? They were formally designated a domestic terror group under the Trump administration. Was that the first one or the second one? Yeah, in 2017. White House to designate the Muslim Brotherhood, 2019. So yeah, 2019. Oh, they were not. The Muslim Brotherhood was not formally designated. They thought about it in 2017. 2017 and 2019. They didn't actually do it. All right, they didn't. Okay. I thought they had. I stand corrected. Oh, here it is. Yeah, the BBC, April 30th, 2019. White House to designate the Muslim Brotherhood a terrorist organization. This is in April 30th of 2019. Trump working to designate them. Okay. Trump has consulted with his national security team and leaders in the region who share the concern, and his designation is working its way through the internal process. I didn't know it was that difficult. I thought he could have done it. Egypt already calls them a terrorist organization, which is true. Sanctions would be in place. All right. And Bolton failed on this. Pompeo. Okay. Okay, so that was, I guess it did not happen. They tried it in 2019, but John Bolton and Mike Pompeo weren't able to make it happen. Trump wanted it to happen. So now they got it done. Great, because they are terrorists, just like Antifa. They're terrorists. So good. All right. Oh, wow, we've been on for 6 hours and 20 minutes. We're going to be ending the show in just a moment. But I want to say, guys, I appreciate the holidays that you're here, that you view the show. I thank you for sharing to other people. I'm happy a lot of new people may have been watching at least part of the show. I hope people were able to take away information that's important. We'll have up within the hour or so, we're going to have up the links to all of the sources that I use, that I was using, and all the articles that I was talking about, so that you can look into this for yourself on any of the subjects we were talking about, to see more information for yourself, to come to your own conclusion. You may or may not agree with me on any policy or all of them. I don't know. Although if you didn't agree with anything I said, you got to be either a bot or you got to be hate watching the show if you don't agree with anything. And if you watch the whole show and you're hate watching me, more power to you. More power to you, because that takes some effort. But I appreciate each and every one of you. I've been doing this 8 years now, the Sunday live stream, and I've 20 years in political commentary. And I appreciate my audience, your comments, whether you agree with me or disagree with me, that you have questions for me, like you saw from Hal, like you see from Dal. Yes, two different people. There's Hal and there's Dal. Joel and so many others. Joanna, I appreciate the feedback you guys give me, both during the show, in the chat, the super chats, especially John Lashkin, thank you for that, but also in the comments after the program. I appreciate your input. You guys matter a lot, and it makes a huge difference. The interviews that we are able to do with many candidates, and this year we had like 10 candidates that we interviewed throughout the year, and the year's not over. Next year, hopefully we'll get even more, maybe 20 of them. It's because of you that we're able to reach out to these individuals who are running for elected office and those who are in elected office, to help change and shift some of the policies, to try and improve our government, and to be an example for the rest of the world, to say, no, you can run the government, that you, the individual, you are important. You are not a checkbox. You are not to be taken advantage of or ignored. People are paying attention to the details of what's happening and will hold you accountable. And that's only possible with you guys. So I really hope that, you've taken the moment to like, to share, most of all, to subscribe to help us get closer to 2,000, 5,000, maybe even 10,000 subscribers, which means the world to me. It changes my world if we are able to do that. And I hope we can, even though YouTube and Google are trying their very best to try and suppress us and to hold our voice down and to not let people know that this black conservative has a voice and has been using it effectively on local, state, and federal politics for 2 decades now. I hope you guys will take the opportunity, if you can, to whether it's on becoming a member of Patreon, will cost $1.50 a month. That's it. I only have one tier on the Patreon. It's $1.50, and it's just you showing support for the program to allow me to do this. $1.50 a month. It's like less than $15 a year. That's it. So there's the Patreon, or you can go to PayPal and make a one-time payment of support if you wish to. You can go to Zazzle and buy a mug or a t-shirt or something, and that shows some additional support, like this mug, which I like. I made it. That's my AI design. All the designs on Zazzle are my AI designs. I made them myself through AI, of course, because I can't draw. But it makes a difference. Or you can do the super chats or super reactions or the equivalent on Rumble, which would be a Rumble rant. It all matters. It all adds up. Look, you're not going to agree with me 100% on any given issue. No one does, and you should. I'm okay with that. Sometimes people get pissed off at me. That's okay. I appreciate that. I have a thick skin. I get it. But if we're not asking the questions, if we're not talking about the issues, if we're not trying to understand what are the consequences of what we are being told, then our country gets weaker and weaker and will break at some point. And whatever replaces, if America breaks, whatever replaces America will not be as good as what we have right now. Remember, the world is trying to catch up to us. And if we fall, there is no one to rise up to this level. They won't need to. They'll just stay where they are. And that's why this is so important, to keep the Constitution alive, to keep our nation as a nation, not just a group of people living on this part of the North American continent. We need a nation. We have an identity. That identity needs to be preserved. That's conservatism. And that's why I'm a conservative Republican. I believe in law and order, and I believe in conserving our national identity. It's important. You may not like everything about America, but there's no other place that's better. And I can tell you, how do I know that for a fact? How many millions are trying to come to this country every year? Legal and illegal. How many people, how many millions of people a year become naturalized citizens? Well, hundreds of thousands. Every year. Every year we have hundreds of thousands, if not a million people, who become a naturalized citizen, giving up their citizenship of every other country to be part of America. That means we have something here. It is valuable. The identity of what is American is important and must be preserved. And that doesn't mean that we can't hold our politicians accountable. On the left, the right, libertarians, everyone. We can do that. But it takes effort. It means that we need to know what we're talking about. We need to know the issues. We need to understand the consequences. And I hope I help to provide that for you. Not that you parrot what I say. I don't expect that at all. But that you take what I say and then you put it through your own personal filter. You're an adult. You're intelligent. You can make your own decisions. You can accept what you want of what I say and reject the rest of it if you wish. And then we can improve America together in that process. That's one of the guiding principles of why I do this week after week, holiday or not. Most people, it's getting ready for Thanksgiving. Most people are taking vacations or they're meeting up with their family. They're taking some time off. They're relaxing. During the holiday season, I still come and do this show over and over again. Matter of fact, on Tuesday, I'm going to be on with the Matthew J. Show again. I love the Matthew J. I know Matt does a great job. And he's going to grill me for 2 hours with God knows questions about everything and anything under the sun. He never tells me what he's going to talk about. He just gets me on and he goes, Mike, show up and I'm just going to hit you with a bunch of questions. And I go, okay. And on Tuesday at 7 p.m. on Twitter, X, he's going to hit me with 2 hours worth of questions about God knows what. I never know. And it'll be fun. And I enjoy it. I enjoy talking to his audience, not as much as talking to you guys, my audience, but I enjoy talking to his audience too. And it'll be fun. I really want to be able to give $2,000 to the Jericho Project. Really do. In January. So I say all of that to say, these are the reasons why I hope you will help support me in supporting the Jericho Project. I'll put as much of my own personal money into this as I can between now and January. I don't have a lot of money. I am poor. That's just a fact. It's just the truth. I don't hide it. It's not, it's not a shield, nor is it a badge. It's just a fact. But I'll put as much money as I can personally into this as well. But hopefully together we can get to that. Literally, we have, when I started the show today, we had 1,776 subscribers. If every one of those subscribers only donated $1.50, we'd be able to hit the 2,000 mark and give that money to the Jericho Project. That's all it takes. But we'll see. We'll see. Joe says, you got to put more dragons in the merch. It's hard to make the merch. Remember, folks, I'm designing it myself, as well as trying to do a job and to also do this. And I'm not a good artist, so it's kind of hard for me. But hit me with some ideas, folks. Hit me with some ideas. I'll work the AI and I'll put the merch out. I have no problem with that. I'm just not good at. I have ideas. I'm good at it sometimes. It's difficult, and I get distracted a lot because I have a job as well, consulting, political consulting. So I'm doing that all the time as well. So I don't always follow up all the ideas that I have. If you have an idea, let me know. I'll make the merch. Let's see. Dow says that, and because you and I live elsewhere, we have seen that what it is to live as Americans outside of America as non-Americans. Yeah. I know you've lived overseas. I've lived in Moscow and Tbilisi and Riga in the Soviet Union. So yeah, it is amazing to see how the world looks at Americans and the impact that Americans have every day. Every day, every American has an impact on the rest of the world. It is amazing when you get to see, when you're living in another country, not a visit, not a vacation, not a trip, I'm there for a week, or you're there as a special guest, like, what was her name? Beyonce and Jay-Z, where they got the special trip through Cuba. No, just being a regular person in these countries, you see a very different view of America and the importance of America and the American ideology. It matters. It really, really matters, folks. He goes on to say, it's why I would not stay in South Africa. I'm not South African. I wouldn't stay there either for a lot of reasons. I wouldn't stay in South Africa under apartheid. I wouldn't stay in South Africa now because it's just as bad as the apartheid days. They haven't actually resolved their problems. They just changed who's in charge of making the problems in South Africa. That's my opinion of it. We've talked a little bit about it, Dow. But that's a fair point. I mean, America is a beautiful country. We have flaws. Absolutely. Every country does. We're not perfect. Okay. We have a history that isn't perfect. Okay. Name a country that does. There isn't one. Name a country that hasn't done something wrong in its past. Doesn't exist. Name a country that isn't. Some people like go, but they're colonizers. Name a country that isn't the property of the winner of that war. Every country has been colonized by someone at some point. None of the countries that exist today are countries that were the original people there. No, not even in Europe. Those have all changed. Lots of conquering and borders being changed and nations being forged back and forth. Doesn't exist. Every country is the country of the winners. Every country has been colonized. Most countries have either been slaves or enslaved others. And everybody, we've moved on. That's just an excuse, some people say, to give them a false moral superiority. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that false superiority. That doesn't make better legislation. That doesn't make better laws. That doesn't make better policy. That doesn't resolve wars or trade embargoes or make the economy better. It doesn't affect inflation. I don't care about stuff like that. That's like saying, oh, but Mike, but these, this, what do you call it? The Housewives of whatever the hell. Those kinds of shows, don't you see how important? No, it's not. I don't care about that stuff. I don't care about entertainers. I don't care about sports. I care about making America the best that it can be, making America great again. I have no problem saying that. So if you do support those things and you want me to help and you want to join me in helping the homeless and veterans and families. And I am very much an advocate of helping the homeless and veterans and families. I don't want them dependent on the government. That's not helping them. I don't want to wait for the government to give a solution because the government will never make a solution. The government lives and thrives. Both parties, left and right, they thrive. The government machine thrives off of not having a solution, that the problem just continues. You just live with it. And that isn't an answer. That doesn't resolve homelessness. It doesn't help veterans. It doesn't help families. You can't just live with the problem. We have to solve it. That's why I'm helping Jericho Project. That's why I'm helping Jericho Project, because I want to solve for even one person their homelessness. I want to help, even if it's just one veteran, to help him get through the day, to help him ease his mind and maybe rebuild their life. I want to help, even if it's just one family, to be able to make their life better, safer, more livable. Hopefully you guys will help. All right. That being said, we've been on for an hour and a half. 6 hours and a half. If you've been here throughout the entire show, bravo. I love you guys. Thank you. If you've been back and forth, that's okay. I love you too. And that's great. If you're listening to me to go to sleep, I hope you have wonderful dreams. And don't worry, you still got another hour and a half. Stay asleep. Then you'll get up and go to work. But whatever it takes, folks, I want to see you next week. Remember, if you're having dark thoughts, reach out to people on the internet. Reach out to your friends, your family. If you're afraid if you think for some reason that you have no friends or family, and trust me, you do. And if you're worried about talking to strangers, call 988, the suicide hotline. Give them a call. Ask them to just listen to you, to have a conversation, to reach out. And I think you'll be surprised. A lot more people care about you than you think. You have more of an impact on people's lives than you think. And the world is better with you than without you. And I know my audience is better with you than without you. I want you to be my audience for the next 10, 20 years. Yeah, I'm going to live a while. And I want you to be here with me. Even if that means you're going to argue with me in every single show and tell me, Mike, you're wrong. I just don't agree with you. I have a different feeling. Okay. And I want you here for the next decade to be able to say, I don't agree with you, Mike. That's okay. I want you here. So please reach out to your friends, to families. And if you need to, that's what the suicide hotline 24/7. That's why it's there. Text or call 988. Because we all want you to be here with us, even if sometimes it doesn't feel like it. And I don't care if you're a Democrat. I don't care if you're a socialist. I don't care if you're someone who hates my guts. I want you here. I want you to be here tomorrow too. And the tomorrow after that, and on and on. Even if you don't like me. That's okay. So with that said, folks, I thank you. I wish you the very best. I will be talking to you next week. That's right. After Thanksgiving, I'm going to be here. I'll be talking to you probably throughout the week. Remember, on Tuesday, I will be on X with the Matthew J. Show. Again, for his lightning round of 2 hours of questions that I have no idea about. And I'll be doing a couple of other shows as well very soon. I will tell you more about that as it comes up. Folks, be well. Enjoy the Sunday. I'll talk to you soon.